All right, so we're back.
It was a fun little kerfuffle.
So the SAX cut the power at IKG's place and caused the stream to go down.
Yeah, so my computer blue screen, which has never happened before. But hey, we got everything back and we're here.
Wait, can I
Can
have
you
a
share a stream link?
One sec.
Try to make sure to promote it where necessary.
Yeah, let's promote it again and just show that, hey, we're back and we're on Samus Returns.
People using the old link, it will not work.
So I'm going to edit my post. Haha.
Here is the new link.
Okay, I'll take that and do what I need to do. Okay.
Does this link work okay?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Audio balancing and stuff should be preserved, right?
Yeah, that should be fine.
Still have it open.
Okay, everybody here?
Yep.
I mean, everyone except Alec, but
Right. Alright, so where
So
were we?
They added the ability to edit tweets, so I should be able to edit the one I put up, right?
Oh, I didn't even know that they added that feature.
I
think
thought
they
it
did.
wasn't it. I had the understanding that it was locked behind like Twitter Blue or something. Maybe not.
I
Ah.
understood too.
Oh no.
It might.
Because,
It might
I mean-
be.
Yeah, I've not seen the option. Oh, damn.
Oh well.
Yeah, I figured. That's like the most Elon Musk thing to do.
Hey guys, we get to watch the Varia cutscene again. Yeah.
So we're a bit behind, but not terribly.
That's all right.
Yeah, not a problem. Let's see the cool cutscene again. Woohoo!
Yeah.
Radical.
Red, tubular, in fact.
Gnarly.
Starts looking up the special world of Mario World.
I was just thinking that.
I was thinking about that. I wasn't actively looking it up, but I was thinking of levels.
Oh,
from
something
that
I want to
world.
mention that I really like about the lightning armor is that it makes your counter huge. That's
Yeah.
a really cool perk of using it, I think.
It's like the predecessor of the dash counter.
Pretty much.
It's a little funny. I just checked the stream. So audio looks good. We are still capturing game audio, but we are much less delayed.
Oh.
The delay is greatly reduced
Well, that's
between
good.
us and everyone else. So
That's nice.
yeah,
All
it
right.
wasn't much of a problem in the first place.
Welcome back to part 2 for everyone watching.
Impromptu.
Impromptu. Yes. Maybe this Metro would be nice.
The Metroid feels bad for us and what we've had to go through, so it decides to give us a little pity.
We're behind, dude. Give me the good time.
Yeah.
Good cycle.
Yeah, we get it. You're big and scary.
You're gonna try and eat me. Fine. wind-up animation.
Huh.
It's like a FromSoft boss.
Yeah.
What, because of the wind-up animation?
Yeah, a wind-up animation that Evan was ready for like 3 seconds in advance, and it was still winding up.
They
That's
do
like a
that
modern-
with some attacks in this game
That's
just
like
to
a
make you to
modern
counter early.
FromSoft. It seems like a modern FromSoft.
Yeah, they do. That's true. They do that to fake you out, which I
I
like.
have caught myself like countering earlier than I should. Although the Emmys love doing that to me in Dread. Anyway.
The way the Emmys work is there are like 6 different parry animations that an Emmy can have, or right, animation or timing. And every time it goes to parry, it will be one of those 6. You just have to like, you either have to get lucky when you anticipate it, or you have to like recognize what animation they're going to do and time it accordingly, which is very difficult to do on command.
Yeah, I don't know what I would
Miyazaki
even
adds
do to tell
Metroid
which one it
to
is.
Armored Core 6 from "This is a call for help."
I'm so hyped about that Armored Core 6 announcement.
I have this. I think the second Armored Core game on PS2. It's pretty good.
You're
Some of the
pretty
Souls
good.
community has been kind of funny with the Armored Core announcement, where like some people are talking about like, oh, why isn't it another Souls-like game? And other people are like trying to go, okay, so here's how the new Armored Core is going to be a Souls-like.
Hey, guess what?
Or maybe it's just an Armored Core game.
FromSoft
Right.
made games before Souls, and they
No.
weren't Souls-likes.
No
They
way.
couldn't have.
I don't believe it.
Miyazaki
You know
adds
what?
Metroids to Armored Core 6.
You know what I genuinely want to try from FromSoft? Kingsfield 4. Like, the older Kingsfield games, they look way too... They look really primitive. But, like, Kingsfield 4 actually looks really cool.
I adore how Samus Returns uses the spider ball, by the way.
Me too.
I think it's very creatively utilized and really fun. But I do want to say, there
I do
is
too.
one thing I really like in AM2R, actually, about how it uses the spider ball. And it's the fact that when you're spider balling, it doesn't break the crumble blocks. I always thought that was really neat.
That is neat.
Mm.
Yeah.
There's some like nice little morph ball puzzles around that.
But yeah, Tommy, I take it you're a FromSoft fan? Or
I am.
Souls fan.
Yeah, I'm definitely a big FromSoft fan. I have I actually only came into it recently with Elden Ring. I just hadn't ever played a FromSoft game beforehand. But then I started Elden Ring on release when it came out. My roommate on his PS5 had it, and I was like, yeah, I'll try it out. I absolutely adored the game, and then throughout the rest of the year, I went and played and 100%ed pretty much every other FromSoft title.
Yeah, that was like your James Bond marathon of the year.
Yeah,
Like what I did.
I
Yeah.
destroyed all the FromSoft games from Demon Souls to Elden Ring, and it was so good.
I played a decent amount of them, but I also suck at them, so I haven't really been able to beat any.
Which is fair. They are difficult games. I very much enjoy the difficulty though. It's
Like,
fun.
I like difficulty, I just haven't fully adjusted to those games.
Yeah.
But I know them. I really like Demon Souls. I'm at least aware. I know most of the design of Dark Souls 1, even though I haven't, like, fully beaten it.
So I made that slight diversion just because I wanted to make sure I could get that energy tank down there. But we are actually going to get the high jump boots next.
Right.
And then we're going to go kill some Metroids. So I want to talk about my routing a bit. I mostly prioritize getting items before Metroids. I just find that works better, but that's not always the case. And by items, I mean major progression items. So yeah.
I don't know this game's map well enough to go and sit down and go, okay, so I should go here, and then I should go here, and then...
I do.
I'm definitely not.
I do.
Although, ironically, one of the games I have played through recently that I kind of have started getting to that point with is Resident Evil.
Ah, yes.
Resident Evil has a lot of routing in it, actually. It's pretty cool. As somebody who grew up with Luigi's Mansion, the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I love the sequels, but the sequels are definitely different. The interesting thing is, like, they build off of the original Luigi's Mansion in a lot of its other elements, but the world design of the first game was mostly kind of just left out. Like, Dark Moon abandoned it, and while Luigi's Mansion 3 took steps back to it, it's still mostly floor-by-floor progression, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, but, like, you know, Luigi's Mansion is like, yo, a game like this, but with a more complex mansion, like, more non-linearity.
Look at the
difficult puzzles.
background
Oh, wait,
details.
and it's like, oh, wait, that's Resident Evil.
Yeah.
Like, Resident Evil literally is structured like an adult, more complicated and non-linear Luigi's Mansion.
So this is one of the instances where I do use a teleport station.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the reason I don't count Luigi's Mansion or Resident Evil as Metroidvanias is not because of their world design, it's because that you don't have a strong central ability-based progression. There's a little bit more of that in Luigi's Mansion with the elemental abilities, but it still is not even close to, like, the through line for the game. It's just something that happens literally 3 times.
Right.
So I think that, because, like, ability-based... If you ask me, there are 2 qualifiers for the Metroidvania genre that need to be explored to some kind of a significant extent or central philosophy, and that is their interconnected world design, where you explore a large world and need to figure out where you're going based on lock and key design. And the second is that those lock and keys need to be through ability-based progression, where your progression is primarily dictated not just by you got the thing that lets you go here, but that thing is also a tool you can use for general gameplay, right? That, I think, is what defines a Metroidvania.
That's a really good point that I've never really I never consciously thought of before, but it's a really good one. And it's that the keys to these metaphorical doors, sometimes they are doors, other times they are not, but the keys to these doors don't just get used and then discarded, right? They are ones that you continually use for the rest of the game, probably to varying degrees, but they are abilities that you continue to use and that are beneficial for gameplay.
They make traversal faster too.
Metroidvanias can have literal keys. Like, look at the Metroid Fusion store locks. They're just
They are
do
keys.
this, you unlock it.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
But the important note is that that's not what drives the game's progression. Generally speaking, in Metroid Fusion, you are getting new abilities to go to new areas, not just getting a key, right? And that's actually why I consider Zelda games in that structure for the most part. Because, like, doing something like, I'm going to get the hook shot here, a tool that lets me move to distant objects, stun enemies, grab items, right? Is also the tool that tells me where I can go next in the world.
Right.
The dungeons have keys, but that's about it. The dungeons have keys. The core of the game's progression is dictated by abilities, for most of them, you know? Breath of the Wild doesn't fit into that niche, but a lot of them do. So,
One missile away.
That happens to me pretty often in Dread.
Oh, Decrade. Yeah.
I also feel that way with the... I don't like the definition of the Metroidvania genre some people use, where they make 2D side-scroller, like, an intrinsic part of its definition. Like, I don't agree with that. I mean, hell, it would literally be excluding Metroid Prime from the Metroidvania genre, which I think is...
That's a bit off.
No.
It's very easy to see where people get that definition from, considering the vast majority of games that people describe as Metroidvania are 2D, but that is absolutely not a requirement for a Metroidvania at all.
That's actually my biggest issue with the indie Metroidvania scene, is that I think it's actually underexplored, despite how many of them there are, because they're all based around the philosophy of a 2D side scroller. There's so few that try to do anything different, even just being 3D.
Dark Souls 1, wouldn't that count as a Metroidvania?
I'm not certain, but from what I understand, it doesn't rely on ability-based progression, which is the biggest thing that would obfuscate it. The locking key design isn't tied to core abilities you unlock.
Alright, I'm surprised you haven't talked about this piece of music yet, given how much you like it.
I haven't been listening to it, because that would also have me listening to your voices echoing.
Well, would you like to talk about it?
I adore this piece, along with this entire soundtrack. This is my favorite version of the Lower Norfair theme, or Magmore Caverns.
Nice.
Along with almost all of this game's renditions of classic Super Metroid pieces are fantastic.
I know.
Not to mention the ones adapted from Metroid 2 as well.
Yes.
Yeah, this is a call for help in chat. Brings up some more good points regarding the Metroidvania discussion. That it's, what was it? The genre itself is very tied to to Metroid itself, obviously. And there's a similar saturation to Souls-like games with that, like that overwhelming amount of 2D side-scroller action platformers that tend to constitute what a Metroidvania game is, even though that has absolutely nothing to do with the core principles of a Metroidvania game. Right? It's just...
I do want to say, I agree largely with that, though in my experience, it's actually even more so that they draw from Symphony of the Night than Metroid.
Yeah.
Symphony of the Night, I think, is so significantly the biggest parallel point for most indie Metroidvanias. There are some ones that are more like Metroid, but most of them are more like Castlevania.
Also, more people have played Symphony of the Night. That's important to remember.
Maybe? I don't actually know what the figures on that would be.
I'm pretty sure Symphony of the Night sold more.
Huh.
I don't
that would not
quote me on
surprise
that,
me.
But don't quote
I
me on
wouldn't be
that,
like super shocked, but Metroid also has a consistent sales performance of a number of games, especially Prime.
Yeah.
So like, Metroid's not lacking in influence. Not to mention, I have no doubt there's a significant amount of people who have played it either through things like the Switch subscription service that wouldn't count towards sales, or piracy. Well, what's that?
Honestly,
Well,
though,
also, don't forget Nintendo eShop of previous consoles, Virtual Console.
I do have to wonder how much those, if they do factor into sales figures, where.
Also, Rain, on your point about Zelda games counting as Metroidvanias, Symphony of the Night was inspired by both Super Metroid and A Link to the Past. So.
Yeah, and Metroid was inspired by Zelda.
Exactly.
So it all goes back to Zelda.
I know, but you mentioned that Symphony of the Night's a big inspiration for a lot of modern indie.
I know, but it's just funny to me because both of the namesakes of the genre are inspired by Zelda, and yet almost all of these are 2D action side-scrollers to the point where people sometimes say that's critical to the genre, and I find it so fucking funny. I actually played the GBA Castlevania games for the first time through recently. I do like Aria. I have my issues with Aria, but I do rather like it, and it's definitely the best of the three. But I still significantly prefer Symphony. I especially just don't care much for Aria's grinding. Aria has a lot of really good ideas, but I just think there's some, like, quirks to it that make it not as good. It's still a great game, though. I highly recommend Aria of Sorrow to people. I'm starting to work through the DS games, though I got involved with a lot of other games I wanted to play.
Which is super reasonable. There are a lot of games.
So many fucking games.
The Steam backlog.
I was playing Resident Evil and Sonic Frontiers at the same time, and right before that I played the Pikmin trilogy.
That's right. Yep.
That is quite the collection of titles.
Yeah.
Wait, they're so different from one another.
They're just not the same.
So now we're entering Area 3, which is one of the most interesting areas in the game, I think. You right away are going to get the third Aeon ability, the Beam Burst, which I will be showing off shortly. But there's a lot of interesting stuff going on in this one in particular.
I really do love this purple.
Me too.
It's a very nice color.
Love the
Wait,
purple.
hold up. Symphony sold a total of 703,000? That doesn't sound right to me. I thought it sold way more than that.
I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if it didn't perform as well as some other games, especially given it was a 2D game on the PlayStation and the 3D Revolution, but...
I know, but...
It's also worth noting that Symphony Night had a number of digital re-releases, and I don't know if that's being counted in that figure.
Then Super Metroid is...
I think it's like a little over 1 million. Like 1.4 maybe?
Alright, we have the Beam Burst.
Nom nom.
Yeah, it's 1.40 million.
Let's fucking go. Nailed it.
Right? Exactly.
Well, no, 1.42 million. To be exact.
God damn.
He rounded
Oh,
down,
but-
that's fine.
You're fine. That is pretty close. But... Yeah, no.
Although, if you include the sales of the Super Nintendo Mini, that goes up a few million.
I thought that... I don't know, I thought Symphony would have at least broken 1 million.
I would have too,
So,
but...
I'm sorry guys, but I do have things I wanted to say about Samus Returns.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
So I actually don't take this first elevator yet. I wait until later to do this. First, I'm trying to take out this guy because he's annoying me. There we go. I actually am gonna do things up top in Area 3 first, and then I actually head lower later. I don't know what your routes are like, but that's what I usually do.
My route is I play the game and go where I think I need to go.
Alright, can't wait to see that in Super Metroid.
Oh, you meant for our games. Okay.
No, I meant for Samus Returns.
Okay, well, yeah.
But
Super
I'm making fun of the
Metroid,
fact that you're not familiar with Samus Returns. That's all.
At least when
I
I
haven't
was...
planned out for Super Metroid. I planned it out rather thoroughly.
Mm-hmm.
I know when my approach to most games is it fits here, but it's I go everywhere in an area. I go absolutely everywhere I physically can before moving on. I don't like to miss anything at all.
I'm gonna activate that teleporter and then turn right around.
Yeah, when I'm doing a normal playthrough of games, that's usually what I do.
Mhm.
I love experimenting with some of my favorite games and seeing exactly what boundaries I can push to do things at certain times, or what mechanics can let me explore certain things. I mean, hell, like, Ocarina of Time is my favorite game, and I still learn things about it. Like, I learned somewhat recently when prepping for the potential of doing an Ocarina of Time randomizer race, that you can blow up your bomb chews using Deku Nuts. And it was like, okay. Makes it so you don't have to time them.
Ron, how do you feel about the grapple beam in Samus Returns, since we're about to get it?
I really like it.
Me too.
Grapple beam tends to be a fun ability.
Oh, yeah.
I miss the wave beam traveling in a wave pattern.
That is very fair.
It does in Samus Returns, it's just really small.
Well, it has a spiral in it, which is its own kind of a wave. It's just,
Right.
doesn't, it still shoots in a straight
I know what you mean, yeah.
So, Tommy,
That was fun.
Yeah,
you've played all the 2D games, right?
I have. Yes.
How would you rank them? Just curious.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't think we've even talked about that
Yeah, I don't
before,
think
Tom.
I don't think I've ever ranked the 2D Metroid games.
So Dread.
I think Dread is naturally going to be my number one. It is by far the one I've played the most. But I also very much enjoy all of the movement from it in particular. It's probably Metroid and Super, or Dread and Super are probably right there, naturally the games with, I think, the most movement potential out of all of them. And so that would lead me to say that I think Super is probably going to be my number 2 for that reason. It's very...
Not official. I actually would add a third game to that, and that's AM2R.
AM2... Yeah, I was not going to count AM2R here.
That's fair, but just AM2R has crazy...
It is... I actually played AM2R before I played Samus Returns, and I really enjoyed the feel of that game. It's so polished, and it feels so good to control Samus.
It feels like Zero Mission, but better.
Yeah,
Right,
I agree with that.
You get the accessibility of Zero Mission with like an increased speed, right? Which is
Increased
very
speed.
nice.
Single wall jumps are no longer a pain in the ass to do.
Or should I say reintroduced mechanics from Super Metroid, like wall jumping during a space jump, or they actually have mock ball in AM2R, although it's a lot easier to pull off. And because of how it works, actually, you can like mock ball, speed boost into mock ball, into stand up, into speed boost into mock ball, letting you almost do something like Dread, where you like keep a speed boost going, but you just have to know where and when to morph and unmorph to keep it going. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You can do that a bit in Super Metroid with mock ball, but it's a lot harder.
Yeah, AM2R is... I think the word I did use was polished, and it is, very polished. A little sidetracked from my ranking, but I think...
Sorry.
Just, no, that's absolutely fine. It's a natural conversation. But I think I would go Dread, Super, Fusion, and then I think Zero Mission, Samus Returns. Mostly because I played Samus Returns rather close, like a couple months before Dread's release, and I feel like a lot of the stuff that would draw me to Samus Returns was, improved on a little in Dread. Feels a little nicer to me in Dread. So that's why it is the unfortunate, nice 2D Metroid game that is at the bottom of the list.
I go back and forth between Samus Returns and Zero Mission for me. I feel like the latter 3 entries here are the best of them, which also have in common not being remakes of 8-bit titles. And I think that partly has to do with it, where I think that some of the holdover elements I don't like from the 8-bit games are still in the remakes.
And they are, yeah.
Much better, but they're not gone. And some of them can't just be gone, because then it wouldn't be the same game anymore.
I will say, though, I do have all the remakes grouped kind of closely together. I have been questioning lately whether or not I would prefer Zero Mission over both Metroid 2 remakes, but I don't think I'm there yet.
I prefer...
I don't think I'm really there yet.
I think I still prefer Samus Returns a little bit over Zero Mission, because while Zero Mission is really fun to play and has a lot of really fun routing, and it's just a nice pick up and play experience, I just feel like Samus Returns always feels more fulfilling when I finish it.
I would like to mention...
Oh, go on.
I was just going to say, I would like to mention that this Metroid that hides and relocates normally goes into 3 rooms, but I actually killed it in 2, and I'm really happy about that.
Nice.
Very solid. Counter definitely...
Counter helped. The counter carried me,
advantage.
really.
Right.
Yeah. Sorry, Ron, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just saying, I guess what it comes down to is that I like different aspects of Metroid 1 and 2, generally. And, I think all the remakes, Samus Returns probably less so because it's trying to do its own thing, do capture that well enough. Like I really love the whole concept of AM2R, and I've talked about that before with you guys, and it's why I was initially disappointed by Samus Returns.
Right. Mm-hmm.
I do think I would be more disappointed by Samus Returns, as I've said, if there wasn't an AM2R, because we wouldn't have a remake that is as faithful to what Metroid 2 wanted to be. You know?
Exactly, yeah.
But because we have AM2R, it kind of just makes it really easy to accept Samus Returns for what it wants to be.
Right.
No.
I would. I think that's. I think that also helped me. Accept Samus Returns some more.
I think it might be an interesting perspective to consider, right? AM2R as a faithful remake of the original Metroid 2, but trying to improve on a lot of its maybe more clunkier gameplay, among other things. But Samus Returns is a stronger deviation from the original game, looking to innovate, almost like a reimagining as opposed to just like a remaster or a remake in that regard.
Right.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the fact that we have both is right. It's like, oh, one doesn't have to be both because we have two.
Something really cool about the grapple beam in Samus Returns is that they do these sort of multi-layered puzzles in the same room. So something kind of funny about Area 3 is when I go down this elevator, you think I'm going to get a move on, but it looks like I'm just kind of lollygagging. But I'm like, okay, I'm going to pull this, I'm going to pull that, and I'm going to go back around. And the reward is actually an Aeon expansion tank, which, as I mentioned at the start of this run, back in part 1, if you're watching this post, Aeon energy expansions are very helpful. Look, you can even do that if you want. So I really... Yeah, there it is. I always stop for that one. Really important.
I also don't know how I haven't brought it up yet, but, like, I love the grapple beam in Super Metroid, and none of the 2D Metroid games had it, and I wanted it back for so long. It was in Prime, which is nice.
Yeah.
And Other M. But, like, the 2D Metroid games didn't have it. And then this game comes out, and while, yeah, it doesn't have a speed boost or anything, it brought back the grapple beam. And it's fun, and they gave it cool utility. I was like, oh my god, we have the grapple beam again. I love the grapple beam.
And while it isn't as fun to fling around on as, like, the Super Metroid one, it is still very interesting with puzzle design in this game. That's what I was trying to say earlier.
It really creatively, and combat, too.
And combat, too, yeah.
Like, they have some cool use for it. I really like the grapple beam in this game.
Me too.
It's actually interesting, because while I do like the grapple beam more in Dread a bit, Dread actually uses it less in combat. And this game gets more interesting use of the grapple beam as a combat utility than Dread does.
I seem to recall that.
There are two bosses.
True,
there are two bosses in Dread that have shields that you can rip off, but only one of them actually requires the grapple beam, and otherwise it is pretty much just hazards in the environment. Like, you're going to traverse an area, and you want to use the grapple beam in order to do it either faster, or it's only possible if you use grapple beam there. The combat utility of grapple beam in Dread is very limited, especially compared to a game like Super, where you can actually just kill a bunch of stuff with the grapple beam like nobody's business. That was always one of my favorite uses of grapple in Super. Mm-hmm. Because it's just like, hey, yo, look, this is my movement ability, but I'm just going to kill a bunch of stuff with it, like, really quickly.
Yeah. Kill an electric laser whip and you just go shoot someone with it.
Right? Like, it's totally not, the thing you expect from it.
Lazy Clay Gamer asks, quick question. Have you played Bloodborne? And if you did, do you consider it a 3D Metroidvania game or a game with Metroidvania elements?
I have not played it. From what I understand about it, it seems more like the latter.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, my weight on that is to absolutely confirm that. Going back to that, like the Metroidvania definition or whatever discussion that we had a little before, Bloodborne definitely, as a Souls game, or a Souls-like, lacks a meaningful ability system in a way. Right, naturally, as you get as you progress through the game, you gain more weapons, you gain access to more weapons, you get better skilled at the game, but you don't really unlock the ability to do anything new. You just progress through the areas.
That's a big difference, like Harain was talking about earlier.
So yeah, that to me, that is why you have a.
Hello, BFR.
Yeah, that's why that's why I would consider it a game with Metroidvania elements of the two instead of just a Metroidvania game, because there's plenty of backtracking that you can do in there and revisiting areas. and getting to places that you didn't know before, and non-linear game progression. But
World layout is definitely very similar.
yeah, but at its core, though, that lack of new abilities changing the way you interact with the world does not make it a Metroidvania game to me.
Well said.
I would say the same about Resident Evil for the same reasons.
Yeah, there's definitely the urge to call a lot of non-linear games Metroidvanias, and right, there's potential of. I'm not very familiar with Resident Evil at all, but I imagine people tend to compare whatever game that you mentioned because of a potential to sequence break very much in the game and visiting different areas at different times, but that
the way the world is structured and the way you explore it is similar, but the ability interaction is part of what defines the genre.
And that is what these are lacking. So better to say that they have Metroidvania elements as opposed to being a Metroidvania game.
I have an additional point, but I would like to not keep blocking IKG.
That is very fair.
Thank you. My goodness. No, I'm kidding. No, I have to agree with that. And I think in general, I know our good friend the Red Guy has talked openly about this, and I think he's right, that the Metroidvania moniker is like a lot of monikers in gaming as far as genres go, where they feel kind of outdated and a little too restrictive. And I think Metroidvania itself, I would be interested in seeing that term go. As much as I like highlighting the influence of Castlevania and Metroid, I don't... You know.
I just don't like game genres named after influencing titles, because people tend to pipe bark up the wrong tree with what that's supposed to mean, and it obfuscates it, and if you're not familiar with them, you don't even know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah.
And people do it with a series we've talked about a few times, Souls-like or Soulsborne, right? So exactly, bad. Right. It's...
Roguelite versus roguelite. Like,
I hate it.
Which is another debate, right? It's like...
Well, it's a debate for sure, yeah.
It's a... I'm sorry. It's
dumb. Zelda-like. I've heard Zelda-like before.
I totally get it as using as an easy comparison. Like, I can immediately point and say, like, oh yeah, look, so you're going to immediately draw comparisons when I say Zelda-like to Zelda.
It can help give you information, and I've done it too. But yeah.
That's why people think Metroidvanias need to be 2D, though, is because Symphony of the Night and Super Metroid are both 2D.
Right.
That's part of the problem. It's not enough like these games, but that's not the point. That's not what genres are for.
Yeah, we'll say it's a term that is better used as like a descriptor instead of the genre.
A genre type.
Because it again, I mean, it draws the comparisons that you might want to say, and it does them concisely, but it is very limiting in that, right? Like you think of Metroid and Castlevania when you say that name, and a bunch of the times, that's not what you're supposed to be thinking of.
Actually, no. Let's not forget my favorite descriptor of games, Zelda clone.
Oh, Zelda clone! I'm so sick of that.
A lot of those are not well labeled anyway, but
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I love using roguelike as an example because it's the most dramatic example I've seen, especially because of the roguelite thing. Of people just not understanding what genres are for. Because, if you ask me, right, like the problem with the term roguelike is that rogue is a lot of things. Rogue is a turn-based RPG, a ASCII game, dungeon crawler, RPG. And it's a game with permadeath and randomized layouts. A lot of people will say that a game isn't a true roguelike if it doesn't have some of these certain elements, like the RPG elements, turn-based combat, dungeon crawling.
Wait, here's my favorite part. Hello! Come here! You'll see it on the screen.
I think that's the whole point of a genre name is to delineate unique gameplay elements, and what made Rogue different from these other things that already have genre titles are turn-based RPG, dungeon crawler, etc. Like, these already are genres. What made Rogue unique is the permadeath and randomization.
Hello.
So that, I think, is the definition of the genre. But people get so worked up on, but this element isn't like Rogue. Like, Spelunky's a platformer, not a dungeon crawler. But, like, care. That's not why Rogue was unique. That's not
I
what
don't
the genre
care.
is
Hooray,
about.
2022.
Yes. 2022, while we still can.
Why we still can? Yeah.
Like,
Go.
and that's why I just don't like the way people name that. Some people go and start making roguelites, but that's missing the point. You know? Like, at the point where you start, okay, we'll call those games roguelites, then roguelike is a stupid genre. Naming an entire genre after, but is it just like this other game, is a needlessly narrow and borderline useless genre, especially given
Well said.
that logic can be taken to the point where technically there's no game that can be enough like a game without just being the same game.
Without being it. Yeah.
Like, you can just keep moving that line in the sand using the same exact justification.
Like,
It's
Mario 1 and Sonic 1 are in the same genre. Like, I hope we can agree, right? Whereas, like, no need to say it's a... Well, it's not a Mario-like because, you know... It has a
like,
priority on speed.
It doesn't
It's
have the
you know?
it doesn't have the power-up thing. It's got this momentum
Yeah.
mechanic.
Right.
It only uses one button. We've got a bot.
Yeah, I was just gonna get on that.
Oh, jeez. Thank you. This is why I made you mods.
Porch. I'm gonna
Metroid
say
ban.
pornography, sexually explicit, because it is.
Oh.
We all.
I'm also gonna remove if I. Oh, you already deleted it.
Thank you,
Nice.
guys.
Yeah,
Very quick.
I hid.
I timed him.
So
him
Ron
out, but I
timed
didn't know.
out, Spaze removed the message, and I
Right.
reported them. Nice.
Yeah,
I
I would've-
reported them too. I reported them too.
Yeah, I. It's funny. I could see it right in the chat. I see what both of you guys did, and then I cap it off as just hiding them.
You guys are a good team.
We were on it,
That was unintentionally in sync with each other.
right?
It's like, okay, I did one of the things, now to do the other. Oh wait, that already happened. Oh
Right,
wait, the
totally-
other thing was already done. Okay.
Right. That was a without like a subconscious delegation of literally everything we can do. It was rather impressive when you phrase it
See,
like
that bot was actually me, and I was just training to see if you guys were really ready for this job.
Ah, yes. Okay. How'd you do it? How'd you do
Your
it?
69mega.com new AI.
That's my real name.
84% will find a girl for you.
Yeah, that's my real
Damn.
name. hmm
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot the fire emoji.
How dare you?
And the sweating with open mouth emoji or whatever it's called.
Oh my goodness.
Smiling face with open mouth and smiling eyes.
Don't remind me.
I don't think it's an 84% chance it'll find a girl for you. I think it's an 84% chance it'll give you a virus.
84% chance I'm
Nah,
going to
too
ban
low.
you from this chat.
84 is too low. So guys, remember that elevator I mentioned way long ago? Now we're back.
Was
Oh
it
my
before the crash?
No.
No?
No, it was after the
I
crash.
think it was like right after.
It was like right
Okay.
after the crash.
It was around there.
Welcome
I
to
remember.
what I call Area 3 Part 2 of Samus Returns. Also, I want to thank everybody who's watching this live. We really appreciate your support. It's awesome.
Yeah, we've got our viewer base is actually almost up to exactly where it was before.
Awesome.
It was at 9 when you crashed. It's at 8 now. So
Great.
Yeah, it's this event we've all been looking forward to it for a while, and
Oh, yeah.
it's been really nice so far, and we're not even halfway done.
Exactly.
We got plenty of 2D Metroid to go.
Well, I mean, we probably might as well be after this game, just because this is the
Just
longest.
because it's so long.
Yeah.
Well, that's true.
yeah,
That is
but
fair.
Zero Mission's also the shortest. Well, okay,
Yeah,
it's actually not the shortest by our times though. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, fair enough. The shortest event is Dread and Super. I forget which one technically would take a little less time. Probably Super with the story still being in Dread.
If you are
Sure.
both in our times and in the top runner times of both games, Super is the shorter game. I think the world record in Super is 40:45, and in Dread it is a 44. That's like the fastest time it's been beaten by a human.
I just find it so funny that they are so close in terms of timings. And it's also kind of coincidental to me that they also have the same 3-hour mark for the good ending.
Right.
It's like
These games are so different, but then they match up with
That's what's-
with some of those things,
yeah.
which is really odd.
You
And
guys
like,
are right about
it's
that.
like, how did that manage to happen?
it makes my brain weirdly happy.
Yeah, it's oddly satisfying that those two games line up like that, isn't it?
And especially for people like Haran and myself, where it's like, oh hey, look, our top 2 Metroid games are Dread and Super.
That's right.
So it's like, hey, look, you can draw even more parallels between them. Which, I mean, those, like, the ones about this, like, completion.
Guys,
time
lightning
and stuff.
armor just saved my life.
It did. You are at no health.
Please use lightning armor.
There was, I forget, it was a while back, and I didn't notice it, but there was one moment where, I think it was before Beam Burst or something,
Before Beam Burst?
where you like fell, like, or you got knocked back by an enemy or something, and you were like already putting on the lightning armor just before you fell into another one. And and it wouldn't.
I
Have
don't think I even noticed.
It wouldn't have.
It's subconscious at this
exactly, point. Exactly. Right. It wouldn't. Whatever you fell into wouldn't have killed you, but it was just like you'd done it like a couple frames before you made contact with it, and it was just like, damn. Right? It's like that is like looks like you practiced it, right? Like
So you can do some cool things with the spring ball in this game, where you can hop from pillar to pillar. Just saves a little bit of time. Feels really good. All right, here we go. Ambush time. Come here, come here.
No.
And then we
For
move back.
everyone, have you played Psychonauts and or Psychonauts 2? No spoilers on Psychonauts 2. Haven't played it yet. I have played the original. Fantastic game.
I sadly have not, but it's high on my priority list as far as 3D platformers go.
Same.
It is. There are 2 major inspirations for A Hat in Time, and that is Mario Sunshine, and then Psychonauts.
Well, that's nice.
You know, I never heard of that before, but A Hat in Time is a game that's very near and dear to my heart. I really love that game. It's very fun.
So I played A Hat in Time a little before I played Psychonauts, and I need you to understand, when I first played A Hat in Time, I'm like, yo, it's the 3D Mario game without Mario in it. And then I played Psychonauts, I'm like, oh,
No.
so this is like,
No.
just like A Hat in Time.
I was worried about that. But hey, we have checkpoints. It's Samus Returns.
Arguably, A Hat in Time in some ways is more like Psychonauts than it is like Mario. But, I mean, it does borrow structural elements with like the mission structure, and it has a moveset a little more like Mario.
Oh, can I
But
just mention
even
real
then-
quick, Corinne? Nice touch is that they made the checkpoint after you already get the Metroid out, so they thought ahead. You don't have to redo that part.
Yeah.
Just wanted to mention that.
Bizuk, whatever it's supposed to be pronounced as, says, "Wazza!"
I was no joke just trying to figure out how to pronounce that like to myself. I was like, I really don't want to try and say this person's name because I'm getting it wrong. But yes, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
What's that?
Bisuk.
It's suck. Bisuck.
Bisuk.
Oh gosh, guy, I'm not even gonna try.
Not by, hello.
Are we still alive?
2 missiles,
I
right?
live, bitch.
I don't have any missiles,
Yeah.
though. I'll be fine with Ice Beam. There we
Right, that was literally like 1 or 2 missiles.
go. Yeah, that's alright. We're almost done with Area 3, which is... I know 3 out of 8, it's like, gosh, this is going to be long. Well, things speed up pretty quickly after Area 3, I would say.
Area 3 is the longest one, right?
Area 3 takes the longest to
Yeah.
get through, by far.
And definitely also like physically the largest space, right? By far.
I think so. I think so. It's definitely up there. I'm not quite sure. We can look at the map, but
Yeah, no. It's the kind of thing where you look at the clock, it's just like, God, am I like over an hour and a half or
yeah, like
something?
God, do I
in
suck at Samus Returns? It's like
on
no,
Area
they're
3?
not
And then
quite
the game
even.
just steamrolls.
Yeah, it really does get faster. And I can do Area 7 real quick. I can do Area 6 real quick.
Oh yeah,
I might actually be better at the late game of Samus Returns than that.
I always recommend people play Psychonauts through Steam because the Xbox version's better than PS2. The PS4 version I've not heard much about, other than I just don't trust the PS4 version. Because PS4 versions of PS2 games tend to suck, and it might be the PS2 version, I'm not sure.
Oh, I see. It's not just a.
It's
I'm
like a bad
not very
emulation
familiar
thing?
with Psychonauts as a whole.
PS4 emulation of PS2 games tends to suck.
I heard about the Jack games. I heard about that catastrophe.
So I
PS4.
intrinsically was not trusting of Psychonauts being on PS4 as
Oh,
a
this
port.
looks innocent enough. Let's pull this.
Whereas the Steam version is basically like playing the Xbox version, but with modern PC.
Hi, Digger
feature.
Not.
So,
Hi. See, I talk to
Play
all the
the
bosses
Steam.
in this game like this. I'm sorry. Hi.
you either play Steam or you play the original Xbox version when it comes to Psychonauts.
Well, I sure hope that doesn't come back
What
to
about
bite
the
Samus in the butt.
GameCube version?
There isn't a GameCube version.
Oh, really? I thought there was.
Nope.
Probably. Let me check.
There isn't. They originally wasn't even going to be a PS2 version, but they were so financially strapped that they wanted to pull some extra sales by going to the most popular system, so they made a PS2 port.
You are low on this one.
I do not speak Spanish. Would I be correct in guessing that that would be tied to your username and how you pronounce it? Because I
Perhaps.
wouldn't know.
That might be the cause of the struggle.
I am not a Spanish speaker.
Was Alec?
No,
Probably not.
I don't think so. No.
Alec's been on quite a break.
Yeah, I might be wrong on this, but I think he said he needed to run, like, do an actual errand out of the house.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
he's going on an errand. He'll be back though. This is his biggest break.
No. I believe he'll be back. It's just, he
Yeah,
missed
no,
a
I
lot.
getcha.
So,
Can you
Cass,
say
We have to tell him that the
stream.
stream exploded
woo?
and my computer exploded.
Please no. No, I cannot say uwu.
Oh, you just did.
Oh yeah, no.
Lies.
Oh no, with her,
Slander.
Lorraine is
It's on
legally.
stream.
Lorraine is not legally allowed
In
to
print,
say
it's
Uwu.
libel.
I already did.
Did anybody get my J. Jonah reference?
Yeah, I did.
Yes.
Okay.
But no, Lorraine is legally not allowed to say Uwu.
I don't know
Give me
why. but I
audio
already
of
did.
Hareen uwu.
Because he's not.
Why am I not? Like, why me specifically?
Yeah, why, Ron? What's going on?
I don't know. I just
What?
heard this.
What, is it like a problem with how I said it
Ah!
would be sensual? Because I'm not
Kill him.
embarrassed.
I'm not embarrassed, you are.
I mean, you're the one who said you won't say it and then said it.
Hey, we're at 10 viewers. This is awesome.
Oh my god, double digits!
All right, Ron, it's time to recite all of Backstroke
We're
of the West by heart. Ready, go.
No, a la gold.
Time for
Everybody is good.
Do not want.
Oh, I love that do not want.
time to recite the entirety of that right now.
Odd two. Do you is
If
fucking.
fighting is sure to result in victory, you must fight. Sun Tzu said that.
There's
I
another.
think he knows a little bit more about fighting than you do, pal, because he invented it, and he perfected it so that no one man could best him in the Ring of Honor. That was Backstroke of the West, right?
Was?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't recognize it.
Oh, really? Let's meet the soldier.
Oh. That's why I was confused, because like I don't remember that in Backstroke of the West. Yeah, never mind. All right. I figured it out. My brain caught up.
Believe it or not, Psychonauts gets worse per PlayStation console.
Oh, that's sad.
That's really funny.
If the PS2 version is the best of the three, that's disturbing.
What?
I wonder if there's like a backwards compatibility
play it on
issue with
Xbox.
PS5. Like imagine the PS5 backwards compatibility just doesn't work properly for Psychonauts on PS4, so it gets even worse.
Right, and that's the thing, right? Like Lazy Clay, it didn't even hasn't even mentioned the running the PS4 version on PS5, and I would.
I'm curious if that's even worse than PS4. That would be really funny.
That would be actually really fun.
And I can also see a universe in which it somehow gets better. I can conceive of a universe in which somehow the PS5 version plays better than the PS4. For
It somehow
some,
brings it all together.
right, for some random nonsensical reason.
Yeah.
It actually introduces a new sequence breaking trick that saves time over every version, so it's now the speedrunning de facto.
There are plenty of games that do that. There are plenty.
Back on Backstroke of the West. You want to know what's like the best line from that?
What?
When Anakin like originally says, please help me save Padme's life. He says, only guarantee my cuckoldry the safety.
Oh, right! God. Yikes. Yikes.
I still love that the subplot of Backstroke of the West is just confirmed multiple times in the dub that Anakin got cooked.
Yes.
Like that's
It's in the
just-
script.
I
It's in
Multiple times.
Obi-Wan.
the script.
Like, we joked about it when we were watching it early on when some lines were, like, suggesting it, and then it just said it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I genuinely couldn't believe it was overt, because I was just, like, joking about reading into it too much, you know? It's like, wait, it just is.
No,
Wait.
it's unapologetic about it, right?
This is not this is just text now. This isn't subtext.
This is why Anakin went to the dark side.
No, bitches.
Subtext, more like bottom text.
Yeah, that's just what I always say from now
More
on.
like beta
Whenever
text.
Whenever like something in a story is like obvious, like this isn't even subtext. This is just bottom text.
Beta testers.
People like, what do you mean Ocarina of Time has this dark theme with the Shadow Temple and Torture Chamber? Like, this isn't even subtext. They just say that.
I remember, I think it was, God, what's his name? Aaron Signal. Guy Friday really likes, when talking about GTA 5, said, this isn't even subtext, this is just plain text.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, Lazy Clay Gamer. Yeah.
But I'm going with bottom text. This is not subtext, this is bottom text. Like when something in a story is just that too obvious.
I like
tries to be
IPG.
subtle.
Tangential to the thing with Psychonauts, I guess. I do like that there was a time where you were like really on the fence of like, yeah, I think I should get a PS4 when Spider-Man was a thing, and then the PS5 was enough backwards compatibility. Like, I think I should wait. I don't know.
Yep.
And then like Sony started releasing all their games on PC. It's like, okay, maybe just not getting a PlayStation.
Yeah, well, as soon as they confirmed Spider-Man was coming to PC, I was like, all right, getting that upgraded PC. I have no reason to consider the PS5.
And it's also really funny because he had bought.
Oh yeah, tell him,
He
Tommy. Yeah,
he
yeah.
bought Miles Morales for PS5 in
remember
anticipation of eventually.
That's how
getting
close
the
I was
PS5
to getting
itself.
the PS5. That's how close.
Dude.
And then he discovered, right, that all like the porting was happening, and he had no reason, and so he ended up giving it to me for my birthday as a gift.
I did.
Because I didn't have
I
Miles
regifted.
Morales.
I have to admit, I regifted.
I like
The PS5 version has to be better than what I played on PS4.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Any of you guys
the
like
version is really unstable. I really liked the game, but oh god.
any of you guys in any other situations just like bought a game in anticipation before getting the console it was
No.
on?
I guess Xenoblade Chronicles 3D, I guess, because I held off and then
I
got
did
Definitive
that
Edition.
I did that with Breath of the Wild on Switch and Metal Gear Solid 4.
Oh yeah! Do you remember because of Switch sales shortages that at launch Breath of the Wild outsold the Switch? The Switch
Oh
copy.
yeah, no.
Are you
That's
are you
right.
serious?
The
I got-
Switch
so-
copy outsold
So
the
here's
Switch
what I did.
itself.
Here's actually what I
think
did
there's a
with
chance
Breath
the
of
Wii U version also
I
outsold
got-
the Switch console because it was on shortage, right?
That is so
I
funny.
don't think it was quite like
So-
that.
Not quite
guys,
that
here's-
low.
Here's my story, real quick.
But yeah.
So
Okay, I'm listening, Ron.
on like the day after, I think it was the day after launch day for Breath of the Wild, I got a copy of the Switch game, and I could not, and I did this thinking I would get a Switch soon. I couldn't find one anywhere, and then I decided, you know what? How about we get the game on Wii U in case we like do not find a Switch today, and we didn't find a Switch. I didn't get one until the next month.
There you go.
Oh my god. The Switch, I just find it so funny. People wanted Breath of the Wild so bad that they bought the game before they got the console in
Oh, yeah.
such large numbers.
In
that
large
it didn't
numbers,
work.
yeah.
Why? Because
But yeah, the other
it
Other game I
outselling
did
it.
that with was Metal Gear Solid 4.
Yes! I waited for the counter.
I bought that game before buying a PS3.
I'm gonna be honest, this Metroid, wait, which stage is this again? I forget.
Is it the third one? Because that's Zeta. We're on the second phase. Cause
The
that's,
spider one.
Gamma.
Gamma, that's right, the Gammas. The Gammas are my least favorite to fight in this game, I will say. But I still like them. I just prefer fighting the other three.
I can understand that.
And with
They're
that,
kind of
Area
like-
3 is done.
They're kind of just like beefier alphas.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't they get rid of the electric whip? Like, they charge themselves, but, like,
Yes.
in Metroid 2, they had, like, an electric whip attack.
Yeah, I found it kind of annoying thanks to the small screen space in that game.
Yeah, I liked it in an AM2R, but obviously
Okay.
that game changed the controls and screen space, so...
Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, obviously they reinterpreted it because they made the Metroids electric. Although I think that was just something about the Gammas originally, not all of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think. Which is weird that they just temporarily get electric powers.
I know, right? Just for a bit.
And Samus Returns was like, okay, maybe not just them. Because I believe the alphas do too. In this game.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna use a secret elevator we've never used. I love my routing of Samus Returns. You should really try routing this game sometime, Harin.
I want to go for a good ending in all of the 2D Metroids. So
okay.
I
So starting with
not
Zero
probably
Mission?
have to.
You know, I haven't looked
I did it with Zero Mission.
routing in
like,
this game
a
either,
few
but
days ago.
I want to. It looks
So.
fun.
Yeah, you should. Oops. I keep doing that.
AM2R is interesting because I think it's beefier than both Fusion and Zero Mission, but I
Mhm.
think it still has the same 2-hour limit. So that I feel like AM2R would take a decent amount of effort to get that sub 2 hours. And I think
Yeah,
it
I think
also
you're right.
has the it might also have the under 2 hours 100% ending like the GBA games do. Which, oh boy, that's hard. One day, getting the best endings in the GBA Metroids is on that pipeline. That's a...
Well, you heard it here
That's
first.
tough.
It's in writing.
It's in
Or,
writing?
Not right. What am I
Excuse
saying?
me. I resent that. When it's spoken, it's slander.
All right, I walked right into that one. Whoops.
Letter is spoken. In print, it's level.
In print, it's liable. All right, folks.
Nice.
We're on to Area 4.
IKG, are you rushing or are you dragging?
Russian.
If I ever meet you IRL, I'm going to just do that.
I'm okay with that.
I need to sit down and
You are?
make IKG watch
Yes.
everything I've seen.
That would be funny, actually,
Hasn't.
Ron.
What?
I need to sit down and make IKG watch everything I've seen that he hasn't that features J.K. Simmons.
There's a lot,
Yeah.
but I should. I love J.K. Simmons.
It's possible. I'm not sure if it's true because you watch more stuff in general than I do, but it might be possible that I've seen more J.K. Simmons material than you. And if
It
that's
is
the
possible.
case-
It is possible. We could check.
and
We
if
could
that's
fact
the
check
case,
that.
that's a crime because you are a huge fan of J.K. Simmons.
He's literally my top 10 actors of all time. That's a list. All right,
It's
Area
your
4.
entire list.
Oh, my entire list? Yeah, all 10.
Yes.
All 10. J.K. Simmons.
Every entry.
Parker.
Honestly, biggest sin of Gravity Falls is having J.K. Simmons only on there for half a season.
Aw. Half a season.
He's fucking fantastic when he is there. I have an issue. The only major issue I have with Gravity Falls is that the second season feels rushed, where the mid-season finale feels like it should be a season finale.
I always do this in the wrong order.
And then
My
the
bad.
second half of
Excuse
season
me.
2 should be its own season.
Oh, no Aeon for me.
I do adore Gravity Falls, though.
Gravity Falls.
I've heard good things.
A really nice show.
Oh, you've seen it too, Tommy?
Oh yes.
I have not, sadly. I haven't
Have
seen
you
a lot
seen-
of cartoon shows, but I want to see more.
Have you seen Amphibia? Or we talked about this. Wait, yeah, Amphibian Owl House.
Yes, hooray!
That's
That was
literally like
me.
one of the first conversations we had. That's right.
Yes, that was the very first conversation we ever had together on Discord. We were
Okay, so
ranting
we're
about.
going through this Metroid event. Oh, hey, so how about Amphibian Owl House? Oh my god.
Yes,
Wow, such irresponsible members.
that was right. That was literally within 10 seconds of us
Well, yeah,
both
'cause I was
joining
just
the
like,
call.
Yeah, so I was just watching Owl House with my sister or something. Or
Yes, I
Amphibia.
usually don't get that
And
smoothly.
we're like, oh my
Nice.
god.
That was so funny.
that was funny. But no, oh god, those shows are great.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of current cartoons, but like I used to watch more.
Me too.
All I can
I still
say
need to
is
see
if
Sonic
you-
Prime, actually. The episodes,
yeah,
few
I need to
episodes
see that
released.
too.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 8 episodes per season.
I heard
season
good
one's out.
things. I heard good things.
Alec did fine, Zach.
How bad did Alec do?
No, Alec did not just fine. He did really well. He was a little shaky at the start, but he then outperformed himself like several times over after that. He did great. And I would say I haven't
Still
really been.
not better than mine.
I haven't really been
PC
like.
has had more trouble than you.
Yeah. Well,
Right?
well, at least it was one big bang, which I guess is better than a ton of like drops or anything. You know. So, I feel good about my playthrough. I think this is one of my best for sure. I don't know if it's the fastest, but I think it's going well.
I suppose we'll find out.
We will find out at the end. I'm having fun.
Um,
I love this game.
but
Oh, this
yeah,
was the room, right?
I will say, if you are a fan of Gravity Falls at all, please watch those two shows, Amphibia and Owl House.
Oh my gosh.
They are.
I hear
both
they're
of them
really
have
good.
Both of them have involvement from Alex Hirsch himself, but are also directed by writers from Gravity Falls.
Oh, that's cool.
So like,
It's incredible to see the overlap in the direction or like the teams behind it. Like they're totally different shows, but you see a lot of the influence.
and you can see
the
like,
shared
writers
influence
who
between
work
them.
on certain episodes of Gravity Falls and how that carries over into their shows.
It's so
You know?
cool.
Something
Like-
you will notice about my play. I'll just quickly say this.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
Something you'll notice about my playing is that I don't really use the melee counter much by the time you end Area 3, but especially when you get to space or at the start of Area 4. I still like to use it, but you don't need to rely on it as much.
You can kind of just shred enemies by that point.
Yeah, which is
Yeah.
nice. It's a good power increase.
And contrary for me in Dread, when we get to it,
Mhm.
I think I end up using melee counter as a movement option more than I do a combat option.
That's interesting. Well, you're just that good. I like
The
that.
the melee counter also just because the dash counter does more damage when you get suit upgrades, it just remains
Oh, wait,
relevant.
no, I remember this.
It does. It's really cool. And it even gets a nice visual upgrade.
I
Red
don't
would
think
call
I
it a
quite
rep
got that.
upgrade.
Whoops. There we go.
Do you know the episode, Gravity Falls, the mini golf episode, right?
Oh yes.
You know, remember the skit with what was his name? Like Big Tony or something? Not Big Tony. I forgot the character's name. The little golf ball guy in the mine, the big one.
Yeah.
That skit was so fucking dark.
Dude, oh
and
my
it's
gosh.
played for laughs.
Right? And there's a lot of that humor in
And he wrote Amphibia.
right. Right.
Diverse.
And
And
you
then-
get that in Amphibia.
Exactly.
Holy
Right.
shit.
It was a premonition for what was to come. And you're just like, "Oh my god, wait a minute."
Also, the little girl in that character in that skit was named Polly.
Oh, really? I didn't remember that.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
She's a little pink ball because she's a golf ball.
Foreshadowing several parallel universes ahead of the rest of you.
I don't know how much of that's a coincidence, given she's a little pink ball named Polly.
Right, but it's like, that is one of those too
I'm
good to
sorry,
be
I
true
can only
moments.
think of Kirby when you say that.
No, but yeah, in
I can
Amphibia,
see
one
it.
of the main characters, Polly, she's a tadpole. She's.
Oh, I think
pink,
I've seen her
purple,
character design
circular,
then.
yeah, she's
Okay.
got a nice bow.
She's literally a sphere with a tail and a bow.
Right.
But also, Lazy Clay. Lazy Clay is a fellow Owl House aficionado. We rep that show. That show is fantastic.
Owl House is great. Okay. So my favorite is Gravity Falls, at least partially because of nostalgia. I grew up with that, and that is my childhood, and I adore it.
It's hard
But
to
Amphibia,
break that.
I adore Amphibia. I actually have less critiques for Amphibia than either of those other two shows. I just don't have much to complain about with it.
Don't hide.
I have a few issues with Owl House, namely, I think Season 1, it was still trying to find its footing a bit. It wasn't bad, but I think its structure didn't quite know where it wanted to go. But I've been so impressed with what Owl House has been doing with its cancellation, because, like, I felt like Gravity Falls was rushed, with its Season 2 and didn't have enough development, and I was really worried Owl House, was gonna have a similar issue because of its cancellation. And they have been fucking killing it with their abridged Season 3. It doesn't feel rushed. Like, you can tell it was shorter than they wanted it to be. But the plot beats are hitting exactly as they should be, and it doesn't feel like they're just skimming through it to get to the point.
Yeah,
I'm really impressed.
That's a discussion I had both with Haraim before and also one of my friends from college. But right, they do so well of trimming out a lot of not fluff that you might see in larger episodes, but they really do just condense it down into one episode, right? It's an arc an episode almost. And it's done so well that you almost barely notice, right? That like, oh yeah, like look, I was supposed to have more
Sorry.
episodes in between here.
I'm just laughing at how I just shredded it with Beam Burst into point blank range.
It got destroyed.
Yes.
But yeah, the unfortunate cancellation of Owl House's full Season 3 has definitely been handled super well by the team, and it's
Bot's
great
back.
Oh, he is?
Someone can take care of that.
What?
Sally.
69 instead of 84 or whatever?
No, that one was 69 before as well.
Oh, so we just got a new... Why would you come back?
Damn. They're
That's
desperate.
why.
Yeah, I've dealt with it.
Thank you. Zach thought that was funny. Also, hi Zach, thanks for joining.
Yeah, he was here before with the comment on Alec. So did he
Anyway-
suck?
Oh, yeah, I know, I
anyway we
just
could
forgot to say
like,
hi.
Any way we can like ban the bot, like outright?
Well, I keep hiding it, but I don't think I can just straight up...
I think you can put it in timeout and you can hide it. I wonder if IKG is the only one who can ban it.
I can
because it's a
definitely
scam.
ban it, but I'd have to completely stop what I'm doing right
Oh
now.
yeah, no, that's fine.
We'll see, but
We can keep timing it out if we need to.
yeah, we'll keep tabs on it and see how it goes.
So
Also
far it's
keep
been fine.
reporting it.
Right.
Yeah, you guys are doing everything you can. So there's a pretty complicated underground puzzle here before you get to area, the next section of Area 4, to get a, to get to Area 5, to get an E-tank. An energy tank. I am gonna do that later, but we're still in Area 4. We are actually making our way to Diggernaut. Now what's interesting, or the Diggernaut escape sequence, I should say.
Yeah.
Now the interesting... Oh, I went the wrong way. Whoops, I'm going back down that elevator. But, this gives me some time to mention. So, Area 4 is kind of weird, right? So, I like it, but it's a bit strange. You have some important items, there's some Metroids, there's a whole crystal mining excavation center of SR388 here, but a lot of it is still in the purpley underground area, and that's because a large section of the area is reserved for this boss, this running encounter. Now, if you're doing items, you're going to want to go through it later and get items, but We're not going to do that. So we're only going to run through it because it's any percent, and we're trying to get the best ending. So, yeah.
I also find it really cool how this is one of the only encounters of its kind in really the Metroid franchise the Metroid franchise as a whole.
Absolutely.
It's right. It's very similar to or escape sequences in Ori, right? Like that game is known for them, and to see one here, it fits really nicely, and it's done very well.
It feels like it's equivalent to the previous Metroid game's escape sequence, but ironically, the thing it's closest to in the Metroid series for me is actually the AM2R explosion scenario.
Oh yeah, which was an original idea that Milton had concocted for that game too.
Also its own kind of escape sequence.
Right. Oh, for sure.
I also love, I guess, minor spoiler if people haven't played it, but you can't actually technically win it. You always get caught in the blast at the end.
Of AM2R, yeah.
Yeah, like, they made those doors excruciatingly slow to open. Like, the first way through, it's like, why are these so slow? And then the escape sequence happens, like, oh god, and you get there, like, oh, wait!
So, again, we were talking about scripted sections in Zero Mission and Samus Returns, and that's a great example of one in AM2R, I think.
Like, that section is so memorable. I also, that said, adore the Diggernaut tricks, of course, and I do really like how, like, you need to be, like, on point with your movement. Because, like, every single thing you do, just a little bit of a mistake can get you killed. It's forgiving with the checkpoints, but, like, efficient movement is really important, and they give you a lot of ability to do it really cleanly, with, like, especially the grapple placements.
Right.
And yeah, I think is it Zach in chat?
Yeah.
But he mentioned that this did happen. Right, one of the developers on the team behind AM2R went on to help.
Well, Dr. M64 himself.
The only developer.
Yeah. We know that. We were talking about that earlier on the stream.
So it's so fun to see that, right? Like, you go from making this awesome fan game that's, that's like brought to universal acclaim by the fans of the series,
right?
And then you get to like use those talents that you developed there on.
That's the dream.
I mean, game.
Talk about. I mean, I'm sure he had much more than that, but like, talk about a resume.
Right.
Oh, yeah, like if you don't know,
the sole developer of AM2R,
Dr. M64, in the development of AM2R, which took him like 10 years thereabouts,
right?
He actually had a lot of life trouble come indirectly from that process. He used to have a audio studio that he ran. That was his profession, and that company went down, and he had instability with his living condition, and his relationship went in the drain.
It's horrible.
During the creation of AM2R. So, and AM2R didn't make him a dime because it's, a fan remake, right?
Right.
So, like, he actually was having some really noteworthy struggles as a result of AM2R, so it's really nice to see that it ended up with him getting a job working on a really significant title using those skills and passions he had from AM2R.
That's such a great thing.
It's really nice to see that.
Hey, Alec, are you back?
Yeah.
Is that you?
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Thank you. How far are you?
I am in Area 4, escaping Diggernaut.
Oh, did you see the red-eyed monster?
I sure did.
Uh,
Very spooky. I wonder what that could mean in a future Metroid 5 game.
Tee-hee-hee.
Yeah, I've gotten so good at this escape sequence, I can almost outrun him. But this part always gets me a little nervous. Okay. We're good.
FYI, Alec, the stream crashed earlier.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
and tell him how it did.
There is
The
a link.
SAX came to IKG's house and cut his power.
So,
That was it.
so my computer actually blue screened. This computer never did that before. But everything's fine. We're just on part 2 now, as you see on the title. But yeah. No, we've been fine. We were having good... Oh, we're at 13 viewers now. This is awesome.
That too.
Thank you guys for being here and watching us do this relay. We really appreciate your support. It's awesome to
Thank you.
see. And
You
feel
see
free
the
to
chat have-
feel free to interact with us in the chat too.
A nice little touch about the ending of the Diggernaut escape.
Mhm.
It ends with an open area. It's like, oh, this area is like, empty. It's so much easier to platform through here. I can get so much ground. But because it's so empty, there's less resistance on his drill, so he moves it faster towards you. It's like, wait!
Yeah,
and then there's nowhere to go. It's like, ah!
I love that
So
touch
you go
too.
you go through the emotions of like, yeah, we're good. Wait, he's coming fast. Wait, we're dead. And then relief of, oh.
It's a roller coaster. It's a lot.
That's a great ending. I really like that touch.
Absolutely. Talk about fun little sections to try and play fast too. To playing that really proficiently is fun because you can kind of get Diggernaut off screen, which makes you feel a little more at ease, I find.
Yeah.
So.
He's there, but he can't even see me right now. I'm good. I'm chilling.
Right, it gives you that like security. Like if I make a small mistake, I can still recover. And you
And then
can.
they put a ton of those spots in the Emmy zones.
Zach is right. Mercury Steam is very base. They sure
Oh
are.
my god.
They're on
Yeah.
cocaine.
No, what?
I
know,
don't
yeah,
know if you were
the
there for that
super missile.
conversation.
Probably not.
Friday looked into it. Something about the history of the term based being related to being on cocaine, apparently.
Whoa.
That's news to me.
So Mercury Steam is based on what?
Cocaine, obviously.
Apparently it is cocaine. What the heck? I never knew that.
Wow.
I didn't until like a week ago or something, and Friday looked it up. He's like, apparently it's refers to being on
Oh yeah,
cocaine.
here's a good trick.
Metroid Angel
Spend one to get one.
Dust
Forever.
Is that going to be
Forever.
Metroid 6? Metroid Angel Dust. Yeah.
Angel Dust from
Go.
Has-Been Hotel?
Oh my
Ah,
gosh.
one of my favorite characters.
Yes.
Angel Dust is a mood.
That is very queer of you, let's just say, Alex.
This new
Not just
Metroid
liking
game's
Angel
gonna.
Dust, but
I
that
know
Angel
This
it's
new
Dust is a
Metroid game
book.
is gonna be
Oh,
progressive.
what can you do, my
Hey.
feminine fellow?
Like,
I can suck your dick.
Okay, guess we're finishing that.
All right, so with this section, it's pretty much another lava area that you have to spend your super missiles on this time. And super missiles make the Metroid fights even more fun because you can really get through them quick. What I'm doing is I'm unlocking all the areas first. It's technically a little slower than going to the area where the Metroid is first, but I find this more comfortable personally. It just
So we
makes
can
the fight
see
cleaner.
this game?
A little bit, in terms of where the Metroids show up. That's about it.
Okay.
Max says Tony Montana is incredibly based. Then.
Yeah. He got high on his own supply, alright.
I don't know why, but that just reminded me of what happened last night with, what's his name?
Andrew Tate.
No. It was the, I mean, the sex trafficker, but,
Isn't that Andrew Tate?
Yeah, that's
is it Andrew Tate? I
That's
thought
Yes.
him.
Yes.
Why did I think
That's
that wasn't
him.
his name? God damn it. Anyway, yeah, Andrew Tate.
Yeah.
Pizzagate 2 happened last night.
Dude, I literally, I cannot believe that a pizza, that is literally something from a movie.
I know.
That is a movie scenario that literally just happened in real life.
All Greta did is just call him out and just like, okay, you have a small penis, basically. And he lost his shit and self-reported and got arrested.
And meanwhile,
That's so
I think the
funny.
funniest thing is, like, with that beard and bald head of his, he looked like John Cryer Lex Luthor from Supergirl. I'm like,
That is perfect. I love that.
It's so fitting that she was basically just called him out for, like, yeah, you have a small dick. And he just couldn't handle it. He had to make a response to it. He was literally tilted by just random girl he insulted unprovoked on the internet going, okay, you have a small penis though. And he's like, "Ah." And then he's
It's like-
arrested.
It's
What?
like I remember seeing someone on Twitter saying that it's like when a girl gives you a fake phone number when you ask her for a number. It's because she's not interested.
yeah.
Like, oh my god. Oh, that was so fun.
Boom. 2 cycled.
Solid.
2 cycled.
Nice.
That was so funny seeing that. I could not believe.
I
what
still
was
can't
reading.
really believe that it's real. Like, I'm still kind of
Like,
struggling to...
It's not. I mean,
Believe it.
like the act. What he got arrested for isn't
yeah,
funny, but the
I mean,
way
the
the way
pizza box.
the way he got caught was funny.
Wait, so
I'm
how did
a
the pizza
little
box
alarmed
factor
by
into it
this
again?
Human
Because it-
trafficking,
well, it-
like
It's the
allegation.
pizza place he went to, and because they knew what pizza place he went to, they knew where he was.
All right.
Yeah, they were like
He doxed himself.
he had been under investigation or like for some time. I don't know how long
Right.
it was. But then he made this stupid video with this pizza box in plain view right in front of him on the table, and it's this random brand that you've never heard of in your life because it's some like local pizzeria or something, right? And within minutes it's like, okay, we know he's in like a
Oh my god.
like a
You
right like
know
a
why
10-minute
he picked
radius
that?
of this.
You know why he picked that pizza specifically?
Why?
Because the box wasn't recycled.
Oh my
That
god.
was the reason. He picked
Yeah.
it specifically for the box not being recycled. And that box got him arrested.
Yeah.
What a
Play stupid
dumbass.
games, win stupid prizes. But I'm
Ooh.
just wondering, it's with the arrest, does that mean they have enough evidence to convict him, or if there's just like, I don't know how that works
I
with
agree, Lisa.
Romanian like law. So I'm just really alarmed. Like he's a piece of shit, but I didn't think he was that much of a piece of shit. I'm like, holy crap.
He is so stupid for somebody who has been getting away with what he's been doing for as long as he is.
Yeah, allegedly. I don't know if he's guilty or not, but
He's at
Holy
least guilty of something if he's been evading the police this hard.
oh my god.
True.
This is a very large deviation from the current topic. However,
Yeah.
Lazy Clay Gamer points out a rather interesting opinion in that they believe that ideas, for the most part, in terms of story or video games, tend to not matter as much as the execution of those ideas in the final product.
I agree with that.
I agree
I
with
think
that too,
most people
actually.
agree with that. So.
Intentions don't build bridges.
I think it's
know.
very easy. It's very easy to have an enjoyable experience from an idea that is just executed well, right? Something that is executed well.
Yeah.
And then you really get those, not always, obviously, but you get a lot of standout moments where you then combine a more original or a new idea with that very good execution.
I've definitely had games be ruined for me by lacking of an interesting vision, but like games with interesting visions easily crumble just because they're not polished and never actually see it through. Like an interesting vision doesn't matter that much if you don't actually have that.
This
vision
is one
come
of the
through.
reasons I really love Mario & Luigi Paper Jam, because despite it failing to capitalize on its like premise, it's such a polished, enjoyable experience with what they did do that I'm happy to just take what they got instead of what I didn't get, if that makes sense.
No, I get it. I mean, Mario & Luigi Paper Jam, as much as I'm mixed on it, still has probably just the best gameplay.
The best
foundation
gameplay in
of
the
entire
series. Yeah, that's
So,
got to
like-
count for something.
Like, that matters, you know?
Was this a Zeta Metroid or Omega?
Zeta.
Okay.
Here we are.
There's like 3 or 4 Omegas in the game.
Yes.
And only one of them has like the harder, like mossy looking skin thing.
Right. That's the last one, yeah.
Yeah,
Wait,
Zach,
they openly discussed that, Zach? I had no idea. Like, I don't follow that son of a bitch.
I don't
But-
either, but
Holy shit, that... The fuck is wrong with some people?
I just don't know how he's that stupid.
Wow.
right, this is, it's absolutely great that he's been caught, but really it's like, if you're doing it, and right, you haven't been caught for so long, why are you talking about it? Like, that is just the most stupid thing
Oh, I
ever.
mean,
Like, it's horrible. It's disgusting.
His
A lot of,
stupidity
unfortunately,
is to
it
our
happens
benefit,
in a
at
lot
least.
of places with too many people. But if this guy is one of them, how is he so stupid to talk about it openly?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, I mean,
what?
Thank God he's stupid. 'Cause
Well,
he-
yeah.
Exactly.
Like, thankfully he is, because it means he's not able to keep doing it. Ideally, hopefully, even though he has the law enforcement in his pocket. But, you know.
Ah, I figured out the issue. I actually skipped a Metroid by accident, but it's okay. It's on the way where I'm going. I was like, why don't I have all three of them yet?
Ugh. You know
Sequence
what doesn't
break.
have? You know what it doesn't have? Sex trafficking and getting yourself arrested with pictures of pizza boxes? Samus Returns! Oh my god!
Yay!
Yeah,
I love
exactly.
Samus
Yeah, wow,
Returns.
something actually enjoyable. Crazy.
Let's talk more about Samus Returns. Alec, you haven't been here when we were discussing our in-depth thoughts about the game. Do you want to share your thoughts on Samus Returns?
I'm sorry, did you say something?
Yeah, do you want to share your in-depth thoughts on Samus Returns like the rest of us did?
Sure. Samus Returns, like, initially I didn't really care for it because I couldn't really, I didn't really understand countering. I didn't even really finish it, but then I went back to it, and the old save file, finished the game, and just, like, with a newfound respect for it, but, I've always liked it more than Zero Mission on the basis that the baby Metroid makes, backtracking isn't nearly as bad as, the gravity suit and power bomb backtracking. So
It definitely has the same problem, but it is significantly better executed, so that it really just doesn't kill the pacing nearly in the same way.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it does have the upside of making the baby Metroid have a bit more of a time you can spend with it.
Mm-hmm.
Which ties into, that helps tie into its death in Super, all the way down the line.
Yeah.
The baby.
Spoiler! No, okay.
And then other M, yeah. The baby.
Oh,
the
I
baby,
feel
the
like,
baby, the baby.
it's like Zero Mission. I think it's like a really good 8 out of 10 kind of game.
That's pretty much where I would put it, yeah. I'm with you.
It's a great game. People kind of diss it a little harder than it deserves.
Oh, definitely. Especially I think it was just like a YouTuber with a British accent that kind of was the arbiter for this. I mean, I'm sure there were always people who felt this way, but they had someone to really sing not as many praises as people have been initially. Beforehand, it's just it was damn good. Not as good as AM2R, but most people really liked it.
I have a feeling they put this Metroid here just to show you how powerful the super missiles are, and I kind of love it for that.
Yeah.
I feel like that was very deliberate.
That's an interesting point, right? Because now you have plenty of super missiles, and you're just like, "Aight, you're gone. Goodbye."
Mm-hmm.
What's it called? It is worth noting that both the original Game Boy game and AM2R have late game appearances of alphas.
Yes, I know.
So that is definitely inherited, but it could still... And it's interesting, because it also just works better in both of those titles because of the fact that there's more growth. So it's more obvious how much stronger you've gotten against them. I do like the subtle detail, though, that it kind of implies that it's not just video gamey, you just experience tougher ones as you get deeper. It makes sense for there to be tougher ones as you get deeper, because it's closer to their nest, and therefore is places where they've been longer.
Yeah.
So they've had time to evolve, or, not evolve, but metamorphize, whatever.
Yeah.
But, not literally every one of them would, right? But I do appreciate, though. AM2R says, okay, so, we're giving you alphas in the late game, and that's a little... By definition, that's not very tough. So they compromise it by, making it so you get swarmed by alphas once or twice. It's okay, that's neat.
I did like that in AM2R. I mean, it does complement the way that Milton designed them to approach you, which is nice.
So it's definitely okay,
I
so
like
we're
you
gonna
doing
have
this.
late game alpha, but now there's a bunch
There
of
we
them.
go.
Oh no!
Right, it's there's totally a morph ball tunnel there. Just couldn't find it for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Bomb.
Bombs? Rope? Lamp oil? You want it?
You want
It's
it?
yours, my friend. As long as you have enough Metroids. I mean, what?
As long
All
as you
right,
have
time to
enough
convince
whoopee
Lazy
cushions.
Clay Gamer eventually one day, as soon as I figure it out, a situation where those features would be good inclusions. You're just gonna need to give me time, a lot of it, conveniently more than this stream would last, but time.
Time.
No, I generally don't like things like.
They're yours, my friend. As long as you have enough Bitcoin.
Oh, no!
As long as your NFT collection is large enough.
Sorry, Link. I don't give social credit.
I only take Republic Dactaries. No? Nobody? Phantom Menace?
I mean, I was joking about.
we were
the
talking about it
CCP, but,
earlier.
You know.
Oh, man. The one time I tried to be the Star Wars guy. It backfired.
Oh my god. It's definitely not on screen anymore, but oh my god, Phazon things in the background.
Dun, dun, dun!
Dun 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 dun.
I thought
Phazon
Phase
doesn't
was
exist
destroyed.
in this universe. Haha.
Well, it looks like Samus Returns is a 0 out of 10.
That's
I
okay.
don't-
We blow up this planet anyway.
Yeah.
Spoiler alert.
I had a friend who was like,
I, for the longest time, thought, well, SR388 will always be okay, and then it's like,
Boom.
Dread. I mean, Fusion.
Fusion.
Fusion, yeah. But see, when I
It's
played,
so
but I
funny.
didn't beat Fusion until I was much older, even though I played it first, so I
There's
didn't
not
know.
a single location you go to in a 2D Metroid game that doesn't get blown up.
I really thought ZDR had a shot. I really did.
I mean, blown up.
sorry, X-Parasites, that means...
I mean, it's fair. We had to get rid of it because of that.
Like Metroid
Yeah.
1 and 2, you don't blow up the planet, but then
Well,
you do
that's
in
because
Super and
Samus was
Fusion.
weak, you know? Now that she's
Heck,
stronger, she can destroy shit.
Zach asks, how much will you do for Trump trading cards?
All right, let's avoid
We're not gonna
politics.
go
Let's
political
avoid
with
all
this.
that.
Okay.
I suppose Trump trading cards aren't political per se, but
Yeah, he's
You know.
like
But
a
they are.
kind of memeable figure at this
well,
point.
okay, the trading cards themselves are very political.
How much?
Actually, yeah.
How much? Like, how self-centered can you be where you sell trading cards of yourself? Usually, a company does that for you, and you get
Might
some
be stolen
royalties.
images.
But,
But now we're doing exactly what we said we shouldn't do.
That's
I'm
not-
being
alright.
smart.
How about
So-
instead we talk about how Samus has canonically destroyed more planets than the Death Star?
yeah.
Its kill count is 2.
Uh,
Samus's kill count is 4 or
Yeah,
5.
Is that
Avoid talking about
is
one
that
thing
factoring
that-
in Rogue One?
We can avoid talking about one thing that has the potential of killing the planet to talk about something that's killed many
Also, there's
planets.
a technical exception with the place that gets destroyed at the beginning of Rogue One is a moon. Technically.
Yeah.
Yes, I did not count Scarif, but Samus has still destroyed more planets than the Death Star, which is kind of funny.
Planets and a moon. Right?
Yeah.
Right. All right. Quick question: which Metroid game? Okay, which game that you played has your favorite sense of humor? Good question.
I mean, the Platinum games in general, especially the Bayonetta games, I would say.
I would say Ratchet and Clank up your arsenal is like my sense of humor.
Yeah.
Much as I
Raunchy,
adore TFT's
very...
sense of humor, a lot of it's not in the game, so that might be cheating, but the game still has so many fucking hilarious voice lines in it.
What about you know what would be a pretty big contender for me? Thousand Year Door.
Oh, Thousand Year Door is
Door
hilarious.
so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although in
In
a
fact-
lot of ways, Super's debatably more funny.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't remember.
Super is so
Thousand Year
funny.
Door always kind of felt like something the pre-movie SpongeBob writers could write, like humor-wise. I don't know what it is, but I've always
You know what
gotten
they
it.
say about assumptions.
Yeah.
Wait, ooh, I know this is cheating off the Family Guy video game. Just
Also,
the
but you know what
entirety of
game's
it.
also really funny? Color Splash.
Oh, don't
Oh
spoil
yeah,
it.
I heard about that. But
So's
yeah,
Origami
no.
King, but Color Splash, Jesus. It
Yeah,
just
no,
keeps going.
Up Your Arsenal is definitely like a contender for me.
Hey,
Like,
what?
Up Your Arsenal and Thousand Year Door are like.
It's interesting that you stop every time after the Mother Brain fight, because I consider the Chizodia cell section to be the best part of the game. So, Psychonauts is so funny! Oh my god!
Yeah.
It's okay.
heard.
I couldn't really get into it.
There's more hilarious bullshit in the Milkman conspiracy than there is in almost entire games that call themselves funny. Oh my god.
Hey, which Metroid game has your favorite sense of humor? I'm gonna go with Super for Crogmire. That ending.
Crogmire.
Crocomire,
Calling
dude.
that humor?
I would call that frightening. I don't think that's supposed to be funny at all. Oh god.
I think
That's a gruesome
fucking
death.
disturbing.
I thought it,
That'd be
I
like
thought it
saying
was
that
pretty
Emmy
funny.
killing Samus is funny. I'm like, I don't think so. I don't know.
Oh, that's not. I mean, the thing about Crocodile, you know, is like, I'm still alive and scary, but then I collapse into a bunch of bones. That's the part that's funny.
You know what?
I can see your
mean,
interpretation,
I get what you're
but-
saying, but it's worth noting that the thing is literally still alive after you melted its bones off in front of it.
Hey, it fucked around and found out.
Honestly though, Symphony of the Night.
Symphony of the Night
Good old
is
Symphony of the
actually
Night.
really funny.
Symphony of the Night and Mega Man X4. Those are also some of the funniest games I've played.
Oh, Mega Man 8 is funnier than X4.
I think Mega Man 8's funnier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least I enjoy it more. I openly enjoy Mega Man 8's story more, and its voice acting.
What's
I don't know if I
what's
feel
the
that way,
funniest
but I-
Mario and Luigi game? Is it Dream Team?
Well, I haven't played them all, but I think Dream Team is hilarious.
Bowser's Inside Story is also really funny.
I don't know.
X4 is probably my favorite
Yeah,
X story at this point, and it used to be my least favorite, but you know, I've grown to really appreciate it.
Okay, Partners in
practicing
Time is
against
really
Ron.
funny, but it's also really dark.
Yeah.
I
I
view.
don't know if it's the funniest one, but it is
I think-
really funny.
I think X4 has a. I think there's a lot of potential at X4, and I think a lot of the funnier moments of X4 story actually do have some depth to them when you
Oh, I see
look
what
into
you
them. They're just presented in such a goofy way. It's like
Right.
it's actually a lot like Revenge of the Sith. It's like the
Ow.
Revenge of the Sith of Mega Man.
In chat, from the Fetch Question Gentleman says,
Oh,
"Hello,
my
side question."
nemesis.
Alton, how you
How
doing?
you doing, Owen?
Red says that Sly 3 is really funny.
Sly 3 is really funny. I can attest to
Yeah.
that. Very funny
That's
game.
that's my favorite game in the trilogy for a good
La
reason.
la la. Alec was an opera singer. My Sly 3 review.
Yep.
He was.
Reviews I haven't
Alec and
watched
X-
because Red would kill me if I did.
Alec
fact,
and
this is the
XO were. Alec and XO were.
Red
opera
probably
singers.
would find my address and skin me alive if I watched your reviews right now.
It's
Don't
actually
do
the
it.
first time I ever sung in public on video.
And you did good. I coached you. Alright, guys, ready for the gravity suit? Harane's favorite?
I
Like
can't
the
wait to move
SpongeBob
quick.
like dream episode.
Yeah.
Where SpongeBob's the clarinet, and he's like, wow, 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 wow. The most beautiful sound I've ever heard.
I love the
That's
crumble
the
box
most
blocks in
music
Samus Returns, Zach. Also, I never got to talk about phase drift since we got it. So phase drift is a really underrated ability in this game. While it's no flash shift, it does allow you to move with the rest of the environment being slowed down.
Ooh, my favorite suit's on screen now.
I will admit it is a little straightforward, but you'd be surprised how helpful it can be. It's true that you don't really need it to do anything, but I like it. I don't mind it at all. Again, it's no flash shift, but it's pretty nice.
Flash shift is such a fun ability.
Yes, it is.
It's so good. I love it.
I think we're ready to move up.
I still love that you can use flash shift to single wall jump.
The
You can.
geography at which I stand compares you superior.
So, Red, how are you doing? It's good to see you in chat. This game was released on your birthday. Oh, that's lovely.
Happy birthday, Caesar.
Caesar was killed on my birthday.
Was he actually?
My birthday's the Ides, so yeah.
Oh. Ooh,
So,
Zach's saying
watch
Dread
out, Caesar.
gravity better.
Fine. No.
Sorry, Zach. I'm a little too busy making Caesar have watching the clock a little bit on their lifespan.
Jeez.
Oh my god.
My parents actually did want to give me the middle name Caesar at a point because of my birthday.
You already have an unusual name. Harain Caesar,
That's not my name.
game designer, Sin.
This is another energy tank I'm stopping for, because it's worth it.
I mean,
Because enemies hit like a truck, and this is normal mode.
Red was at steakhouse.
steak. Imagine
Ooh, a steakhouse. What did you get? Tell me, what did you order? I'm curious.
It'll
I'm
be
gonna
funny
guess
when it's-
steak.
It'll be funny when
More
it's not
specific,
steak.
Harain. My
I know,
goodness.
I know.
Harain, I cannot believe the audacity. Man.
Saying that steak as if it's the only kind of steak is just steak.
I would
Just
like the
regular-
steak, please. Cooked steak temperature.
I had a cheesesteak yesterday, so I mean, I know.
I haven't had a steak since, like, actually, I don't think I had one this year, to be honest.
Good thing the year's almost over.
Yeah.
Beef has been really expensive this year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My dad's like, hey, you want a steak? I'm like, to be honest, Dad, I'd rather have a pizza on my birthday. I'm like, okay, pizza it is.
Super missile.
As
Also-
much of a trope as it is, my favorite food is mom's spaghetti.
I also gotta admit,
Like a good Italian.
Knees weak, arms are heavy.
the missile bounce animation off the Metroids in this game is really fun.
It
I
is
like
really
it.
fun. Yeah.
You fell a long way.
Yeah, you can. Also, if you, I like this cool detail in Samus Returns. If you go into Morph Ball, you will fall faster. Does Dread work that way?
Yes, you have a
Okay,
you have
that's
a
cool.
higher fall speed in Morph Ball as
Love
well as a
it.
higher acceleration.
Love that. That's awesome.
So there are a few parts where I Morph Ball to just get there a little bit faster.
I think you straight up move faster in Morph Ball in AM2R. I'm not
That
sure,
is true.
but I think
Yes,
it
that
is
is no.
true.
That is definitely true in AM2R.
But the difference is that you actually, God, you might move faster in Morph Ball, but you land slower unless you Mock Ball. And
Oh,
you
that's
can't Mock
interesting.
Ball from Morph Ball. So, like, you know, because, like in Super Metroid, I believe, your Morph Ball bounce or something, like, it slows you down.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, jumping into a Mock Ball into Morph Ball is faster, but as soon as you need to jump, Morph Ball is just going to slow you down. So, like, managing where you Morph Ball and when is part of moving faster. It's a really cool movement tech.
Yeah, Zach,
I
the
like-
backgrounds in this game are awesome.
The auto mod temporarily didn't display it because he said ass. We had to manually let it be shown.
Oh,
Oh man.
Yeah.
He said ass.
I can't believe you said that, Zach.
Oh my god, that I
I can't
saw.
believe he fucking said ass on our stream.
I'm telling the teacher.
Fuck, Zach.
does that mean I'm the teacher?
I saw online the other
Alright.
day someone's name in a game had like the word ass in it, and it was just in the middle of the word, totally unrelated, and the censorship of the name made a really bad word.
Uh-oh.
It literally made it worse. The
Oh,
person's name was Nasser.
Oh,
It
no.
like
Oh.
yes, and it blocked out the ASS, and it's like, dude, no.
What? That's even worse.
It made it worse.
Oh my god, that's awful.
That's absolutely terrible.
Holy
That's an indictment on
shit.
AI itself.
This right this
Honestly, that's gotta be the biggest brain joke I've seen of that kind. I don't even usually find that funny, but holy shit.
this poor guy is like, wow,
Playing
people
the
are gonna think
system.
like they're like people are gonna think I'm such a piece of shit for doing this, but I promise it's just my name.
It's not
Are you
me.
really saying that wasn't a joke? Holy shit!
Right?
That's
Like,
hilarious.
poor dude.
That's like a Curb Your Enthusiasm level.
That is exactly something out of Curb. You're right.
It
That
is.
literally out of
It's like,
Curb.
remember the Beloved Ant episode?
Yes, I do. That episode. The steak was really good, also really big. Could barely finish it, and I couldn't finish the side.
I'm
And, like,
remembering the
wow.
the skit with the like someone who nags or something.
Oh, from South Park?
Yeah.
Yeah.
People who annoy you. Oh my god.
People who annoy you.
Yeah, you know what else is kind of cool about phase drift, though, that you should consider, is that it is kind of a power boost in a way, because if you're slowing down time, you can get out more shots. So that's another nice way of looking at it, too.
Which is a fun... I mean, whether or not this is intentional or not, maybe not, but that is a funny little nod to Space-Time Beam in Super Metroid.
True.
A similar effect, not the... Right, like, a similar effect, not the same mechanism, but...
Right. I
Another
realized
fun
I
parallel.
forgot to get the screw attack. So we'll go do that.
Super Metroid having a glitch that basically lets you just replay the game is funny.
Just checking my map.
Hey, did you manage to get the wind beam?
Which Metroid boss in the entire franchise has your favorite design? So, by design, are you talking visually, or are you talking, like, game design? Because if we're talking game design, my favorite boss probably is just Ravenbeak.
Same. I was
Yeah.
gonna say like either Ravenpeak or Queen Metroid from this game.
Queen Metroid's
Ooh,
fun.
good choice.
Like Queen Metroid is like an
I like
like
Queen Metroid a little more in AM2R, but Queen Metroid's fun here.
I honestly didn't really find the fight with Queen Metroid to be that great. She was too easy. Unless the update fixed that.
She's not hard, but
Okay.
I do really like
Play
the dynamic
play
moving
Gamer
around
says
the
visual
arena
design.
and destroying, and then the powerbomb ending's so cool. I just really like it.
Oh, I definitely like the power bomb ending, but that's
I
like
love how you go through previous rooms you were just in, and she tears down the walls.
That is
Yeah.
cool. I do like that part of the AM2R fight.
Play Gamer says visual design, by the way.
Visual
Yeah.
design, okay.
Huh.
Hmm.
It's probably gonna be a fusion boss for me.
I mean, the second phase of SAX is quite something.
Yeah.
I also really like, for similar reasons, the Chozo Warrior X in Dread.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also, not a real boss, but the Ravenbeak X. Ooh.
Just an amalgamation.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Oh yeah.
I'm trying to think of my favorite. I
I
actually
really like the monster designs in Super Metroid.
I think in Dread, I think a boss with a really interesting visual design for me is actually Corpius. The
Oh,
very
Corpius.
first boss.
Yeah, it has a cool design.
All right. For
Sorry. I didn't mean to
okay,
interrupt.
yeah. We'll go with Metroid Prime from the first game. Like that is a really creepy design.
Oh yeah.
The first phase, at least. Second phase is kind of lame. Oh, look at me! I'm a jellyfish, sentient humanoid thing.
I think the lava fish from Other M looks really cool and very threatening.
Oh yeah.
Also has a killer orchestral theme.
What's my favorite Ridley design now that I think?
Also, Fantoon in Other M is like unreal. It's so cool.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
Fantoon.
Brad also mentioned, while we were on the topic of Ridley, Prime 3 Ridley.
Yes, I strongly agree with that.
He also likes Rundus.
Rundus. All three of the hunters in Prime 3 I really like.
I like... Which Ridley has my favorite visual design?
Well,
I'm gonna say
phase
Omega Ridley from Prime 3 for me.
Yeah.
I really like the Other M design. I
Oh,
really
yeah,
like I really like the visual design of what's it called? Samus Returns has a really nice design for me.
Proteus Ridley?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I also really like Smash Ultimate's like amalgamation design of a bunch of different things. That's
I'm honestly not that big a fan of it. I hate to say it, but
I really like it.
It's
The only
fine,
thing about it is it's smaller in proportion, and I'm not huge on that. But I really like things like the texturing of his body and like the color choice and the shape. It borrows a lot of shape from Super Metroid, but it has like some of the features of things like from Other M and Samus Returns thrown in there. And then there's the alternate costume that has like the Meta Ridley reference, which is cool.
yeah.
But I don't know.
Also, Lazy Clay, no problem. We just wanted to make sure we were answering what you wanted.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal.
Thank you for asking us
Really
questions, by the
interesting
way.
Conversation topics.
Yeah, thank you for that. Like,
Yeah.
we really enjoy your
Oh.
questions.
By the way, you're in Area 5, which is the tower, right?
This would be the tower, yep. It is the tower, yeah.
The tower
Jack
was always
says-
the most recognizable area from the first game.
So Zach says,
For the original, I mean.
Clean Metroid theme and Metroid 2 and AM2R sounds like a Godzilla theme.
I wouldn't know.
Can you see it?
Now we're set.
Screw
The
attack!
tower was made into like a military testing station in a lava area in AM2R.
In AM2R, yeah.
And here it's like an overgrown, swampy area.
This is why it's cool to have so many versions of the same game that all play well.
Yep.
Like, in Metroid 2, it was just the same as every other area, but it was tall. That's all they had to go off of, you know?
Yep.
So neither interpretation necessarily is more correct. It's just really interesting.
By the way, Caesar, Prime 2 is harder than Prime 1, but I still don't think it's too hard, and Prime
Prime
3, from
3
what I'm
It's a
to
good
understand,
difficulty.
is, like, really easy.
It's not only the easiest one, but specifically in terms of completion, it has an ability you get that just tells you where every single item is in the
Okay,
game.
but to be fair, that's optional and hidden away. So
I know, but he's saying
it's
in terms
important
of
to
completion.
put it like that because
Yes.
yeah, it's
But
not
also
like
getting
scan
it is
pulse.
part of completion.
Is it? Because it's
Well-
not an object; it's just activating a thing, so it shouldn't be part of completion at all.
Wouldn't it be part of the scan log?
It would be part of the scan log, but that's not item completion. That's a different thing. Which is not considered for 100%. So
Well, I mean, they technically have their own.
unless you
separate-
200% the game, then yes, that does count. You're right.
They have both separate trackers. So
Right.
what we call 100% is then starts getting wishy-washy. But
Well, 100% for
generally
Prime, they genuinely mean items first. Scan log is like a second thing.
I
Which, by the way, I've
generally
never
count both
actually
because
gotten
they're both
100% of
tracks.
scans in all three games. I got like really close, but I never
I got
managed
it in
to.
Prime 1, and I think I got it in Prime 3. Prime 2, I got really close, but I think I missed something.
It happens. It's hard.
It's funny that, that
3
did-
is 3's really easy at 100%.
Oh yeah, it is easy.
That like slight confusion over what counts towards 100% is actually a point of contest in Dread, because the major abilities that you get don't actually count towards completion. It's only pretty much like missile packs, power bombs, stuff like that you pick up.
I don't think I knew that.
Which, so it essentially means you are
You
like
don't need the spin boost, for example. That's just
exactly right. So it's
Hmm.
like for 100% runs, I'm not sure if they still do it or not, but it's like there was a point in time where it's like, yeah, we're like skipping, like pulse radar and spin boost because we can easily route around them and they don't count towards that 100%. But at the same time, are we still getting we're not getting everything, even though the counter in game says 100%.
Right. Yeah.
Breath of the Wild's in-game tracker is only for the map, and the same goes for like all of the Igavanias.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, those games only track if you found every area, not.
That is
And
really
specifically
odd.
for the Igavanias, they have a classic Metroid style map screen, so it's finding every
quick.
square.
Good thing I'm a cartographile.
But like, so what? Like finding all the secret weapons and item locations in Symphony of the Night is not part of 100% then, or getting all the Korok seeds in Breath of the Wild? Most people wouldn't define it that way. I mean,
Worth it.
hell, the Breath of the Wild 100% category is like all shrines, all Korok seeds, 100% map completion, like all that shit. All side quests.
Ooh, did somebody say side quests?
Yes, we did.
Lightning
Also,
armor will save lives.
Ah! Pretty late in the game, and I am
Side quests
literally
save
at the point where I'm
lives.
starting to like get like a sugar deprivation kind of hungry.
Why don't you take a break? Yeah.
Because my game's next.
Yeah, you should take a break,
Solid
Kareem.
plan.
Yeah, you at
So-
least have like another 3 hours before he's done.
No.
No, that's not true. But
No.
but you have
He's
time.
getting close.
You have time.
So, yeah, I should go take a break now. I'll be back.
Well,
I'm one
enjoy
to
your break.
talk.
We'll see you soon, Hareen.
See ya, Harain.
And yeah, I see in chat Zach mentioned Dread 0% runs exist, and yes, they do. It is basically just you're not allowed to pick up any of the collectibles
I think
on
that's
the
so
ground,
cool.
right? Which is odd because like I mean like I'm getting major abilities, but it's not counting towards my displayed progression.
Right.
Kind of odd, but it does mean that hey, 0% is a category, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
What do you mean I got no items?
Imagine you don't have the long beam. Like
Oh,
by
gosh.
default, like pew 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 pew.
Yeah, it's gonna go, what, 2 Samus lengths in front of her and then peter out.
Mega Man's
that's
like,
great.
wow, what a loser.
I love how that one enemy survived there in that cloud.
You have one little enemy.
I have absolutely no idea what it's
So
called.
you have 2
but-
more Metroids to kill. Me neither, actually. I should look it up.
2 more Metroids, like, period? Or just in the area?
What do you think? What do you think? You know Metroid 2. Do you think this is the end?
I do.
No, it's not the end of the game.
No.
Does the queen
I
count?
was just wasn't
Yes.
sure if you were... If I, like, missed anything or you,
Well, are you looking at the stream?
a little bit.
Okay,
Like, I'm mostly looking at chat, though.
that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm almost done Area 5. I was just messing with you. Okay,
Yeah.
let's.
I want to play this game again.
You should.
I want to play all the Metroid games that are not Zero Mission again.
Yeah, no, that's how I feel. I'm like craving Dread because I love this game, but I've practiced it so much. I'm like, well, I think I could do.
I almost
some
want to play Super Metroid again. I haven't in quite some time. Probably been about as long as it's been for Zero Mission before this week.
Mm-hmm.
Super Metroid for me always has the funny effect where, because I'm a streamer that I watch very often, Oats and Goats, is he's a top 3 or top 2 Super Metroid runner. He plays all he's played all the Metroid games on stream, but Super Metroid is something he spent he always quotes 12 to 15,000 hours in this game, which
Wow.
is nuts. And I love watching him. He's really funny and he's very skilled at the game, and it always makes me want to play Super Metroid whenever I watch him, which
That's
is
good.
super often. But then I go and play Super Metroid myself, and then I remember, oh right, I'm absolutely shit at the controls in this game because they're they're so different from every other game, and it's so you need to have so much skill, specific
feel
skill
that.
to do it, right? It's just like, God, I wish I could do some of this stuff because it's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no.
Yes,
Rockfall
Zach
is something I
Oates.
struggle with.
Oh,
But I mean, like, yeah, no, it's been a while. I think the last time I actually sat down and fully played through Super Metroid, much like Zero Mission, I think it was actually before the big Mega Man X marathon did.
when was that again? Roughly.
Like late 2019, early 2020.
Okay, that sounds about
But
right.
like I kept playing the games and also played Zero and ZX. So it was even it got lengthened just by me seeing what all I can do in the games.
Nice shot.
So it's like it was honestly like your Bond marathon on like crack.
Well, there you go. I love that.
It also helped that
Nice try.
it also started. It also came just in time, like right before the pandemic. So like when that started, I had Mega Man X to turn to pretty
We're
much.
still doing good on viewership for the time of day. This is awesome. Thank you guys
I
for being
agree.
here.
It's very nice to interact with chat. And speaking of which, Zach, my introduction to Oates was actually his GDQ run of Super Metroid Impossible. That was the very first time I ever saw him, and I was like blown away by his funny commentary and his incredible skill at the game. GDQ is such a wonderful event. I absolutely love that production. They do so much
They
good
do a
stuff
lot.
there. Right, there are every type of game. There's a game being speedrun for anyone, and it's always accompanied by good commentary and a nice audience. So it's a really special event. Oh, that's what you meant to say. Yeah, I feel like he has done Kaizo at GDQ, but Impossible was I think definitely the fan favorite among both his fan base and a lot of people who were new to the game. But yeah, for those who are not aware, Super Metroid Impossible is a ROM hack of Super Metroid, created in like 2006 or 2009 by someone named Mr. Saturn. And as the title suggests, he absolutely did not intend for this version of the game to be possible. It's like similar to Kaizo in that you have inane spikes and enemy placement, and he's completely changed the progression and room layouts, whereas Kaizo in places it's just like, oh yeah, look, this is spikes galore. Impossible changes it changes so much the general progression of the game, room layouts, and it's crazy. So to have it be in a GDQ run, right, a marathon setting, is absolutely insane from where it was originally intended.
It's beam burst time. That's really cool, Tommy.
Yeah, stuff like that is really
Again, another benefit of getting Aeon expansions is you can use them more.
Wait, Zach, what do you mean
fun.
by 06?
Yeah, so that he was responding to me where I said Super Metroid Impossible was in 2006 or in 2009. I didn't remember, but yeah, it was released in 2006 then. Thank you for the correction. And yeah, he mentions bosses have way inflated health. They are so much more difficult. It's ridiculous. Like I said, it was not intended to be possible on release, and through sheer dedication, Oates has even done it deathless, right? That's similar to like an achievement to like a Kaizo run deathless. It's absolutely an insane feat of skill to be able to do something like that. Yeah, the impossible mother brain is just like, oh yeah, look, I'll be here for another 3 hours.
Mother Brain in the original game already had a few ways. There was already a few ways to get soft locked by Mother Brain or in Torian and original Super Metroid, so I can't even imagine what that would be like in Super Metroid Impossible.
In Super Metroid Impossible, they changed the way the doors, like right before it, it literally requires all of your missiles and super missiles. It's like 100
What?
missiles and like 20 supers to bust down this door or something.
That's insane.
I'm not exactly familiar with the number, but I'm pretty sure it's 100 missiles and some supers. But it's literally, you are stuck firing at this door for a minute. Because you deplete all the ammo that the ROM hack gives you before you enter Mother Brain.
It's like a contract with the devil.
Yeah, and Zach also points out, there is a certain room in Norfair that is completely changed into this maze This maze is where a lot of people stop playing the game because it's like previously there's room design that's been updated to be more difficult, right? Enemies have more health or moved around, and the progression is different. But then this maze comes in, and it's like, this is absolutely not in the original game, and the tech that you have to pull off in order to get out of it is nuts. And there are even passages in this ROM hack where you have to go off-screen in order to progress. Like, there are literally blocks off-screen that you have to go to in order to get around certain obstacles. And it's like, brother, are you serious?
Serious?
Come on.
Alright, folks. This is where we steamroll the rest of the game. More or less.
This is where the passive shine spark comes in. Speed booster.
Now, wait a second. Oh, yeah.
It's definitely an interesting choice to not have Speed Booster return in this game.
You have Ball Spark, which is...
I love Ballspark. Yeah.
Which makes it even more odd.
I wonder if it has something to do with the 3DS Circle Pad, but I'm not convinced that's the case. I just... maybe? I don't know.
Yeah.
Did I tell you guys what happened to my circle pad?
Oh, what happened?
Basically, like, I got a 3DS XL by accident. I meant to get a new 3DS XL, but since I had, like, a new original XL, you know, and the Circle Pad Pro that goes with it, I'm like, alright, I'll stick with this one.
Uh-huh.
Well, I'm playing Triple Deluxe, and, turns out that, like, the plastic of the joystick underneath the rubber, like, the corner of it broke off, so while I can still use the joystick, the fact that even a piece of it broke off at all, I'm just like, what kind of plastic did Nintendo make this out of? Like, holy, there's no reason why that should happen.
I think it's great, Lazy Clay Gamer, that you want to experience all the Metroid games. I think they're all absolutely worth playing, so I wish you good luck and lots of fun on that journey. And to what you were saying, Alec, that really stinks. That's rough.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, maybe I should send it to someone to get the joystick replaced, but, you know, it's not so, you know, like, it's not unusable. Only a little bit of a corner is broke off, and it's like, you can barely feel it with the circle pad rubber over it, but still.
Still sucks, yeah.
It makes you wonder if these things are even going to last 20, 30 years from now.
So this Caesar Casino guy says he finished Prime 1 earlier this year and used a walkthrough and almost did everything like perfectly and still barely able to beat the final boss.
Wow. Yeah. Tough.
Damn. I can't say I relate. I remember that boss being easy.
Yeah, it's just you kind of have to know what to do. Like, you have to get used to the idea that your charge will bring in health and shit, and you have to destroy the projectiles and whatnot.
I could have swore you put a morph ball bomb like on that block, but it was just like,
yeah.
huh?
I was thinking the same thing. I guess it's just like a pixel off or something.
And it looks like Zach shares your opinion, Evan, on Metroid 1. Metroid 1 isn't worth playing.
No.
Which I'm not sure I agree to that extent, but...
Well, I get what you mean.
But yeah,
It's
right.
definitely worth playing. It gives you a newfound appreciation for how far the Metroidvania subgenre has come.
Because you play this and
But
you're
don't
like,
make it your
wow.
first 2D game or anything. Make Zero...
Yeah.
I think Zero Mission's a great place to start.
In fact, I say make the original Metroid and Metroid 2 your very last games you play.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah.
Alright guys, it's time for Darth Sand, as promised.
Dark Sand.
No, Diggernaut. Why? Why?
That's my upgrade! Give it back!
Yeah, give it back, man. Gosh darn it. I like how Sam's just like, oh.
She's like, damn
well,
it!
I guess I'll have to press on.
She's just standing there watching like, well, that's gone.
Nothing I can do about it now.
I don't like sand.
It's coarse and rough and irritating, and it gets
It's everywhere.
everywhere.
I need to see that movie again.
I think Attack of the Clones is fine.
I think it's a lot of fun. I know it's extremely flawed, but I have fun with it.
Yeah.
I do. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's. I think it's
Nothing to see here.
better than Phantom Menace. Really, I like actually like all the Lucas movies, though I think some are more flawed than others.
You like the sequels?
No.
None of them.
I like 8 in a lot of ways, but
I don't like any of the sequels. I like some. I like aspects of 8, and 7 sets up a few good things. But I really just don't like the sequels.
I can understand that.
Tommy, where do you stand on the sequels?
I have very little respect for them as Star Wars movies.
Yeah, I think where I stand on the sequels is that The Force Awakens was an enjoyable experience. It's as a lot of people say, I share this opinion, that it's kind of just like New Hope again. And that's fine. Right? There are new characters, and there's a slightly different but not totally story. And I think it's a fine movie to watch and enjoy, and there are some very nice moments in it. And then 8 I don't like very much. There are a lot of, again, there are some highlight moments, especially the confrontation of Luke with Kylo Ren, that I like, but then the majority of the movie just doesn't very much appeal to me. And then the last movie it ignores what 8 did and goes back. That was
interesting.
And then it goes back to J.J. Abrams' original plan or whatever he had. Without the proper setup at all, so it totally fumbles the bag in that regard and ends up being quite the mess. So I think I only really have motivation to rewatch Episode 7 even at all, and I haven't done that in a while.
I'd watch 8 before 7. 7 to me is like A New Hope, but not nearly as good.
Exactly.
I feel like people kind of undersell just how much like 8 borrows from Empire Strikes Back from the.
Well, that's
like,
true.
Movie being,
I know,
it does borrow a lot.
It does. I also feel like there's enough about 8 that's new-ish.
Yeah.
That doesn't make me just think, oh, this is Empire Strikes Back, but not as good. It is way less good than Empire Strikes Back, don't get me wrong.
But it's like Rey pretty much goes to like Dagobah, but nicer, to meet Yoda, but a little more pessimistic about the Force, and
pretty much
learn some shit. And
I never bought this whole like subverting expectations rhetoric about 8. I don't think that was Rian Johnson's intention at all. I think people just were so far off their own base that Episode 5 suddenly, like Episode 5 remade, I'm exaggerating, but like that suddenly looked subversive. I'm like, what? Where have you guys been? Like,
look,
maybe it helps that I had some outside
whole,
force, but I was like, what?
7 started the whole, oh, Luke is hiding on a remote planet somewhere thing. Okay.
I guess
like,
people were hoping
with
that he was
7.
secretly training the next generation of Jedi or something like that.
Something kind of interesting that I think to myself, at least a little bit when I was watching some of the sequels, particularly in 8 and 9, I would have moments where I'd be looking at the cinematography or what was happening on screen, and I was just like, this doesn't feel like Star Wars to me.
Yeah.
Which is something, which is, right, I don't know how to articulate it other than that, but at least as Evan has just shown, that's a feeling that a lot of people have, and it's something that I haven't really had with any other, like, many other pieces of Star Wars media at all, and that's just, like, right, that is a gut instinctual feeling that I haven't had with anything else, which, yet another thing on the list of why sequels are, no thank you.
In my opinion, Episode 8 is actually the most beautiful looking movie out of all 9.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I wouldn't agree with that, but for 7 and 9, I do feel they're lacking cinematography. That feels very grand. I think it feels strangely small, which Star Wars was never meant to feel small. So that's worth an analysis and a half right there, actually. figure out why it feels
And
like
that,
that.
right, and that and then also that last bit that you mentioned, though I love The Mandalorian to death. That is definitely my favorite piece of Star Wars media, I think. At
That's
least
actually
visuals.
mine as well, to be honest.
And the only critique that I can really have of it myself is that Dave Filoni likes to keep Star Wars, the universe, a little smaller than it really is. He loves to bring back fan favorite characters from particularly the Clone Wars, which is awesome, and I love seeing it happen. However, Star Wars is such a massive place, right? The universe is such a big place, and it would be nice to. It's nice to see these past characters return, but it would also be nice to leave them in the past a little.
Yeah.
And see, right, like have like more characters, right?
Right.
So that's right. That's like my one thing that I will put forth about what I'm not so happy with about The Mandalorian, right? It keeps the universe a little smaller than I feel it should be. But other than that, oh my gosh, I love it.
I actually prefer
Awesome.
the smaller scale. You know, it helps it feel more episodic. You know, it's like an actual mercenary going on like smaller missions than the Rebel Alliance would ever go on, because gotta make bank.
Which is right. That is fair, and I also think both of those things, what you said and what I did, can coexist, or right,
True.
exist at the same time. It's mostly just the resurgence of some of the same characters, right? Like there are I won't name any of them, but there are quite a few are reused, especially in season 2, and it's just like it was awesome to see them, but I also can't help but wonder if they were really necessary, right? And all the things, or if we could have totally done the same or similar things with new characters, but we did bring back this fan favorite.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Welcome back,
Hello.
Rain. How are you?
No longer hungry.
That's good. We've been having some good chats here.
Yeah,
The chat is still
there's a lot
lively,
of
good
stuff.
viewership, all that. Which, again, thank you all for watching this live. Really appreciate your support and love your questions and comments. It's really great. I'm having a good time.
Oh yeah.
But like season 2 of Mandalorian, just like when I understand that you want more original characters and less like you know, familiar characters we've seen in other properties, but it also is kind of allegorical about how a lot of people see Mandalorian as the next big Star Wars thing, something that's like bigger than the movies, at least in the hearts of fans.
I resonate very well with that. I'm right. I'm very. I haven't been this excited about Star Wars in a very long time.
I've heard a lot of people say that same thing about The Mandalorian, which that's a good sign.
I'm also one of the few who liked Book of Boba Fett. I know it has problems, but I don't know, it's just like, I enjoyed all the episodes, even the slower ones where he's like hanging out with like the Tusken Raiders.
And how was Kenobi? Like, I never
Oh
saw
my
that
god,
one.
Kenobi was really good. If you like the prequels, it's like basically everything great about the prequels.
Well, that's cool.
I did enjoy
With an
watching
Empire
Kenobi.
backdrop, of course.
I think a common critique that people have is that Kenobi takes a while to do things, and I agree with them, but I also did just enjoy watching the show. As
Well,
simple as that.
I feel like Andor has more of that problem. Well, Kenobi, I think it takes as much time as it needs. Maybe the first episode's a little slow, but sometimes we need a little downtime just to make things seem very mundane and just, in a sense, peaceful in this rather chaotic Tatooine planet, you know?
Yes, which is very fair.
I will say this, even though, like, my only problem with Obi-Wan is not even really a problem with the show itself, but rather, like, the writing of it. It's like, a lot of the things seen in Kenobi have happened before, you know? They basically took Jedi Knight Fallen Order, I'm sorry, Jedi Fallen Order and like bits from like the season 2 finale of Star Wars Rebels, and just kind of put them in Kenobi.
That is, yeah, I've never thought of that before, but you're very right with that.
Thank you. It's I'm not really. I wish I could say I was the first to come up with that. I mean, I thought that with like season 2 of Rebels, but like I didn't play Jedi Fallen Order, but I watched the cutscenes after watching Kenobi. I'm like, oh, so like Reva's storyline is basically a better version of like the Inquisitor you see in like Fallen Order. She has a better ending, I'll say.
Zach brings up an interesting point about Kenobi. A lot of people think that they last Jedi'd Obi-Wan in the show, mostly because he refused to kill Vader when he was absolutely able to, and I do agree with that. I think the reluctance in Episode 3 is very justified.
Oh yeah.
But by Kenobi, come on. Right, like the entire we'll say the galaxy is in shambles. The galaxy is in shambles. He has had his shot, and Vader did not end up reversing himself at all in the time since.
Yeah. I'm kind of glad they had that confrontation. I just wish there wasn't that like Twilight of the Apprentice unmasking. Like he should be able to do that with the Force, you know.
Yeah.
I apologize for getting slightly sidetracked here. I know where I'm going now.
Oh no, you're fine.
Oh, I got
More of a note to
sidetracked
myself.
quite a bit on my playthrough 0.
I actually don't really know how well I'm doing now at this point. Like, don't get me wrong. I think this is a good run, but like I haven't like been keeping track so much because I've also been really enjoying the conversation. So
Yeah.
I'm like, I think I'm getting the best ending. I think I probably will. It should be fine.
We fall behind.
KG does 401.
That would be something. That would be something.
Oh yeah, Dormio Studios. That's the general collective opinion of this group, that the sequels are better left in a place where people don't really watch them, and that the originals and the prequels are ones that we enjoy.
My opinion.
I'm telling you, though,
I'm not a
there
Star
will
Wars
be-
fan, and I like Rogue One.
I'm telling you though, there will be a time when the kids who grew up with the sequels will release video essays and prove us wrong, quote unquote.
Already.
And I think,
I already
but here's
see
the thing:
that
that
from time to time.
they should be allowed to do that, considering all the times I've defended the prequels. So I think they should be allowed to do that. I obviously don't have to agree with them, but like just know that like it's their generation. Let them have it. The kids,
I know the
they're
pendulum-
gonna enjoy it.
And you know,
I know
think
the
they should-
pendulum goes both ways, but I've already seen plenty of why you're wrong about The Last Jedi video essays pop up in my recommended
Yeah, I wrote them. No.
videos.
Red
My KG was
also
trying to get the ball rolling. He's chaotic like
Ahead
that.
of the curve.
Red does bring up a fair point though, that he's kind of burnt out of Star Wars. There are a lot of shows recently. There's a lot
kind
of
of
Star
the same
Wars.
way.
Yeah, and
I'll tell you what, I'm not burnt out because I haven't seen them, but similar to what Red's saying, I am actually, what's the word? There's a certain word. I am, intimidated to start. Because I want to...
from starting because there's a lot.
Yeah, because there's so much. Like, I still need to see all of the Clone Wars, and I
followed
care
a
about
lot
the...
of-
Star Wars.
I care about the...
followed a lot of the
I care
stuff
about the
before
prequels, so I want to see the Clone Wars, but then that's going to be a commitment. But then there's all these Disney Plus shows. I'm like, gee, it's the same thing I have with Marvel. Like, I haven't seen any of Phase 4 besides the Spider-Man one, because, like, I like too much. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
Mm-hmm.
I'm familiar with a lot of the Legend stuff, like the stuff made before the Disney buyout, but past that, I just kind of cared less. I guess.
The Thrawn trilogy is why I'm really excited to see the Ahsoka solo series, because I bet they're going to borrow some bits from that series.
I have very much enjoyed seeing Ahsoka recently in The Mandalorian, and I'm rather excited to see where they take the solo show.
Okay, so we get a whole show of Ahsoka sitting there while Anakin becomes Darth Vader and going, Damn, time to do nothing about. No, I'm kidding.
Hey, Sky Guy, that's a little sus.
Zach says, I honestly don't care about Marvel anymore. I
am-
can understand that. I just I love the characters a little too much to give up completely. But Phase 4 has been a little disappointing, except for Ms. Marvel. That show was great.
The most interesting thing to me about Phase 4 that I've seen is how much the Black Widow movie references the Bond film Moonraker and how it ties that into its thematics. I thought that was really cool. And the fact that Moonraker itself is on screen for like a lot of it, I'm like, why is she watching Moonraker? Okay, now you caught IKG's attention. Like, I'm in. Like, you can literally hear Roger Moore talking through the TV, and his face and everything's there.
I like that movie. A lot of people were hard on Black Widow, but I thought it was good.
Yeah, it's all right. I love the Crimson Guardian. I like the sisters rivalry, like Yelena, and did they ever reveal Black Widow's real name? Forgot her name. Oh, Natasha.
Natasha.
Natalia is her birth name, I believe. But
yeah, because she's one of the Romanovs in the comics.
All right, guys, it's time.
But
one of my favorite boss fights in 2D Metroid, actually.
It's really fun with the Z-axis.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think people have been generally too hard on Marvel Phase 4, but I'm also behind.
Yeah. I think I'll say this, I like the TV shows. The movies were kind of hit or miss.
Look, all I'm saying is that Spider-Man No Way Home is my favorite Spider-Man film.
I love Spider-Man No Way Home.
Actually, my least favorite.
Tommy and I saw it together with our other friends.
Can't understand that take.
That was a great time.
Yeah, I just have not really had any motivation to watch a lot of the Phase 4 movies and shows, and I don't really know why. I just don't feel like watching them.
I think I know why I've been not watching them, and that's because I decided to catch up on all of the side stuff with the MCU that I've been missing out on, like all of the old shows, the Netflix shows and everything.
There's that whole other
shit to watch.
Yeah. It's too much.
I'm halfway through the MCU right now in my rewatch, and I don't want to watch the Marvel Netflix series. Or I'm watching it in timeline order, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to watch the new Disney Plus stuff until I've gotten to the point where I can watch them. So most of the Disney Plus shows I still just haven't watched. I watched the original ones that came out with Falcon and the Winter Soldier. I watched the WandaVision. I watched Loki. Can't remember if there was another one I watched.
Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Oh, I mentioned that one.
Oh, alright.
I liked all of those. I thought Loki was the most flawed of the bunch, but I still liked it quite a bit.
Hawkeye was great. I absolutely love that show.
I watched Hawkeye. Oh god, that was the newest one I watched, and it was a Christmas special a year ago. Anyway. I really like those shows, and I've liked most of the movies I've watched. Some of them were okay. Some of them I rather liked. I haven't watched some of the movies people were really not fond of, like, what the fuck was it called?
Eternals?
Eternals? Yeah.
I still
haven't seen
haven't watched it.
But Shang-Chi was fun.
That
amazing.
was really fun.
It was fun. I adore Spider-Man No Way Home. I liked the Black Widow movie, so I don't know. Everything I've experienced from Phase 4, for the most part, I've enjoyed. So I'm not, like, feeling the hate. I'm also behind, but people were saying that then, too. This isn't new.
Indeed.
I don't think it's a Phase 4 problem, but rather it's like, I felt like Marvel was kind of, after Infinity War, like, the quality of the movies significantly nosedived. I mean, Endgame was decent, I'll give that, but it's like, No Way Home was okay, Ant-Man and the Wasp was mediocre, and then, like, Captain Marvel was just kind of below average.
Captain Marvel could have been really good.
I know, I really enjoyed like the first third of it, but then like the second half of the movie happened. I'm like,
Genuinely,
what is
they
this?
should have told the story in order.
Yeah.
Making it a flashback thing only served to exacerbate the problems of not being able to really identify with the character.
Yeah. And I don't even hate the character herself. I think she's got a lot of potential. I liked how she was more mature in like Endgame.
Not my fastest, but not bad.
It's just
I'm really excited to see her in the Marvels, just seeing her interact with Kamala
Tommy, could you fill
Khan.
my water and bring it over? I'm
Yes, I
like
can.
falling over. Thank you.
It's Alex saying he allocates
Boom.
women.
Oh man, that was good.
damn it, Alec. Why do you hate women?
Let's see, it all started back in high school.
All started when I was born.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's not like my favorite video game series stars a woman. Oh wait.
I love this. Samus gives just the smallest glance to the side, and she just looks so done.
I know. She just looks like I'm sick of your crap, Diggernaut. Like, you're done. Thanks, Tommy.
Mhm.
All right.
Okay, yeah. This is a 2D Metroid game. It has power bombs. Was it a real 2D Metroid game with power bombs, or a Metroid game with power bombs in general?
It's
If it
actually a
doesn't-
3D
if it-
Metroid game.
If it doesn't let you blow up a glass tube,
Yeah.
I know
For real.
Dread gets that.
honestly, I feel like there's more Metroid games. If you restrict it to the ones that actually have power bombs, more of them, I believe, have it than don't.
I mean, Super made it was such an iconic step with that. It's been a great tradition that not every game has done, but most have.
It's you have it in
Prime
Prime 1
games.
and Prime 2. You have it in Other M. You have it in
Not Prime
Super
3, weirdly enough. It never happens in Prime
Zero
3.
Mi-
Oh wait, you don't
Zero
have power bombs
Mission.
in that game. I'm an idiot. That's why.
You don't. It happens in Super Metroid. It happens in Zero Mission. It happens in Dread. It happens in Fusion.
Wait,
It just doesn't happen in this game.
Ah.
For some odd reason.
You can't have power bombs and not give me a glass tube to blow up.
Exactly.
What do you guys think about Area 7 since we're heading there? I think it's one of my favorite areas in the game, and it's very different from AIM2R's interpretation as well,
Yeah.
which makes it even more unique.
Both of which being areas that weren't in the original.
Correct.
Here's my compelling analysis of Area 7. I like it.
I like
Wow.
Valid.
Daring, are
it.
we?
It's good.
Daring,
I
are
enjoy
we? Who wanted to see the ball spark? Oh, I need power bombs.
You don't have any power.
Wah,
Who wants to see the ball spark? Because I do. I sure wish I could.
Well,
No power bombs.
No power bombs, no problem.
Yes, there is a very big problem in fact.
I can now see this part of the stream where I could just like, wait, I don't have power bombs.
yeah.
Oopsies.
Also, that was a nice pinball down that spike.
I know. I know.
Right?
Yeah.
I could have sworn I heard the cartoon like noises of like na 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 na, like as I fall without my power bombs.
Zach says, this definitively proves that Samus Returns doesn't have what makes a Metroid game. It's even less of a Metroid game than Other M.
Whoa.
I'd
Even as
love
another
to
M
hear
fan,
what
I'm
somebody-
like, whoa.
I'd love to hear a definition of what makes a Metroid game that specifically includes Other M, excludes Samus Returns, and includes older games.
That's gonna take a few hours to solve. I'll
It
get
is
back
the
to
whole
you.
stream to solve,
Yeah.
honestly.
That's funny, Hurry. I like that.
Oh hey, a power bomb.
Don't worry, I'll do the ball spark. We'll have
wait,
a
I
chance.
figured out one. It's the speed booster.
Damn it, you're right.
That was
You're
rather
not-
fast.
You're not a Metroid gamer if you don't have the speed booster. That's it.
No, Alec, do the voice. You're not a true Metroid game.
You're not a true Metroid
Which
fan
includes
unless
the
you
first
hate Samus Returns.
You're not a true Metroid game.
I found you, Faker.
Yeah, fun fact. The video
I
that
think you're the
originated
fake
from
Metroid game
has like
around
over
here.
500,000 views.
The
Really?
video of what?
Congratulations.
There was originally a segment on Jay's like
MGS2 review?
versus Twin Snakes video.
Oh, Twin Snakes. That's right.
Yeah, the actual editorial itself did not get that many, but it's like it was just like an ending segment that he
Right,
asked
and then you
people to
re-uploaded it. Yeah, that was cool though.
do. Yeah, and I didn't have to edit it. Hooray!
Not a true fan.
Oh yeah, I mentioned the Spyro video, IKG, that Cat Icarus uploaded.
Yeah, you did.
He had cameos from almost every fucking YouTuber, I swear to God, within the
Yeah.
gaming space.
They had
That's
Trav on there. I'm so
Yeah,
proud
yeah,
of
Trav.
my boy.
Oh, yeah, Trav's come a long way. He's really
This maybe
found success
he's
now.
in like that multi like camera window segment with other like 40 other YouTubers, so you didn't really get them featured. So
Well, as Cat said, he literally scheduled more cameos than he's able to fit in the video.
you know,
That's really cool though, and good for Travis.
yeah, the video was decent. I don't know. It was like it had that very signature
Scary
Cat
Metroid.
Icarus humor where he's like just changes words up, and it's like that's supposed to be the joke. Like
He
always
also
kept calling
had
Spyro
just
Simon, and it's just like
Extreme
that's,
surreal.
this has never really appealed to me, I guess.
Oh, he did it faster than usual.
This Metroid
Had-
giving you a fast.
It was a fun video.
Oh, definitely.
Also,
he pretty much covered every Spyro
I
game.
am so glad to see somebody who respects a hero's tale.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to
Let
see
me see it.
someone like give the third reboot game a fair shake.
Back
You
up.
know, I always
Got it.
liked that game.
I've heard good things about the third Legends game, though I didn't play it much. Also, I had the Wii version, which is, from what I hear, shockingly similar to its HD counterpart.
Yeah, it's just some, what kind of downgraded visuals, but it's still nice to look at.
Although I think it has better frame rate, I believe.
But yeah, it was a nice little beat 'em up title. It's kind of like God of War with wings.
That
I
sounds
think that's
cool.
part
That
of my
sounds
problem.
fun.
With,
Yeah, that sounds cool.
oh,
Yeah.
well, yeah, no, you straight up can
That sounds like
fly.
you play as one of the enemies of Bayonetta 1, basically.
Problem is like
it's a God of War clone where you play as a duo character where both of them can fly,
yeah,
and a big explorable space.
yeah. I actually felt it's like the only game I kind of felt like a dragon that could just fly at will rather than just glide.
You know, the biggest restriction to your flying is the fact that you're tethered to the other character.
Alright,
Yeah.
this might do it, actually.
Yeah, it's really close.
I love how they turn red. Boom.
And it's not
so-
even just the Omegas or the Metroids. It's even Ridley.
True. Yeah, Ridley as well.
That's just the Metroid boss design thing ever since
Yep.
Super.
And it's.
Oh, I
it's-
know, and it works like a charm, but for some reason, it looks
Oh, no,
especially
they get
satisfying.
dramatic. It's a dramatic color shift in this game.
Exactly.
Sometimes
That's
I
what I
wonder
mean.
if it's cartoonishly exaggerated, going from bright green to bright red.
Maybe a bit much. Maybe, yeah. You could make that case. Maybe
A very Metroid Christmas.
I won a few
How
charms.
nice.
Okay, it's called Dawn of the Dragon, despite being the conclusion to the Legend games. I always get those two mixed up. Like, the first one is A New Beginning. I keep forgetting that. Eternal Night is the second one, and Dawn of the Dragon is the final one.
I can't believe they got the guy himself to play Spyro. Oh, also, he might have played Frodo or something, I don't know. But he was in Spy Kids 3!
He's not
wow.
the guy.
Christina,
I'm the
Christina
guy.
Ricci plays May. Well, like she replaced Mae Whitman as as the voice of Cinder. That's pretty cool. She was like the '90s Wednesday Addams.
Come on. Come on.
still find it funny. They got Elijah Wood for a Spyro game as Spyro.
Sounds nonsensical when you say it.
And Gary Oldman was like Ignitus. That was pretty cool. They got like an all-star cast.
I'm not gonna have enough.
And they made
It's just a super missile, right? Oh,
and they just made a bunch of beat 'em up games. Like, just really simple beat 'em ups for most of the trilogy.
Is that an
I
ammo
enjoyed the
refresh
first
up
Legends
at the
game
top?
enough as a kid, but
Down below. Oh no, that's a door.
I thought
Oh, wait, no,
it
it's-
was
when I first
like
played
straight
Spyro
up
as
the
a kid-
shaft.
Oh yeah, but that doesn't replenish Aeon.
Oh.
I had
That is
3
down
Spyro
here.
games on my GameCube. I had Enter the Dragonfly, A Hero's Tale, and Legend of Spyro. Initially, I think the one I enjoyed the most was Enter the Dragonfly,
Really?
Yeah.
Ironic.
and I think my least favorite was A Hero's Tale initially. I'm gonna tell you right now, that order was backwards. Legends is okay, but like, Enter the Dragonfly is trash.
I
And Heroes
still,
Tale's actually a pretty good game. Like, honestly.
Enter
I
the
still like the
Dragonfly is like
idea
a good
of-
I don't have to
title
do this,
of mine.
actually.
I still like the idea of doing an
Whatever.
Oblivion Enter the Dragonfly race. For like,
What's that down?
for like Dawn of a New Day or something.
Enter the Dragonfly is so goddamn unfinished. I've seen almost no
You make
game
Sonic
out there.
06 look like the Mona Lisa.
Yes!
I mean, I won't
I
deny
haven't
it. that
played
point,
any
but-
of Sonic 06, and I know it's worse on console, but, like, Enter the Dragonfly genuinely feels less finished most of the time.
Mm-hmm.
I also like how Ripto just kills Gulp and the other one. Like
It
the
just,
two.
you know,
the two
there's
biggest
only
Were you
one
guys
boss
that?
fight
Oh,
in
guys,
the
guess
game.
what? Ball spark. Ready? Weren't you the one who told me, Hareen, that there was like a documentary about how bad the game's development went or something?
I feel like I remember watching
Oh
it.
yeah, but like
It's been a
Matt
long
McMustard.
time, though.
I want to check that out.
That game had such a fucking awful development.
I've only heard the cliff notes too.
It's not even that hard of a game to play. It's really easy, it's short, and like, most of the polish issues don't stop you from being able to play the game relatively comfortably. It's just not good.
Mm-hmm.
And it's definitely not finished. So like, it's easy to tell people you should check it out just to see what it is, because like, it's not gonna hurt you that much to play it. But like, at the same time, oh god, it's bad. So it's easy for it to be a guilty pleasure game, because it's like, not that offensive to play, you know? But it's still so bad. Also,
Gets
Caddy
the
didn't
counter.
finish
Yes.
every game he was covering. If he got, like, excessively bored, sometimes he just didn't play it. He committed to 100%ing Enter the Dragonfly for the video.
Wow.
Which isn't that hard, given the game only has 8 levels.
It only has 8 levels?
Yeah, but they're expensive, so it's not
Okay.
really a big deal.
It's still only 8 levels.
And the levels themselves aren't really all that inspired, so
I still have a soft spot for the theme of the cows, aliens abducting cows.
yeah.
It is not well executed like anything in the game, but it's still a fun level trope that they went for.
Majora's Mask.
It's like aliens abducting cows is a classic trope, but the fact that the aliens are cows, that's just silly. I really like it. Also, I have no idea if that's a stack. I don't remember.
Still waiting on Spyro 4.
I'm not afraid of you. I'm gonna go right up against the wall. Boom!
One shot.
That was satisfying. Guys, check the feed on this one. Oh.
Peep that feed
Watch
real
it.
quick.
You know what? You know what a Hero's Tale did? It took Spyro and basically merged its gameplay with Jak and Daxter, like the first one.
Really?
It has that same like connected world structure and everything,
Hey, that was sick.
Thank you, thank you.
along with the more traditional collectathon progression structure. It's rather interesting. The game does
Alright.
generally have a fun, not giving a shit sense of humor. Although, if you saw Caddy's video, right, Alec, I do appreciate
Yeah.
that he covered the one blatantly sexist line in the game that definitely didn't age well.
Yeah.
For the
Holy
people
crap.
for the people knowledgeable about Spyro, Lazy Clay Gamer wants to know if Cinder got the Carmelita voice actor treatment. I don't know what
I don't
those
know what else
words
about
mean.
Spy to talk.
She did. She only did for like the third Legend of Spyro game, and then she might have got a different voice actress for like.
Oh, because Carmelita's had a different voice actress every single Sly game. That's one thing I know that's significant
really?
about that. Yeah, all four.
Oh,
May Whitman of
Don't know why.
Avatar fame, as well as Scott Pilgrim and what's the name of that one movie with like the Perks of Being a Wallflower? Yeah, she was in that. Yeah, May
Oh.
Whitman was the original Cinder, I think.
You know what you might find interesting, Hooray? Sly 2's Carmelita commonly agreed between Red, I, and others to be the best voice actress for Carmelita is Alicia
wait.
Glidewell, who was Crystal in Star Fox Assault. And Neela in the same game, and they all kind of sound a little similar. A little bit.
Okay, I was wrong. She was only in Eternal Night, the second game. Cree Summer was the voice of Cinder in the first one, The New
so
Beginning.
it was the Carmelita treatment.
There you
And then
go.
Christina Ricci, like of Wednesday Addams from like the '90s movies, like she was the third Cinder voice.
Also, I don't know much about the second game, at least as it's intended, because I had the DS version.
Yeah. Surprised Caddy didn't cover those.
There was also GBA versions of those games, I believe,
Yeah.
which I believe are also different.
Ooh, he should do a sequel video. The terrible world of handheld Spyro.
Even though he covered handheld games on there.
Yeah.
So Evan, apparently, according to Zach, with these Metroids, if you power bomb, you only take a single power bomb and you can open the weak point.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh,
When they have,
I
like,
did
the-
know about that. Yeah.
Yeah,
But
when they have the like covering on them.
Yeah.
unfortunately, I find it incredibly easy to remove the covering with super missiles. But I mean, that's good to know. But I personally probably wouldn't do that because I did know about that, and then I just stopped doing it.
I'm just not.
But it's an option. So sick of you. Go down. Go down.
I've been fighting you for the last 3 minutes. Can we move on, sir? Please.
All right. That's Area 7.
Excuse me, guys. I have a galaxy to
Guys,
save.
we're almost ready to play a different
A
Metroid
Metroid.
game, I promise. I love this game, though, but it's a little much for one sitting, even though I've practiced this 6 times now. This is the 6th time?
It is quite a lengthy
Mm-hmm.
game for even in an any percent.
Yeah.
Is this a Zeta or Omega?
That is an
Omega.
Omega.
That was the
Okay.
last Omega in the game, I believe.
Yep. Last one. Dude.
I like how it's much bigger in like Fusion, but that's because it was a clone of the Super Metroid from Super Metroid, so obviously it'd be bigger if the level stage was supersized.
I love that it was a clone of the Super Metroid from Super
I don't know, there's
Metroid.
something so funny about that.
I don't know
what
why
it
I
is.
laughed at that so
Just
much.
the way, I don't know, just hearing Super Metroid twice.
It's the Super Metroid from Super Duper Metroid. From
It's like when
Super
Samus
Ultra
returned and
Nintendo.
Samus Returns. You know, it's like that kind of like, I don't know. Alec, you're a
Oh,
funny
God.
man.
I... I love the end of Zero Mission where Samus had to complete a Zero mission.
Damn. Wait, only at the end? I
Well,
thought it
that's
was a
not
whole
accurate. She completed one mission.
Now wait a second.
She actually did say she's been getting her Metroid Zero mission in the intro text. And then Peter Griffith's like, she said it, she said the thing.
You know,
Yeah,
Metroid Fusion is such false advertising. There's not a single point in the game where you achieve nuclear fusion.
or nuclear fission,
Sure,
for
you
that
do
matter.
that at the end where
Nope, no
everything
fission.
blows up.
Nuclear fusion when the planet blows up.
Oh god.
How could I forget? It's so obvious when you say it like that.
Oh man. You guys
I like
are funny.
Fusion because it's finally like people who keep calling Samus Metroid are no longer incorrect. She becomes Metroid.
It's
I
really
wasn't,
funny
but
that
now
I
I am.
didn't think of that until Dread.
I thought about that like.
Oh, I thought about that
long
with
before
Fusion.
that.
Yeah.
It's like,
then
finally,
Dread makes
I can
it the
call
real deal.
Samus Metroid.
Yeah.
Finally.
To the point where Greybeak is all like, I'm not. It's like I shall only call you Metroid. You're my daughter, but you're Metroid now. So
There's something so fucked about Ravenbeak calling you Samus his daughter.
Makes sense.
I've talked with Evan about this.
Yeah, we
and
were talking about this.
We literally talked about it earlier today.
Yeah.
I think while we were on break, and it's like, Samus was raised by Grey Voice, Old Bird and Grey Voice. You were not even in the picture. You are a deadbeat dad. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Samus had a loving father who died trying to save their planet from space pirates when she was like 4. She was raised by the Chozo, like Grey Voice and Old Bird, and she viewed Adam in her military days as a surrogate father figure.
Right.
You are not in this picture.
You are none of
Ravenbeak.
these.
It's funny. It's like,
Ravenbeak is the dad who went out to get Chozo milk.
and never came back.
Oh damn.
You know, I was gonna say that, but he's a bird. But pigeons make something that is usually called milk, even if it's not literally the same thing. So I guess.
I'm not thinking that deep. You're just on a whole other plane of existence. That.
Also, if you don't want to deal with the enemies on the way to the Metroids, again, Phase Drift is your friend.
None of you can touch me.
Can't
Can't
touch
touch
it.
us. Down, down. Oh, Jinx! Jinx!
Great minds think alike.
You bet.
Yeah,
Zach
Zach,
says, I like how they gave Samus daddy issues.
that's an interesting summary, but one that I can't really refute.
I can't disagree with it.
It's like I want to, but I can't.
Where I'm at.
I'm also. I don't know if it's been brought up yet, but I'm not huge on the screw attack in this game. It's not bad.
Oh yeah, we didn't
But-
talk about it. Yeah, so it doesn't have the same all-nothing resistance that the other games do, but I am getting used to it, for what it's worth.
I mean, it still has use. It's still the screw attack. It's just.
Oh yeah. But I do
Yeah.
agree that the old way is better, and I believe Dread reverts it back, right? Where it just kills.
Partially.
There's no bounce. Oh, it's a little
No,
more
it does-
complicated.
yeah, so-
You still bounce on big enemies and stuff, but it's a lot more powerful in general.
You are also, after a certain upgrade, you are able to get a little more control over the bounce as well.
Okay.
And you are also not invulnerable during it, like in Super.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
there are. When I get to Dread, there will be several enemies that, while I do have screw attack, I'm just going to be using missiles and beams against them because they do too much contact damage, even with screw attack, that it's not quite worth it.
Yeah,
Oh,
They
okay.
still do the thing Samus Returns does, where you will take the contact damage if you don't kill the enemy outright. But the screw attack has been buffed in so many ways that it's
Yes.
like not as prevalent of a problem.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense to me.
Again, it's pretty much against
That
common
reflects my
enemies.
memories from playing Dread, so...
Yeah, pretty
okay.
much it's against common enemies. It's still a great tool, but against bosses, some of them it's very good against, while others you're going to want to stick to her other weaponry.
Okay. Gotcha.
It is nice because I have screw attack for a large portion of the game. Probably it's similar
Oh,
to
that's right, yeah.
similar to how long you have it here, percentage wise, and it's nice to, like in this game, it's nice that it doesn't just trivialize the entire remainder of the game.
Yeah, yeah.
Like against Ravenbeak, not once.
What game lets you get the screw attack earliest? Is that Zero Mission?
Let me think about that.
Well, I guess Metroid 1, technically, but... You know.
At least as far as Dread is concerned, you can get Screw Attack the moment you have a Speed Booster.
That's actually
Zero?
literally the same story for Zero Mission.
Ooh.
Oh.
Yeah, no, isn't Zero Mission like one of the only games where you can one of the only games with both items where you can get the screw attack before the space jump?
One of the few. Dread's another one.
Oh yeah, and that is what I will be doing
Dread.
later.
Dread did that too.
You can do that in Super Metroid, it's just not easy.
That is a hard tech to do on the Metroids,
I know.
but it's
Yes,
really
become
fun.
Metroid.
Oh yeah, and Zach.
The heart, I'm not going to be doing it here because I don't think I would be consistent enough at trying to pull it off. But the hardest run of Super Metroid in terms of biggest sequence breaks and stuff, what I did was Phantoon, Ridley, Dragon, then Kraid, which made Ridley my second boss, and that required me to do Ridley's Lair without the space jump. That was very interesting.
That does
Wait.
sound really interesting.
How did you end up getting past the lava moat right before Lower North Air in that run?
There's a couple of options. I believe there's one involving knockback and wall jumping that's really fucking precise. There's a glitch you can do, and I chose that instead. Although I don't know if it's technically a glitch, but whatever. Anyway, there's a glitch, I'll call it, where by jumping and swapping suits at the right time, you can...
you did the jump
use
from the lower right portion of the room.
You can cause the slowdown from the liquid to basically cause you to preserve your jump momentum for a ridiculous amount of time and go to the top of the room.
Yeah, right. I was mostly trying to see if you had done the cheeky what is it, the short charge.
You know,
Or if you
I'm not good enough at Super Metroid to do the harder methods, because you can do it glitchless, but it's really fun.
Yeah, right. You have to jump across the. I mean, I think that's what I ended up doing in my very first playthrough of Super Metroid, while jumping along the left side of the room, and that was.
There's a massive overhang over there, so you have to get to the right side from the left side.
Yeah.
And like, there's the enemies, projectiles, and the spikes, and it's a lot.
Here we go.
And this is in a game without recurl.
Here we go.
The big bad.
There's one Mama Metroid.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, she is.
Is Metroid a ripoff of Aliens?
So, something they've mentioned is that the, nice bounce bar.
Nice trick. I didn't see anyone ever do
Thank
that.
you.
I don't think I've ever seen that either.
Yeah, when she's doing her laser attack, you can interrupt it with a bounce bar.
Oh, careful with the cord. Yeah, that's nice.
But what's it called? Something
No.
I'd be curious about is if the baby Metroid, because they said that only Metroids with special genetics can become queens, and I'm wondering if the baby or the Super Metroid was one of those.
I don't think so.
Well, we don't really know. There's not really a good way of knowing. Because she only would have become a queen if he was in the SR-388 environment, but she wasn't.
I do wonder though. It's like, we've looked at the evolutionary cycles of Metroids in the Prime games, which are canon, even if like the separate saga thing has gotten some people to question the canonical.
All that Sakamoto was saying is that they're a side story, not that they're non-canon.
Yeah, that was a really misinterpreted thing, I think.
Yeah, even my good friend, like
Sakamoto
made
made
at one
timelines
point.
that include the Prime games. Like, that's not what he was saying.
I love this fight, by the way.
Me too.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Like, final bosses in Metroid games, like, other than the Prime games, like, have kind of been weak, you know? Even, like, Mecha Ridley from Zero Mission was just not that great. It was more
Well,
like
it's one of the
glorified
weakest ones.
cutscene.
Okay. I really like Super Metroids as a cinematic ending. It's not
Yeah.
supposed to be
This
difficult.
is my
and
worst
I think,
one. No.
I think Ridley does a good job serving the role of a difficult final encounter for that game.
Yeah.
Fusion, I think, is rougher on that front simply because the SAX isn't a greatly... The design of the SAX fight's not that great.
Resources.
I'm fine with the
Again,
Omega Metroid fight.
phase on armor gives you a bigger counter. Really helps. It really helps. I didn't even have to time it as harshly. Okay. Sorry that was a little rough, but that's fine.
Whether we're talking about Mecha Ridley or Mother Brain, not huge on Zero missions. But Samus Returns and Dread have great final bosses.
Ravenbeak is a really fun boss. I really enjoyed
Yeah.
playing him the first time, and optimizing him is also really fun.
Oh yeah, it's not nearly as hard
Ravenbeak
as people.
Deserves
I don't
like
think
that. I'm sorry.
I don't
go
think he's
ahead,
nearly as hard as people have made him out to be, but he's really fun.
I still think he's the hardest boss in the series. It's just
Don't.
I don't think there's a boss in the series that's tougher than Ravenbeak.
I think I had more trouble with Diggernaut.
I mean, Diggernaut's tough, but I think Ravenbeak was harder.
I think Ravenbeak was harder too. But Diggernaut is pretty tough.
The baby.
She kills it, and then the entire course of history changes.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of in the mood to play other armor.
I really love Ravenbeak. Don't get me wrong. I just don't think he's as hard as people exaggerated to me.
Well, I'm not saying people didn't exaggerate it. I'm just, I don't think there's a harder fight in the Metroid series. I don't know what I would even name.
One of my favorite things that Samus Returns adds to Metroid 2 is letting you spend more time with the baby if you choose to.
Yeah.
Which we won't be able to do here, but I do like how they behave in this game, and like how they contribute to the secret final boss.
I don't think they went about it in the best way. Like, I don't think it really needed to be tied to 100%, but
It didn't
I
need
like
to be,
the
but I
intention.
kind of like it.
Yeah.
I like the intention.
Yeah.
Also, the AM2R fan support and fan updates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They added a small feature where you can just cosmetic have the baby Metroid following you throughout the game.
Oh, that's cool.
It doesn't affect anything, obviously, but just
It's just nice. It's fun.
Yeah. Okay. We'll try that again. Good. I don't need a super missile, actually. 8 is enough. 8 will be enough. I usually have 7, so somehow I accidentally picked up another one? But okay.
the other super missile.
Metroid. Other super
for
missile.
Super Metroid.
Other S.
Other S.
The other missile. What other missile? They're all here. It's the diffusion missile from Fusion walking up slowly with a bat.
Bump, 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 bump.
Okay, so we get the diffusion missile, but we don't get the ice missile, so it's just a big explosion.
Hurry, I can't say thank you enough for these amazing stream overlays. This is amazing.
Yeah.
I was really concerned about the Samus Returns one not looking as good as the official arts aesthetic, but I ended up being rather happy with it when I came back to it.
I like it a lot. I'd actually say it's my favorite one that you did. And that's hard to say because they're all really good.
Hey, hooray, and how fast can you beat Super Metroid?
My best time in game time is about 1 hour and 20, I want to say.
Okay. Wow, that's better than my Zero mission run.
Actually, my best run of Super Metroid was done during a road trip with my Switch, which doesn't work in handheld mode because of a Joy-Con problem, so I was playing it with it in my lap in the car holding a Pro Controller.
Oh my
Yeah.
gosh.
Dang. Dedication.
And that just happened to be my best run of Super Metroid. That was really funny.
Beck says, I love how when you go back to the surface here, it plays Zeb's initial descent, giving a feeling of familiarity but also suspense.
Well
Yeah.
said. Well said.
It's a very tense piece to begin with, and
Michael's brothers know how to analyze game design.
We're both in game design school.
Oh, really?
Gamer school.
I don't know. Shit, you guys
There he
are
is.
full-on gamers.
And then
Ride or die
suddenly,
gamers.
Ron gets his degree in gaming.
I got my degree in, I have a degree in gaming.
yes,
I love gaming.
I am Dr. Epic Gamer. Thank you very much.
I have my
I'm
doctorate in
Dr.
Epic
Productions,
Gaming.
remember?
Not to be confused with the Epic Games Store.
Dr.
Dr.
Productions. Dr. Productions can only prescribe you how to beat Professor Layton puzzles.
I still need to finish the 4th game.
Yeah, you finished Last Spectre.
Yeah. It's a good thing it's great about recapping, like, the story. Like, I know what happened, where I left off. The kids were all, like, disguised as that raven.
Ah, yes, in the black market. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a nice thing about the story logs, is you can always come back and catch up easily. I think
Yeah.
Ace Attorney should have that, but yeah, Layton does, which is nice.
Yeah, you were, like, telling me it's, like, because I didn't play the 3rd game for so long, I should probably restart it. But, like, first thing it does is recap me on everything.
Right, which is good.
Yeah.
Worked out.
I love the middle fight cutscenes for this.
Me too. They're so well
Yeah.
animated for a 3DS game. I mean, they're pretty ambitious. There's even like camera zooms in, which is like kind of cinematic.
They show you. It really is Mercury Steam showing some of their chops.
Beck says, the final in order to get your gaming degree is to yell and berate 9-year-old kids well enough to make them cry and never want to play a game again.
Jeez. Oh, that's the final exam.
Play Fortnite and make the first random kid you find cry. Go.
Get a
I can do
victory
that.
royale by process of elimination instead of killing people.
That'll go over well.
It's pretty difficult given that game doesn't have a voice chat. Or a text chat, I'm pretty sure. You would basically have to communicate through emotes and bullshit.
And luck.
Like, just imagine playing as the most obnoxious person ever, but not, like, attacking them. And doing stupid emotes and they can't kill you.
Yeah.
And then they just
I
disconnect
love
you
the
with-
way Samus uses her jets like that. We've never seen that before.
Yeah.
Other than
actually,
maybe
we
Other
did.
M.
I was gonna say, we did.
Yeah.
The Other M.
Yeah, I guess, yeah. I should stop
I mean-
talking.
Something they actually animated really well in Other End is showcasing that that's how the speed booster works.
I love how the speed booster looks in Other M. Very practical.
She's always had those jets on her back, at least in Super Metroid, which is also when they introduced the speed booster. So we have good reason to believe that's what they're for. But it wasn't until Other M that they animated it that way.
Right.
Probably because they visually couldn't with, GBA or Super Nintendo. But at least
also-
not easily.
Yeah, they're also they're occluded by Samus's body in like Super. So even if they did have the trails, reasonably, they wouldn't be long enough for you to really see them anyway.
That's a good point, Tommy.
Yeah, no, it's... Although, I will say, there is another game that uses them, though kind of. Because they get an upgrade in another game. I think IKG should be able to guess it, specifically.
I'm trying not to die on Ridley.
That's fine. It's Prime 2.
Yes, that's right.
The water mobility upgrade is an upgrade to your jet boosters that lets you use them underwater to move around.
Which I really like. Yeah. Sorry, it's just
somewhere
on a
in
mashing.
this, there is like a Metroid Prime 2 where Ridley is involved and he gets his
I don't want it.
world version.
I love Ridley, but I like Prime 2 just as is.
Okay.
What do you guys
it'll
think of
be
the
cool to see him
Cradley
in the
boss?
trailer and be like,
As
"Aha,
we're
I'm in the
at
dark
the
world
end,
now."
as we're at the end of Metroid Samus Returns and soon to start Super Metroid, I think it's a good time for me to bring up my singular notable issue with this fight.
Got it!
This takes place moments before Super Metroid, and not only do you whoop his ass here and he somehow beats you to the series station. Well, not beats you, but he gets to the series station right after you and then causes you to turn around and go back. But he has none of the mechanized armor on there and is fully healed.
Space
I
don't know how much time it took for Samus to deliver the Metroid.
It was literally right after. Like, it was pretty much a straight trip from here to there.
I agree with that, but I think that
Yeah,
can
but
be
we don't
easily
know
explained.
how long that straight trip was. It could have been like...
I don't really mind.
I don't think Ridley being recovered, healed, and then getting all of the mechanized implants off, given what is implied with Meta Ridley and Prime, is that easy to explain away. But
Alright, folks. So,
other than that, I really like
it is
Ridley's inclusion
time
in this.
to go. Well, we'll have to go through the credits, but I just want to once again state that I absolutely love Samus Returns, even though I could go quite a while without playing it again. But I did actually wait until this very moment to make an announcement.
Oh.
This is something nobody here knows. Although I did mention I was considering it to Harame.
You're getting engaged.
Quiet, secret time.
No. No.
Can't tell anyone, chat.
Congratulations.
I have started development on a short editorial talking about the experience of playing Samus Returns fast.
Ooh.
So it'll be a formal video coming to the
Right.
channel sometime within the next few weeks. So
Congratulations.
just
That's
wanted to
awesome.
cap off the playthrough by announcing that. So kind of putting my time with the game to even further use, I guess. I thought I would talk about it in a scripted form. So that means, ironically, I'll be playing the game again to get footage. Ha ha ha. But, but there you go. So that's
This
my
is a
announcement.
stream, and then just crop out the border.
I mean, I could, but I won't. I'll do it again. So that's Samus Returns.
Yeah. I still really
Not
like
a perfect
this game.
Metroid game. I have ones that I like more, but I do really like this one a lot.
Alright, I have an announcement to one-up IKG. I am making 2 editorials on Zero Mission. I'm kidding.
Oh, are you now?
The
double.
He said it. Oh.
If there's a Zero Mission video, that's like season 9 or 10.
Also, Lazy Clay Gamer, I don't think Ridley is necessarily overused, but I don't really want to see him in a ton of more Metroid stuff, honestly. Because I feel like the places he's been used is enough, and there's not much of a reason to introduce him into a lot of other things.
I like that
Oh,
you
boy.
can actually
Right.
interact with
The bots.
the credits.
I'll block them.
You might
Oh,
want
okay.
to,
I see.
you might want to ban them formally yourself, IKG.
Yeah,
You know,
how
this,
do we...
I'll
these
take care of
accounts
that.
have actually like harassed my streams as well, and like, Jesus Christ, get off.
I wonder how I can ban it. Like, how would I find the channel?
Time it's for all tastes
Shouldn't it be
and
the
ages.
drop down?
Because
next
that's
to it?
Yeah, like-
better.
If you hover over them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this one says for all tastes and ages, because that's better.
I think I know what to do.
Clearly.
Don't worry.
So, I really like the 3D dioramas also in the credits.
Yeah, I like that you can move them around too. Okay, I got this.
Okay, but did IKG get the good ending?
We'll see.
I have so much anticipation, I don't know!
You can only hide them? I thought you could put a block.
So did I. What, do we just continue to, like, temp ban them? Over and over?
No.
Well, what we're doing is we're hiding them, but there's like they're making more channels.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That'll be like 70mega.com new date AI AI dating? Come on. Really? Fucking
First AI art, now AI dating.
hell.
Not even the first to the AI girlfriend game.
I do want to point out that we have garnered a lot of viewers over the stream, and I want to thank everybody for watching so far. And we're probably gonna have more people come in as we're getting towards the evening.
Which would be quite fun.
It's more of a prime time.
We're getting there. Maybe one of the AIs is Zero Suit Samus, and that's why they're reaching us.
Hey guys, I'd like to make an announcement. I am currently engaged to an AI.
Oh no.
You're engaged to an Aurora unit? I can't
Her name
believe
is Cortana.
it. Oh.
Solid,
What happened-
solid choice.
Alex,
You know, when
Alec,
you
what
propose to
happened in your life
Cortana,
to-
she
Alright, guys.
rejects you.
I'm sorry,
Zero
Ron.
suit.
You're
Zero suit.
you're
Zero suit. Did I do?
sorry, Ron. Your wife just her and I just kind of went our own ways.
Okay.
basically.
Okay. All right. 325.
That's pretty good.
Not my fastest, but pretty close. So I'll take it. Yeah, that's good.
Nice run.
Maybe
All
we first
things
get
considered.
caught up.
Yeah, not bad at all.
The best ending for context for the viewers is sub 4 hours.
Oh, okay. Ooh, look at that. Zero Suit Samus.
It's my favorite design for Zero Suit Samus.
Yeah, mine too. I really like her ponytail.
It is a very long ponytail.
I know.
The
jealous.
paralyzer little flourish that she also does is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be cool if you get to play as Zero Suit Samus in this game as like a hard mode.
All right, folks. There's the save file.
Was that Ridley's hand?
Yeah, I think it was like the hand that came from Proteus Ridley. Probably.
Okay.
Okay. That was Samus Returns. I'm gonna take a good break because oh my god, I need it. But
Yeah.
I'm really excited for Super Metroid. We're gonna get going with that pretty soon. So
Oh,
we're gonna
bet.
take a short intermission. We'll be back in just a few minutes. All right. See you soon.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 2D Metroid Relay. Here we are with Super Metroid, going to be played by Harain. This is really, really exciting. So yeah.
Oh, hey, the Crystal Flash.
Crystal Flash on display.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I love that they show the secret techniques in the title demo. If you pay attention, they showed earlier the beam combo.
Yeah.
In fact, I see it on stream now. That's funny. Anyway, it's 1994's Metroid 3.
How's the audio balancing, Tommy?
I think we should wait, just until we get in game to
Super
analyze it.
Metroid.
But
Sure.
it's all right for the moment.
Okay.
Dead bodies. Metroid in a jar. What happened? I thought the baby Metroid was in captivity and the galaxy was at peace.
Something is amiss.
Okay, so we're going to go.
We should
and
also
make a-
reshare the stream now that we're on Super Metroid.
I already shared it.
Thank you.
I'm bragging
So,
about your completion time.
This
Or,
game
I
lets you
mean,
change your
finish
controller
time.
bindings.
Thank you.
I change every button. All of them are different from the default, and sometimes I forget to change them before I start the game, and I need to start over and rewatch the intro because I forgot.
The last Metroid is in
In
captivity.
captivity, the
The
galaxy is at
peace.
peace. Aw man. First battle, the Metroids on planet Zebus and foiled the leader, Mother Brain. Oh my god, there's Mother Brain. The Mother Brain fight looked a lot harder for Alec. I don't know about this.
Yeah, that's true.
I next fought the Metroids on their homeworld, SR-388. You completely eradicated them except for a larva.
Right.
Okay.
I kind of like how Super's like a soft reboot for those who just.
I'm
don't
gonna
wanna
take
play.
a brief break, but Tommy will be here, so I'll be back.
Yeah,
Oh my
that's
God.
definitely not the fight that I was in.
It's
That
the
would've made it so
baby
much easier.
Metroid. Squee. That is the same sound it made, actually.
You
They
can take
reused
my
that
chair.
clip. Personally delivered it to the Galactic Research Station at Ceres, so scientists could study its energy-producing qualities. And we get Samus shaking hands, having recently removed her gravity suit.
For some reason, she did it for
Science-
funsies.
The scientists' findings were astounding. They discovered that the powers of the Metroid might be harnessed for the good of civilization.
Exclamation mark.
Oh my god, it's like the title screen, except people are not dead. Satisfied that all was well, I left. But just like a goddamn nanny cam, it looks like everything goes wrong as soon as I'm out of the room.
She is gone for 2 seconds. And then she
And
turns
then they
around.
all die. Everyone is dead.
Everyone is good.
Space colony.
Everybody is good.
So, this game uses Mode 7 for Samus's ship to make it look like it's zooming through space, which is a really creative use, given Mode 7 is meant to be used for backgrounds, and
Yeah.
technically speaking, that Samus's ship is being used as a background layer instead of a sprite, which is not what you would think, but sprites can't be rotated, and in Mode 7 a background can, so clever. Oh my god, they're dead!
Oh no!
That's the most I'll waste time on them. Anyway.
They're dead. No need to care about them anymore. Well, I mean, you're
Oh,
dead!
Baby
What are you gonna
Metroid.
do?
It's the baby Metroid. It's in captivity. What's the problem? I mean, I guess everyone's dead. I'll just leave. What the? I in the duck. Hey, it's Ridley.
Come on.
Security really sucks in the
Oh
service
my
station.
god.
Like, I mean,
Engage Ridley, motherfucker.
Ridley, hit me so we can end this faster.
right? Something I absolutely love about this initial encounter is it's faster to just ram into Ridley a bunch.
Just stand behind him.
Fun fact, the tail does more damage than Ridley's body, so trying to hit the tail for more damage is fascinating.
Is that true for the actual fight?
Probably, though I'm not sure.
Any of the others?
Well, I don't have a Ridley fight, so I don't know for Dread. Probably not.
He took
You know,
the
I don't
Super
think Ridley's
Metroid.
tail does more damage in Metroid Dread. Also, Mode 7, the ship is rotating! But wait, is it in space? Wouldn't that not matter for gravity?
It
When?
well, I mean the
Huh?
the
I mean, you know,
station
there's
has
still
artificial
inertia.
gravity.
Oh, well, that wouldn't matter, but there is a such thing as inertia, but why would the artificial gravity be affected by rotation? How does that work?
It really shouldn't.
Haven't
Unless the
people
artificial
found
gravity
ways
is
to-
stabilized by motion using a gyroscopic force, in which case it would, but then how does that work?
Maybe
Alright,
to prevent the escape of
Maybe I should stop
anyone.
thinking about it.
alright. Haven't people found ways to kill Ridley and Saris?
Yeah, I've done it before.
Yeah,
Oh, really?
You have to kill or
He brief-
Ridley takes 100 beam shots to do. And
He,
Oh my
he
God.
briefly drops the baby Metroid, catches it, and then flies away. But you can beat Ridley. Okay, so here we are on the surface of Zebus. Once again.
Planet
And
Zebo.
I need to resist the urge to try to experiment and fuck around with wall jumps in the opening area and just go right where I need to go.
Let's see if he hits his moonfall.
No. 1,
No!
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. To the side. Now I hit the platform. Damn it.
Alright, what clear time are you expecting? For this?
Somewhere around a 1:30, but I'm not sure.
Alright. That's quicker than the clear time I'm expecting for Fusion.
Okay, so I'm going to be doing a bit of a special order to this. My first boss is going to be Phantoon, not Kraid. We're going to save Kraid for last. He's special. So, the thing about that is it's going to require a lot of rather specific and somewhat difficult tricks to pull off. So I'm going to need to do some prep to make sure I'm ready for it. So, in a moment after I
The
get
brightness
this,
went down. Oh,
Yeah,
it's back up.
Yeah, I got
It's
it pretty quickly.
so I'm going to be after getting missiles, I'm going to be quickly leaving, activating the alarm so that it's not so enemies can spawn, and then coming back here to get the energy tank. Because there's an energy tank in Blue Brinstar, and I'm just not really quite good enough to do the hell runs without that safety net, so I'm going to be getting it here. Using a little trick to get it early. There is a wall jump trick to get it without needing enemies, but it's really frigging specific, and I didn't quite pull it off myself. So, I'm relying on the safer and less stream time wasted method of using enemy damage boosting.
Damage boosting in this game is so complex, and really rewarding when you understand how to do it. Because there's like two main types, right? There's like there's like enemy damage boosting and particle damage boosting, and both have some slightly different properties and mechanisms.
There's also like damage boosting on spikes or things that behave like spikes. You can also, depending on how you jump, either launch yourself up or down. I don't have much practice with damage boosting personally, though that's something I want to look more into.
Where are you going, Brian?
I'm going to get an energy tank.
Oh. It just, looked like you were... You're backtracking.
No!
I
Sorry,
need
stream...
the enemies to spawn.
Okay. Stream's... Well, again, stream's a little behind. For me.
The enemies don't spawn in this area until you leave and come back, so I needed to leave briefly to have the enemies spawn.
If I do this right, the enemy always lines up on the first cycle for its movement, but I'm not good enough for it to do that reliably. So, usually it takes me a couple of attempts to get it to knock me into the energy tank, because...
But yeah, Tommy, you were saying that Super Metroid has 2 completely different properties for damage boosting?
Well, no, it has not 2. It just multiple, right? There are different types of things that Samus takes damage from, and they have different physics or proper, like specific, like multipliers, we'll say, on like where she gets moved to. So they are different. But
That is cool.
It is.
On top of the way you push buttons to changes which trajectory you go on top of that.
Exactly. It's rather complex for something that's just like, oh, I'm getting hit and it'll push me, and I'm going to push me forward. Right? It's a lot more complex than just, oh yeah, I'm gonna take some damage and go forward.
That's really cool, actually.
Okay, I don't want to die right now, so let's get some health. I'm not usually doing this poorly with the damage boost, but I'm inconsistent with it.
It is not
So
behaving
that's
itself.
The enemy
that's
also
all right.
there's RNG to the enemy's AI on whether or not it goes into an ideal position to do the trick at all, which is fun.
I'm back.
Hello.
Hi.
Enemy's giving me a hard time with a damage boost, and I'm dead. Okay,
No!
cool. Might as well start over this run, because literally that's what's going to have to happen.
That's okay.
Oh,
No
well.
worries.
Well, I mean,
I'm-
what, did you, like, not save?
Oh, well, no, I'm starting over from Frateria. That's not a big jump.
It's like 2 minutes, 3.
Oh, no! Maybe I'll be able to pull off the platform thing this time.
It still hasn't shown me you dying. Stream's really behind. Okay, now I just saw you die. Again, just don't mind me.
Now that
Stream is-
IKG's watching, it's going to go perfectly. That was the missing component.
Right.
There you go. Yeah, I didn't miss
IKG.
anything.
IKG.
IKG. Na-na-na.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And got it.
You got it!
That's impressive.
Yay!
Nice.
Hooray!
Yeah, there's a
I missed-
really...
I didn't see it yet, cause stream.
There's a really interesting strat in that room, and widely applicable to other areas in Super Metroid called Moonfall, where if you exit a certain animations of Samus's with a spin jump, it completely uncaps her downward acceleration. So she will accelerate infinitely. And in that room
Problem is I would
specifically,
need Moonwalk turned on.
yeah, that's why it's called Moonfall, because you interrupt the Moonwalk animation.
Ah.
And then you fall really quickly.
Which is the opposite of how you would fall on the moon.
Right. But yeah, in that room specifically, that one platform he kept avoiding, you straight up don't need to dodge it while you're moon falling because Samus moves so quickly from frame to frame that you just skip over it. She physically is fast, she just skips over that position.
She's too fast to hit it.
Which is really funny.
Yeah, no, Moonfall requires Moonwalk, which is a really interesting setting, and I think I might even like it if I got used to it, but I'm not.
Yeah,
And
it
I
is-
don't know if I want to get used to it, because then it would make playing other
You are
Metroid
right,
games
though.
weird.
That's definitely one of many examples of things that are indeed exclusive to Super Metroid. That is true.
Not quite on that one, actually, because they brought back that mechanic, adapted, and made a little better in AM2R.
Ah, I don't think I was aware.
AM2R.
AM2R has an aim lock button, which lets you moonwalk, and you don't have to choose moonwalking or normal aiming because it has its own button.
Unfortunately, right, due to the hardware of the SNES, has to be an option in the settings because you just straight up don't have enough buttons to keep track of all this on the actual controller.
There's not an extra button to have a moonwalk.
Right.
But...
Or even for like a simple toggle.
Oh, damn it! I forgot to... Might as well grab the missiles while I'm here.
I always forget just how cool Super Metroid speedrunning is. Honestly. Like, Zero Mission's easier to speedrun, but it can seem a little one note, I guess, compared to Super.
Super has a really diverse meta. It's really fun.
Yeah, Super's meta's extremely diverse, and that's what that's what really keeps it alive. It's also just a longer game, so but you figure deciding on boss orders is more interesting.
It's not between two bosses, and it's actively pretty difficult to break boss order. Every boss order you break makes it progressively harder.
I can't even imagine myself trying to fight Phantoon like as my first boss.
I would never.
It took me a while to get to a point where I was comfortable with that.
Yeah, it's very careful understanding of Phantoon's patterns, and there's a lot that you have to react to. Because Phantoon, the way his AI works is he chooses a pattern every time you start a new phase of his, and you have to react to it's like one of 6 patterns very quickly.
I don't have memorized.
Yeah,
but...
right. It's a very difficult thing to do, and that's just Phantoon.
I rely a lot on reflex instead. And also because of how his eyes work, you can recharge health while you're in the fight. It's just he does a lot more damage than you gain, so you have to be careful.
Mm-hmm. Just sounds to me just like RNG central.
It is.
There we go. Nice job.
Yeah.
It's like Phoenix Magnan in 02.
Okay. So that energy tank is pretty important for me because it makes doing the hell runs a lot more consistent, and I can have some difficulty with them. So, getting that energy tank is somewhat important for me. Maybe if I was a good gamer, I wouldn't.
I just saw you get the energy tank.
Do you really need that one? Because I might someday want to try doing an out of order
if you are willing to spend extra time, you don't need that one, or you can get it later with the high jump. It just will take a lot longer because you're backtracking to get it. So you can do it. The way I first did it was backtracking for extra energy tanks because I wasn't worried about time. But for this event, I am worried about time.
So Harain, why don't you share with the viewers what you love about Super Metroid?
I'm doing one of them right now, and that's wall jumping. Where single wall jumping is so fun and precise and tight, and I'm still not perfect at it. I mean, you're probably seeing me make some mistakes here, but I've gotten pretty good at it over time.
It feels so good to do in Super.
Yes, I love it.
Yeah, it's the only wall jump that's valid.
Oh, just a heads
Who's
up, Alec.
there?
Triple Deluxe is bleeding through just a little bit.
Don't come in. I'm busy.
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm just letting you know. It's just very faint. But I was like, I
I'm
heard
looking at both the
I heard the
chat.
sound when Kirby puffed out, which I thought was really cute. I was like, oh. Yeah.
So fun
I was
fact,
like, I know what that is.
You know the missile expansion around here, IKG?
Yeah.
So every room in Super Metroid has a name given to it by the running community, or almost all of them, rather. That missile
that says a
expansion
lot,
room,
actually. Damn. Wow.
That missile expansion room has the name of last item in the game, because in a 100% run, it is the last one you grab.
There are a lot of really fun room names. Like one of the most infamous rooms, Parlor, is
which we were just in, actually.
We were just in it.
Wait.
Parlor and Alcatraz.
Why are the pirates shooting French fries?
That's a good question.
That is an answer that no one here is prepared or knowledgeable enough.
I really
to
enjoy
answer.
this surprise boss fight as well.
You
This
see,
is a really good fight.
Space Pirates fell in some pretty hard times.
Do we know why this is happening? I don't understand. What the...
The Torizo?
Yeah.
From what I understand, it might be a security measure, where the Chozo don't want their stuff being stolen, so they figure it's kind of like a punishment for people who aren't prepared.
I see. It's very interesting.
I thought
And
it
I
might
guess
be
the
like
idea was that
walking
Samus is more than
technology.
capable of handling it.
Give you 2 claps for that.
Yay!
Yeah,
Feels so-
I don't know if you mentioned it already on stream. Did you mention that we're playing on NSO?
Yeah, we are.
There we go.
So I've done it before without even realizing it's a speedrunning trick, and I wasn't planning on doing it here, but why not? Maybe I can give like an attempt or two. This is called Alcatraz Escape, where you wall jump up here.
Alcatraz Escape. Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, that's
Because
literally what
this
they.
area is called Alcatraz, and this is Alcatraz Escape.
Oh my
Oh
gosh.
no!
Ah, yeah, I'm just gonna move on, but it's faster to go that way than around because you don't have to go the slow bombing and going the opposite direction you want to. So
Yeah,
in
so-
speedruns, watch people, morph through there. I did it just for fun as a kid, just because, like, I think I can do that. And then I did it after a number of attempts. I was like, oh, I did it! No idea it was a speedrunning trick.
But yeah, right. It's a super tight wall jump into a morph.
And it's got like a
just get over
ceiling
there.
to it. Which, that's one of the things I love about Super Metroid's physics. I know it's super controversial for people, but this game is really floaty. And because of how floaty it is, you can do things as crazy as wall jumping with a ceiling above you and still having enough time in the air to go around it. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, in a game like Zero Mission, you fall too fast to be able to make that kind of a maneuver. But because of how floaty Super Metroid is, you can do some stupid shit like that, and it's really fun. So, I love the way this game feels.
As someone who's only played this game like 100% and maybe 80% my first time as a teenager, it's so funny to see you skip red doors. Like, I know that for you guys, you're so used to that with playing super fast, but for me, I'm like, like something's off.
He didn't get what's behind the door.
Next, I'm going to be doing Mock Ball to get super missiles early.
I do love Mock Ball. I know one thing about Super Metroid speedrunning. I know what Mock Ball
Did
is.
you get the jump?
Have you done
really
Mock
nice.
Ball, IKG?
I have done Mock Ball in this room.
First try.
Yeah.
Here we go. Very
job.
nice.
I have never.
Although,
never
I
been
might
able
need to do it again
I've
because I don't have enough
always
missiles.
I've
Maybe I'll get
actually
them up
like.
here.
You'll get
I've
them up
actually
there.
like always struggled with Mock Ball, so
It's not too hard, but it takes practice.
You should be fine.
Yeah, you should be okay.
There's another. Oh, well, he did take damage.
Oh,
Oh no, we're good.
Okay.
6 missiles. All right.
I love this room.
One to
Okay,
spare.
I absolutely adore this room. So, in here, we have, oh my god, it's a secret! We got a reserve tank! Oh my god, that's amazing! And you might just stop there
Right.
and just go, okay, time to leave.
All right,
got
time
the
to
reserve
leave.
tank. But wait! There's more! There's a
it's
missile
very
tank.
clever. Yeah.
But then it's like, okay, there's a secret in a secret. Okay, cheeky bastards, well, I found it. I'm gonna leave. No. No. Inside the secret room, in the secret room, is another secret missile tank.
It's like a Russian doll.
A nesting doll.
Yeah, a Russian
It
nesting
is.
doll.
Like, that's the end of it, but like,
It really is just randomly, right? It's just like, why did you guys wrap like 5 secrets in one
I
another?
bet you they felt very accomplished when they finished this game because this game
that's the kind of thing.
they
I
must
would
have
just
known
do
that they were making a masterpiece. And yes, that's
Yeah, no,
coming from me.
They, in the development of Super Metroid, they specifically were so passionate about this game that they wanted it to release on time without cutting corners, so they started sleeping at the office to get extra time in.
Jeez.
They were very passionate about
it
making
really
Super Metroid.
shows. Honestly,
It shows.
Super
So-
is often put on lists of some of the best video games ever made, and I mean that's all you really have to say. It absolutely deserves a place on those. It's a fantastic game.
It's my second favorite game of all time for a very good reason.
It's my fourth.
What is your first favorite out?
Super Mario Brothers 3. I will never
right.
probably give up
That's
that.
yeah, he'll never.
Love that.
I'll be that guy who's like, yep, I'm 69 years old and I'm still playing Super Mario Brothers 3.
Also, Alec, what didn't you tell me at one point you liked Dread more than Super?
I didn't know whether I liked it more or less than like Super is the thing. So I was like,
Okay.
There's a wall jump to get that missile pack. So I always like that wall jump.
I might have said something like, I think it might be able to dethrone Super. But I don't know, I feel like if I played
close for
Dread
me.
more, I might feel that way.
They're definitely close for me. Personally, I prefer Super a little more, but I adore Dread. Okay, so if you know anything about Super Metroid, you know there's a boss, Spore Spawn. Normally, you need to go to him to get the super missiles, but I already have them, so we don't need to do him. Not only do we not need to do him, but using this trick here, we actually can get in here by just barely getting the block for super missiles on screen at the same time you hit it. And then, basically you got to the super missiles behind Spore Spawn without fighting Spore Spawn. So what this means is you can 100% Super Metroid without fighting Spore Spawn.
That's amazing.
And I just took his super missiles without even fighting him.
He is such a forgotten boss, all things considered. Because what speedrun gets him?
Like, I don't need these extra super missiles, but I just like flexing on Spore Spawn, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little disrespect.
It's almost like Spore Spawn is like the guardian of super missiles in Super, and therefore by avoiding him, you're like kind of conquering the boss in the area.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I feel about that Fly in Zero mission. It's like, fuck you, Fly, I don't want to deal with your shit.
Charge Beam!
You know,
Yay.
Old reliable.
I like the charge beam.
you know, Super Metroid speedrunning might be cool, but have you ever speedrun Wind Waker? That is an absolute Chad game to speedrun.
That is
Try to
true.
imagine.
Also, something small. I like...
It's too much.
I like that in the future 2D Metroid games they made it so that red doors only take one missile. I do generally think that was a good thing. But I do kind of like that you can choose to spend a super missile to open it with one shot instead of 5 as a speed choice, but you're sacrificing a super missile.
I do agree with that. That is a cool like choice you have to make in Super. You know.
The choice is yours and yours alone.
And especially in Super Metroid, like the late game, when you're competitively doing this game, resources are an absolute massive deal. There are plenty of times where your resources dictate how many farms you're going to do in a certain area, whether or not you can spend that super to save a little time on a door, or whether or not you're going to need to use all 5 of your missiles. There's a lot to keep in mind. And that's especially why it's nice in here, a little less of a time restriction, and Harane's able to get a lot of extra missiles and super missiles.
Damn, Rain. Very clean.
I know, look, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I got
Oh
it.
my gosh!
Okay.
That was so close!
Oh my god. Oh.
No, not the damage! Missed
Uh,
the damage boost.
That's
Unfortunate.
okay.
I'm not good at damage boosting, and I was like, I'll give it a shot.
Wow. That's going in the highlight reel.
Yeah, I've done that wall jump a lot, but it's
I
always
just
fun.
saw you do
I
it.
really like it.
That's awesome. I could never do that. I've struggled with
I would
that.
never have the finesse at Super Metroid to do that. Not
Yeah,
today,
no.
at least.
I've gotten it before, but I've never gotten it that clean.
That cleanly, that close? Ugh.
Yes.
This is, so I don't need this to do the route, but I like doing this, and it lets me do this earlier, which saves maybe a bit of time, I'm not even sure.
Getting
But
power bombs.
I'm getting early power bombs.
Sick.
Don't tell Adam.
Sick.
Won't like it.
You're not allowed to use power
I
bombs.
do
sir.
that whenever I play the game, too.
Ah! Let
That
me
was
out!
that's so unfortunate. Right, you get the sick wall jump up Red Tower, and then the damage boosts are just like, yeah, no, sir, I'm sorry, you're not allowed.
Yeah, I always sucked at dodging the flower enemies, though. I'm bad with that.
It's a pretty hard room. I mean, the platforming's tight by design, so
So
gotta
yeah,
be
now I have
careful.
power bombs.
there you go.
No power bombs for you.
Contrary to
I authorize you to fall in that plant.
right, contrary
No.
to games like Zero Mission and Dread, we now have most of the main abilities, or like the most unique abilities, like already.
We have all the ammo types.
You've all the ammo types,
Exactly.
that's for sure. Right. And the only thing that's missing up there is the grapple beam, which is
Something
a
I
different
really
thing.
like about these plant enemies, by the way, like the cactus-like things, they
Yeah.
have a very high super missile drop rate.
Is that so?
So if
Sex
you need
is
super missiles, they
Hurrain,
drop
I-
them like a lot.
Texas Hurricane, I hope you didn't illegally download those bombs and missiles.
Oh, it's okay. I stole them from a Chozo statue, which is much more ethical.
You wouldn't download a missile, would
The
you?
red guy says, even if I could skip a boss in a game I know very well, I'd still fight it unless it was a boss I really didn't like.
Oh, I don't do it when I'm going fast, but I do usually like to fight Spore Spawn if I'm not playing for time with supers, to also just shred him. Because Spore Spawn, you're not supposed to fight him with super missiles, and, well,
And the fact that you can
flex.
makes fighting him really funny.
he just dies. He can't handle it.
My health pool was not designed for this.
Hurricane likes to flex on Spore Spawn.
It's so funny. I almost feel bad for him.
Almost.
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 I just like how I feel bad for Crocomire.
Slightly early
I
Spacer
know.
Beam.
I laugh every time Crogmire was like, I don't have skin anymore. I'm like, but Crogmire didn't realize he did the exact same to me.
So
Alec,
we're
is there
getting
somebody
to-
you need to talk to?
So we're getting to the next struggle point for me, which is 2 hell runs. The first one's a lot easier than the second one, but we're just about to get there. I'm gonna grab one more energy tank and the high jump before I do the hell run, and yeah.
Hey,
So
red guy, would you skip Cutman and Woodman from Mega Man 8 Saturn?
also,
That's a deep
I noticed
question.
I
I
got
like it.
Zach sending me a message, but I can't read it, so I'm sorry.
We read it out loud before. It said,
Oh, did you?
it said, Hurrain, I hope you didn't illegally download those bombs
Oh
and
right,
missiles.
that was the message.
Yeah.
Well,
Sorry.
don't
Yeah,
worry.
yeah.
We don't have to worry about downloading until the next game. Am I right, Ron? Wink, wink.
Yep.
Yeah, Lazy Clay Gamer says, from what I heard, Super Metroid has some hidden secrets that most players won't know about until they look them up. Is that true? Absolutely.
Yeah, the game actually does telegraph all of them to you in game one way or another,
Yeah.
That's cool.
but they're hard to figure out some of them on your own. Especially
Famously, the
Crystal
wall
Flash.
jump. You know. Yeah.
Crystal Flash is really hard to figure out, but they do actually show it to you, as I talked about in the title crawl. So
right,
like
so that's-
it's in the game, but I'm not going to be using the Crystal Flash in this. I also literally forget exactly how it works a lot of the time, but I am going to be using a beam combo against Ridley.
Yeah, so there are two main points of secrets there that many players don't see in Super Metroid because of how well they're hidden. There are naturally items and stuff that are extremely difficult to find, and most people will only find by either looking them up or using the X-ray visor. But then there are abilities that are hidden combinations of Samus's more basic abilities that are just like no one ever like really straight up tells you about it, but through some of through fun ways, specifically like the title screen video, it is shown to the player, and it is shown that these things do exist if you can figure them out.
Right. Right.
Like the
Like
fun
if I
beam
go
combos.
right now, I just use the Spacer combo.
Yeah.
Like, there you go. I'm not going to be using the Spacer combo for pretty much anything. I'm specifically going to be using the wave combo against, the wave combo against Ridley.
X Factor, let's go.
Yeah, no, X Factor's really fucking good. Note, there are 4 beam combos: Ice, Wave, Plasma, and Spacer. All of them except for Ice Beam, which does less damage, do the same total damage. The only reason the X Factor is better is not damage output in terms of the raw number, it's its pattern. The pattern is really, really good.
Spoiler alert, it's shaped like an X.
Oh my god.
Crazy. But yeah, that
Damn.
central point in the X where all the different particles collide tends to be a lot easier to place than the other beam combos. But it's right. That's a technique that, like, I mean, I didn't use it in my first
Nice, right?
playthrough of Super, and yeah, that was a very nice mock ball.
So here's the first hell run. We're doing this to get early ice beam.
He has very good energy.
About to watch some mock ball action. It's coming up on my stream.
Ice beam. So to save a hair of time, I'm actually going to be turning off the ice beam, just so I can kill the enemies in one hit. Because, you know, every second you spend is more health drained.
Which definitely sets up a little nicer.
Oh, come on. I can't believe he just stood there and my beam was missing. Oh.
Wait, what?
We're gonna need to farm a little bit.
Careful with this
Yeah.
hell run.
I'm good.
Okay.
So
This one's fine.
I like getting the power bomb here because I don't actually need to do any bomb jumping or anything. I can just do that and go up here. So I could farm for health, but I'm actually going to just go back to the conveniently placed health recharge station nearby.
Oh.
It's a little slow, but it's faster than relying on RNG with this low health. I find.
And there's also not really a good farming place nearby anyway.
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge anyway.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back to the health recharge station. That's just a few rooms over.
Just greatly preferred to dying.
Yeah.
Maybe a little.
I'm not at risk of dying. The only thing that would be annoying is if I go below this 35 and I end up with wasting my reserve tank, which doesn't get refilled by health recharge stations. Reserve tanks don't. Energy tanks do.
Does Samus' ship fill reserve tanks? I don't remember.
I don't remember
Okay.
with that one.
I would like to assume that it does, but at the same time,
It also refills super missiles and power bombs, which aren't refilled by ammo recharge stations.
So it's rather likely.
It's probably
Likely, but
Yeah.
maybe not guaranteed. We'll say.
Yeah.
Just stop at the ship.
That might take a bit.
Yeah, just go to the ship, you know? Just go there, come back.
There's only I think there's only like one or two times where it's even remotely feasible to return to the ship to refill there. Otherwise, it's like, hey, this deviation is gonna take me 20 minutes.
Okay.
Upon which I'd probably die anyway.
I'm gonna go save at the save station because there's a high likelihood I'll die in this hell run.
Oh yeah.
I still struggle with it.
It's a long one. It is a very long one. And,
yeah,
and it would be even
possibly
worse.
the longest one you would normally see unless you're straight up doing Ridley first or something. So.
In which case you have to also contend with lava.
You have to do a
time.
lot to do Ridley first. It's incredible. I'm not even close to good enough to do that. So hats off to anybody who can do reverse boss order.
Yeah, that's something it's something I've wanted to try for a rather long time, but I'm definitely aware that I'm not good enough at Super Metroid at the moment, not even close.
Should have put like 12,000 hours into it.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, Oates does it all the time.
I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, Harain, I'm surprised you haven't put like 12,000 hours in this game.
I put a lot, but not that much.
Yeah, Harain unfortunately took a few extra hits from the enemies in the very first room. So
That's
did
why I
not have
saved.
enough. Right, yeah, that's exactly why you saved, so that random enemies taking half your E-tanks before the first room. That was not great.
Nah.
Right, you ended up with like 2 full tanks gone and like 17 energy remaining going into the next room. It was awful.
Yeah.
But it happens. And that's why we have a convenient save nearby.
I remember trying and failing this specific hell run a lot.
Damn it. I wanted to
play this game.
Don't use missiles there. Use them here.
And they're nice.
So, I use super missiles here for speed because they just deal with literally everything that could be a problem instantly. And it's worth spending them for that. And I need the 1 super missile for that. But I hit the enemy. boy.
Oh, jeez.
If you get a good jump, you can fly across most of this room with momentum, but I usually only get that in a crapshoot.
Yeah, it's...
So,
momentum conservation in Super Metroid is an art. It absolutely is an art.
Mhm.
And
it is a struggle to keep speed in Super Metroid.
Yeah, it is so difficult to do, but when you put in the time and are able to do it well, it looks and feels awesome.
This is the most momentum heavy of the 2D Metroids, and as a result, it's kind of got that classic Sonic thing, but honestly a lot tighter and more restrictive. It's harder to keep your momentum in this than a classic Sonic game where you can just hold down on a downward slope and be like, okay.
Oh yeah,
I'm going
that's
fast
part of the
now.
point. So
You know.
you'd hope it wouldn't be as hard as this.
Oh yeah, no,
But
but in
yeah.
Super Metroid, like, keeping that momentum is fucking difficult.
Lazy Clay has another interesting question, and that is, in terms of color use, which Metroid game do you feel did it best?
Color?
I raved about how Dread does for a while, but it's not the only one I would do that. I actually love the way this game's color palette looks.
I would say for me, in terms of color, I'd have to give it to Metroid Prime 3 Corruption.
Okay, I can understand that.
It's various uses of gold, orange, brown in its areas, but then the contrasting with how
It's some
intense the
shit.
blue
Ugh.
phase-on can be. I really enjoy it.
I think for me, I might want to answer
I'll be back.
surprisingly. See you in a little bit, I guess.
I'm gonna say Fusion. I just like the way everything
Fusion
kind of
has such
looks.
a nauseating color scheme, and I love it.
I was actually going to say the exact same thing. I was going to say, for some reason, Fusion just really appeals to me. It's got so much color, and it's very bright and vibrant. But in that absolute mess of color, there's
It feels literally sickly.
right,
But
there's,
deliberately.
there's some strange sense of uniformity among all that chaos,
Yeah.
and I find it oddly appealing.
Mm-hmm.
I just like how you start out in a very technological area. You know, it's a little boring, but not so bad. But then you actually go into the sectors, and it's like beautiful and luscious. It's like, damn, this is really good.
This is definitely one of my worst attempts on this hell run. I've gotten it first or second try before, but sometimes it's like a pain in the ass. So it be what it be.
Maybe you should do a heaven run instead and find
Fuck,
Jesus.
why did I jump there? Why did I do that?
Do a heaven run, Harain!
And find Jesus. That's amazing. Alec, that's amazing. Alec,
it's like
how
I've
did you
been
come up with these things?
I spend way too much time on Facebook, and there were people who unironically do this thing. You could listen to metal, or you could pick up a Bible and find Jesus.
Yeah, you don't want to hit enemies in this hell run, which is the biggest pain about it.
They do so much damage it also really doesn't halt the fire damage as well.
Zach makes a funny comment. Playing Super Metroid like Frontier Cyberspace. Kind of.
Oh yeah, because like the jumps are floaty.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Frontiers looks like a game I want to play, but I'm a little scared I might be disappointed in it.
It's a good game. It's not perfect.
I think
No.
it's pretty good. I do recommend it.
I mean, just don't expect the world, but like, it should be a pleasant experience.
Best Sonic game since Lost World, hands down. Oh wait, I always forget Mania exists. I don't know why. Not okay. 3D Sonic games since
The only correct answer is
Sounds pretty good.
Generations.
I fell because of the.
No! You were so good there!
I saw the door.
It was the. It was.
Oh
I pushed the jump button, and then the reserve tank started draining. I was like, shit.
Yeah, it ate the input.
Yeah, no, I was like ready to jump, and it was like, wait, no, I'm gonna run off the edge. No. God damn it.
All right, Kirby just completely devoured Flowey Woods. Like, what the hell? That's how you do it. That's pretty neat. I wish you could do that with the other bosses. Just completely annihilate them.
I know. I love that game so much.
Triple Deluxe is my new favorite Kirby game. I don't care what others
New?
say.
That's
Wasn't that
awesome.
what you used to say?
I mean, I'm pretty sure Planet Robot is better. It looks better, but like, Triple Deluxe is just fun from start to finish.
I'm gonna be honest. Triple Deluxe, I think, is like top 5. I think Planet Robot's even better, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
I really do.
I-
You should definitely play it whenever you're
I'm definitely
finished.
gonna buy Robobot after I beat this.
Yeah, you should.
Fucking hell, I keep jumping on them.
Right? It's like, dude, come on.
Brian, it would probably save you time if you corrected your jumps a bit than if you land in the lava, right?
Sometimes. It's
Okay.
difficult.
Part of the problem is like,
I mean, I know you have to be fast, but I would imagine
Oh,
taking it
it's because
slightly
in
slower
Super
to avoid
Metroid, when you-
lava would.
It's
would help.
because in Super Metroid, adjusting your position can sometimes drain your speed and make you go slower.
yeah, it's absolutely a
That's
momentum
what I don't
thing.
like about this game.
Yeah, like we
I
said,
don't like it.
momentum is an art in this game, and it's so hard to get right.
Yeah, I just don't like how it works in Super Metroid. I feel like
I
I'm fighting
enjoy it a
against
lot.
it,
It's just
unlike Sonic, where I'm like using it to my advantage.
I
don't know.
like it a lot, and you can use it to your advantage a lot. But it's a skill you have to learn.
Hmm.
Okay.
Is Super Metroid really that super?
Gosh.
Super Midtroid.
Ah! Got him.
Brian, you're missing
No,
all of the
that-
jumps.
Okay,
No.
I'm gonna do a different strategy. So I'm going to use the ice beam
Alright.
so that and if I ever run into an enemy, it's more likely that I'll freeze it and just slow down a bit and not just hit it and lose a chunk of my health.
Ooh, I'm
This is a tough.
Plan.
This is I probably struggle with this honestly more than I struggle with Fan 2. So yeah.
But you have gotten past it before, right?
Yeah, no, I've done this multiple times. It's just I'm not consistent with this hell run.
Yeah.
They don't call it hell for nothing, I guess. But you're doing fine.
Yeah. I wanted to choose a harder route for the stream. If I just chose like the vanilla route, I'd be doing it easy peasy. Oh, come on.
That
some
first
Super
run.
Metroid
That
games.
first room was pretty clean.
Yeah, it doesn't stay that way. That last room is the one that I struggle with the most.
I
It's
don't blame you.
awful.
It's a lot of narrow platforms and tons of enemies and projectiles with a rising lava floor. It's a lot.
Can I just say I find it hard to believe that we started this at 8 a.m. Like, it's been, like, so much time.
Yeah.
No,
It's actually getting dark outside.
thanks. Yeah, it is kind of for me too, but like, shit, it's like that's mostly in part due to Samus Returns.
Guilty. No, but yeah, Samus
No,
Returns is long.
It's not.
I know. I know.
We all
It's a
know it's
long
actually
I got a
my
good time.
fault.
It's just so long.
Yeah.
I feel good about the run, though.
Oh yeah, no, it was a really good run. It's a long game.
Yeah. And Alec, you did great with Zero Mission.
That health pickup was nice.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, like you did really good. You've come a long way, young grasshopper.
Yeah, I definitely want to speed run the games of like all the other games someday.
Mm-hmm.
We should probably do like a kind of like a
I wonder
follow
if
up.
I would do better with the high jump off in that room.
You might. Because you
That's
don't
actually that's a really good idea, actually.
Because, like, you hit this. There's a lot of bumps in the ceiling that slow you down, and managing your jump height's a bit annoying. But, like, with the high jump off, I wouldn't need to worry about that.
Right.
It's worth trying. I'll see.
I don't know if it's too early out, but I did actually already think about how we could do a follow-up to this in the future.
We changed the roster of who beats what.
Oh, that's one thing we could do. I was actually thinking of doing a completely different franchise.
Oh, perhaps a certain Blue Bomber,
Yes, indeed.
because
I
that's the only
mean-
other game I'm allowed to play on the channel.
I mean, if we're doing exactly this, that'd be a little hard just because not everyone. Just because not
I was
everyone's
thinking
familiar.
classic Sonic as well.
Everyone's
Yeah,
familiar
I'm
with the
not
series,
very
but
good with Sonic.
me and
yeah.
but like me and IKG have talked about doing SNES trilogy X race for a while.
Oh, but that would be a race. But yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be a
I'm
race.
not good at races. I choke like no other.
I'll fight Ron to the death.
Hey Ron, why don't we do a zero mission?
Let's go!
All right, that's worthy of
Turning
the
off
clap.
high jump was nice.
It was the high jump. Now, right now, don't get too excited.
Oh, you said you want to do
There's a few
a
enemies in this room, and I just
Zero
need
mission
to
race?
kill them, save,
Yeah.
and then grind some health.
I need-
possibly.
All
I
I,
would-
need is one tank, because there is
I wouldn't
a
be against that.
grind spot
I would-
nearby.
In fact, I'd probably want Harain to. Yeah, I'd want it to be a three-way race between me, you, and Harain if we're doing that, because I promised Harain so many years ago that I would race him, and I haven't.
Well, get to it, Ron.
Ron chickened out and then came back with a zero mission run this year, saying, "Oh, I guess I'm just better than Harain."
I mean, he did
I
get
mean, fine,
118.
No, he did a
I
good
know-
run. I'm just laughing
I know.
because
I
he was
know.
so scared to run it.
I was.
I'm just saying, Ron
I
at
mean,
zero
I would-
mission's like deadly good. So.
Harain,
I know. He had no reason to be afraid.
I would be all cocky, but then when I saw the 119 and 118, I was like, I need to practice a lot.
Lazy Clay
I
has...
know. It's just like. Well, when I said that, Harain, I also had like a college crunch that
I
came
know.
like, right after.
I know.
Like a really bad one. Put me in a pretty bad mental state.
Hey,
I don't mean to-
appreciate the supers, but can I get health? Because that's what I
don't-
need.
Lazy Clay has another question. How would you feel if the next Metroid game is rated M for mature and embraces it in almost every way, especially
Yeah.
in its hard
Every
department?
way?
I'm an edgelord, so yeah, let's do it.
Not every way.
I'm
For
okay
a
with
Metroid game to be M, it'd have to be for a good reason. I like Metroid as a T-rated franchise, specifically.
I think the only context I could see that working is if they just did Other M's horror, but if they wanted to just step it up a couple notches,
Get a little bit more explicit, just
Yeah.
a little.
that's fine. But keeping the
Hey,
rest relatively the same. You know, I
A
wouldn't
more
want it to lose
horror-oriented
tonality.
Metroid game that just ekes out an M rating, I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is like I feel like Other M was already the closest we had, and I mean if you just go
Yeah,
further,
they have like
that's fine.
gore and human murder, mutilation in that
Yeah.
game. It's
Yeah.
toned down, but it's there.
It's definitely there. Yep.
So
and,
like,
and I mean, there's literally cutscenes like showing it up close. I mean, they're not afraid of it, but it wasn't like
it wasn't
super-
quite crossing that line into the M territory.
Yeah, right.
How fitting is it that Queen Sectonia is modeled after one of my most feared insects?
Oh, which insect is she modeled after again?
Oh, like a wasp.
That's right.
Someone
That's right.
in chat asks, "What's your favorite area in Super Metroid?"
Oh god, I don't know.
Meridia.
I must.
Meridia's
must
the
be
fan least
Brinstar.
favorite. That's interesting.
Mm.
Probably Lower Norfair.
Okay, so this is
I
going to
like-
be another hell run, but this should be one of the easier ones as long as I don't make a mistake right at the start, because it has a health recharge station right in it. Which requires me to not miss these jumps. Yeah,
Oh.
like that. As I say it, I should have just said nothing. Anyway,
Yeah. That place is
that's
very
why I
good
saved
farming.
as soon as I got the minimum health I needed, so I don't have to
That's smart.
grind again.
Yeah, because there's a little pit that constantly spawns the fly enemies.
And it
You-
it gives you health much faster than it drains health in that room. It is one of the
Oh, yeah.
fastest recharge stations, or grinding spots in the game, rather.
What is your favorite sector from Fusion?
We'll say knock.
Okay. Good choice. I would say sector
Uh,
4, personally.
Level 4.
Level 4.
Mostly because of the music, but it's like a really good section.
Tommy?
I think I'm gonna go with Lower Norfair as well.
Wait a
so
minute.
we're
Wait,
on-
wait. No, we were talking about Fusion.
Oh, okay. Well,
I was
the
like,
Super
the
Metroid,
the
Lower
the
Norfair.
secret area.
But I think I do have to go with Knock as well.
Okay.
What can I say? It's a great stage.
It is.
It's very scary.
0
Which
health.
one? Which one's Knock again?
How
Yeah.
are you alive?
I'm
the
sorry,
one where
but I
Box
don't
shows up
remember
again.
the I don't
Okay,
remember.
so we're
what-
gonna swap off Ice Beam, hold down the aim button, shoot, and I'm gonna live. Watch. It's gonna be great. Damn it.
Sorry,
Ah.
KG, but I don't remember the I don't remember like the abbreviations for the sectors, even though I've just been playing Fusion.
Knock is
The,
sector.
think,
the
Knock
abbreviation
is
actually is more memorable to me than the numbers.
Knock is sector 6.
Ah, yeah.
The dark
I
one's
like
with the
it.
It's
ice.
the dark one.
Think knock like Nocturnal. SRX being
I
like
should've.
SR388.
Because beforehand, I mostly just remembered, I mostly just remembered, Aqua or AQA, and,
There's PYR being
and
Pyro,
then
like
and then PAYR being like Pyro. Those are the ones I remembered.
They are all rather aptly named and for good reason.
They're biomes, and then other
I
M just
know.
takes the same ones. So yeah.
I just always
What
remembered
the
them.
fuck?
I just always remembered them by.
Why am I struggling on this? I never struggled on this. Is
Most
this Streamer's
deaths
Curse?
run.
Absolutely, dude.
God
just-
damn. Streamer's Curse is kicking in hard, isn't it?
I just
It's okay.
remembered them from like what's just by the number, not by like.
Ah. Okay, I got this though.
You can do it.
Yeah, I literally know I
You
can
can
because
do
I've
it.
done it many times.
It's just misbehaving. That was a rather close encounter with that waiver.
I like how Kirby
It is-
lands on King DDD. That's funny. So
Is there any version of Super Metroid that has an issue with like eating jumps?
I don't think so. The only thing that eats a jump is if you get into a cutscene. Normally.
got her.
Which for me, that was the health refill happening at a very inconvenient time in that previous section. Yeah, so as long as I stand here, I'm good.
He's chilling.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
We'll fill up that reserve tank too.
And we'll just go, speed booster. Cool. This is the last major hell run, by the way.
And a good thing too,
Yeah.
because they're
That's a good thing.
always difficult. There are a few that are possible in Dread, but they're usually not. They're not terribly worth it to do. They save. I mean, like, if you're at top level, you're gonna be doing them because it's like pretty much a required like 10 or 15-second time save.
No.
But otherwise, it's just like I don't need to.
This hallway where you put the speed booster to use right away is so iconic to me. I always think of this hallway when I think of Super Metroid.
No. Yeah.
It would have been. It at least would have been fine, but it was a little funny how you shot the floor out and were like, "Hey yo, I'm a dip away from the farming area." You did have the reserve tank, so you would have been fine. But
Yeah,
That's
I would have
true.
been fine. It was just like a moment of panic. Like, no.
right, it's like
no.
stop, please.
I've had enough deaths in hot rooms for a lifetime.
Right, it has traumatized me for a very long time.
You know
already.
what? This is like a very human version of the kinds of Super Metroid speedruns I'm used to watching. I like it.
That's kind of what I was hoping for, actually.
Just a, like
No,
I'm
yeah,
seeing
yeah.
like the actual process behind it, the human being side
Somebody
of it.
who's in the middle of the learning curve rather than come out the other side.
Yeah,
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 exactly.
yeah.
it's cool.
Yeah, it is a spot that people don't tend to watch very much, to be frank.
Right.
Right, you are either trying it out yourself, in which case you're at the very bottom of the learning curve, or you watch someone notable who is known for this kind of thing, and they're extremely polished after hundreds or thousands of hours of gameplay. So seeing, right,
Why,
something
like-
here, it's nice.
It's why I like
I
Magnus
wanted to.
Zero's videos so much, because like he damages Mega Man games and he's like really good at it, and he has his own like playstyle to it, but he has like a bit called End My Suffering where he shows some of his outtakes.
Right. Yeah,
Oh,
I like
that's
that
fun.
too.
So
He makes X6 look like a cakewalk. And I mean, in
does.
some ways it kind of is, but in other ways it's definitely not.
He
So.
makes X5 look fun.
Honestly, fun.
Even as someone who likes X5, I just find that funny knowing that you don't like X5. He makes X5 look fun. Well, he makes it more fun.
Hooray, I saw that thinking you had ice on.
Very nice.
Oh, hey, look, the X-ray visor. Bye, X-ray visor.
Don't
Bye.
need you. Space-time beam? What's
Seriously.
that?
IKG, you've seen Magnus fight Nightmare Mother, right?
Yes, I have.
That is
I don't understand how they do it, but I've seen it.
I've done that.
Now,
You have?
that was more bulb,
Yes.
not...
I think you're turning into a closeted X6 fan.
Not no damage, but I've done the strat.
Damn. I would sooner like do Tekken X5 than X6.
I find X6 a little more entertaining tech-wise.
Okay.
Not like a better game.
No, I understand. X8 probably has a lot of fun stuff that I just don't know about.
Yeah, but it also has more iframes than the PS1
Let's
games.
get some more power bombs. Why not?
But
Bombs.
Pick up a couple bombs.
Rope. Lamp oil.
Waste all my super missiles, hell yeah! It's okay, I'm going to Samus's ship for a save point. It's Samus's ship, fun fact, is the closest save point you have access to Phantoon before you get the power back on, which requires you to kill Phantoon.
That is true. I actually knew that. I see. During my Wii U days, I did actually attempt Phantoon as like my second boss, but I was really underleveled, and this was like my second ever playthrough of the game, and it went horribly, and I never finished that save file. But I had fun trying to do the wreck ship earlier than usual. That was definitely fun.
The wreck ship is supposed to be, or Phantoon is supposed to be your second boss, but
Yeah, but
I don't know when you attempted it. I'm just,
it was
you know.
too early,
Kratos
especially
always
especially at my
boss.
my skill level.
Yeah, no, I understand. Phantoon's not an easy.
Just to put in perspective, like where I was at the time, I still had trouble remembering how to aim diagonally. Just so you know, like I've come a
Yeah.
long way as a kid. Yeah.
Yeah, and Fantoon is quite the
Meanwhile,
quite a challenging
I
boss.
was killing it in the Metroid Prime trilogy, but when it came to the 2D stuff, it was hard. I don't know.
So something I've never really attempted before is a full ocean fly. But the thing about attempting ocean fly is that failing ocean fly basically achieves the results I want anyway, so I might as well give it a shot. You know.
Yeah, I was wondering to myself how you plan to do moat.
Usually I turn off the high jump for half of it, and then I turn it back on at the other half. But oh yeah, there's a trick I've never done where you cut down the charge time by like starting to hold the run button partway through. I don't know exactly how it works, but you don't technically need it for this.
It's really interesting how that short charge mechanic works, which is what it is. And the way Speed Booster works for storing a Shine Spark in particular is that the game has a counter right behind the scenes. It has a counter, and it increments this counter as Samus is running, right in her dash animation. And when the counter gets high enough, she gets a stored Shine Spark. Now, the interesting
I'm not
thing
going to try Ocean Fly.
probably wise. But this counter is only incremented on a certain frame of Samus's dash animation. So if you technically only need to hold dash on a single frame out of the whole animation, which means
So if you tap dash only on those frames, yeah.
Yeah, you can charge a Shine Spark in a greatly decreased amount of like distance than intended, which is very hard to do.
Cat wants attention while I'm trying to do a Shine Spark. This is not helping. Kitty, please. He's looking for face rubs and pets. It's messing up my hand. Stop.
In terms of sound design, which Metroid do you believe did that the best? I like Fusion sound design. Like a lot. A lot.
Fusion.
Dread.
If I'm counting the 2D games, Fusion. Yeah.
What?
Why did you stop?
No! My toe hit like the or my knee, I guess.
It's like Super Metroid and my suffering.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we're watching.
I didn't know you watched Magnus.
Not a lot, but I've seen a few of his
Makes me
videos.
happy, actually.
Oh well. Yeah, no, he's really good. I just haven't seen a lot.
There we
I've
go.
seen a few.
Finally! Oh my gosh, that was painful.
So satisfying to get this and then just continue after the box.
Right.
Yeah.
Also, always found it interesting how you consume energy in Shine Spark in this game.
Right.
Yeah. So I turn off the high jump boots for the first part of this because you actually jump too high to hit that ceiling a lot of the time if you have it on, and I find it annoying. So I usually turn it off for this part to make it easier on myself to make these jumps. Like that. Ah! Don't run off the edge though. That doesn't help.
We do not want to have to redo Ocean Fly. Need to reset.
So we jump there, and then we get here where I turn it back on,
Mm.
because the high jump, without high jump, it's really hard to make this jump. With high jump, you just go, wing, and you do that.
Just hold against the wall and everything's good.
A-okay.
All right, here we are.
And you end up in wrecked ship.
Coming up on Fantoon, which should be an interesting fight. We'll see what happens. He does an incredible amount of damage.
This is the last part of the run I significantly struggle with.
Fantoon is absolutely a massive run killer in any percent. as
Corinne's
well.
been practicing Fantoon a lot, though, so we'll see. But it's gonna be tough.
Yeah, he does. I think it's usually between 40 and 60 damage, or like 60 energy worth of damage, which is what Harain only has the ability to take like 6 or so
just
hits.
like 400 health. So
not a lot of hits can be taken, and there are a lot of flames that spawn.
Don't
Hey,
use,
Cole Goodrich, good to see you.
There's
don't
no
use
supers.
super missiles.
You've got more than
Don't
enough
do it.
missiles.
Cole says, Dread was the first Metroid game I've ever played, but after trying some of the older ones since and seeing what's lacking, I don't know if I can ever fully commit to an older Metroid game.
I mean, that's unfortunate, but I adore all of them, actually.
Well, which
This is my favorite Metroid game in general, in fact.
which
I love
older
Dread, though.
games
That's my number 2.
have you played?
So we get a slow, unfortunate. Give us a mid. Yeah. The lovely slow mid fast. Nice Fantoon. And another fast. Yeah, so in general, right, Fantoon, the way he works, does this for a bit, and he chooses between like one of 6 or so patterns. Some of them are slow speed, some of them are mid speed, some of them are fast. Naturally, you tend to want the fast because he spends the least amount of time.
Oh, that
In
was
that
probably the
animation.
cleanest I've done it.
Wow!
Yeah, that was very solid.
Moraine, that was awesome. Let me give you some claps on NSO for that. That was awesome.
It was no one-round Fantoon with a Doppler, but it was very nice.
Alrighty. Cool.
That
So-
was a significant obstacle.
Yeah, that boss can shred you and be a run killer. So
Honestly, though,
getting him out of the way.
if you can believe it, my first fight against Fantoon, I actually only had 3 E-tanks because I didn't know where the rest were.
Yeah,
I barely,
Although
I barely
I
made
would
that.
kill for Varia's suit, but I'm literally deciding to not kill for Varia's suit yet.
Yeah, right. That's what really sucks about fighting Fantoon first
Yeah.
in this, right? Because you do not have Varia, and so you have both low energy as well as no damage reduction
Low
that
defense.
any of the higher suits like Varia provide.
Yeah.
So Fantoon is extremely dangerous, and right because of his heavy RNG and the patterns and how the flames spawn, is a really tough boss even when you know exactly what you're doing. So it was very nice to have a first try Fantoon, especially after the unfortunate little hiccup in Moat.
Oh, whoa. Wrong door. I always forget. The save room's next door. Whee!
And we make our way up to Attic.
Oh, damn, I forgot to share one of my favorite room names when we were in there, because I was just so relieved to be there. The room where I use Ice Beam to go get the speed booster, the big old bubble room, it's called Bubble Mountain.
Yes,
I like that name.
right. All the walls are made of this fun green bubble texture.
And it's a big, tall cliff to
It
go
is.
up.
It is a
Bubble
massive cliff that you can wall jump almost entirely up on, like from the base along the right.
Yeah, it's easier to do with Ice Beam instead, which is part of why I grabbed it.
Yeah.
But you don't need Ice Beam to get up there.
So now we're in Attic. Got to kill all of these enemies. Has the added bonus of giving Harain some much-needed energy, but the doors are also just straight up locked until you kill all of the enemies. Oh, you were very lucky to have some iframes there.
Damn it.
Cole Goodrich
Right
says,
there.
Bubble Mountain sounds like it could be a Banjo-Kazooie stage. Yeah.
I can absolutely see that.
Okay, I like opening all of the doors when I kill the enemies here so that they don't relock.
Got him. Fuck you, eyes.
And Lazy Clay, you had another question. Which Samus suit has your favorite visual design in the whole franchise?
Zero suit.
Gravity suit in Samus Returns.
I think I have to. I really like the Dread suit in Dread. I like the more sleek design, and the white and blue color palette. I also I never want them to change how Samus's helmet and visor look from Dread. I absolutely love that visor design. That's by far my favorite part of the suit innovation in Dread. It's how the helmet looks.
Yeah. DDD and Kirby are like my favorite frenemies in like the video games.
They're so great.
Yeah. King Dedede's not even really a villain. Like he's just a villain for like one game, but kind of has like kind of a bullying like aspect to his personality. But other than that, he's always helping Kirby out.
So,
He gets
Hooray.
possessed a lot.
Yeah.
so Hooray, when do you plan on fighting Ridley in this round?
Second to last of the 4 bosses.
Second to last?
Mm-hmm. I'm going to Meridia next to beat up Dragon, and then I'm going to Ridley. Trades
Okay.
last.
Also, yes, Cole. Sleek is definitely a great word to describe how Samus's suits in Dread are designed. They are
Yeah.
Varia and Gravity still have those larger shoulder pauldrons, but they're definitely not as big as it's gotten in some of the other games. And I'm definitely a fan of the slightly less imposing profile of them compared to some of the other games, which is her stereotypical look to have those giant shoulder pads.
I mentioned it before, but the art's on screen right now on stream. I really like Samus's ridiculous proportions in Super Metroid.
Yeah, it is
so
very
dynamic.
funny, right? Because her shoulders are taking up more than that entire sliver of the screen, and yet her waist is right there, like, boop, I'm a little teeny tiny.
And the waist isn't inhumanly thin, but it's thin compared to everything else.
Right.
You know? It's really fun. I should have grinded health. Why did I do this? I forgot to grind health.
Yeah.
And then the door locked.
Guess you
I
won't do
forgot
that
how deadly
again.
this room is. Oh well, just means I'm gonna need to go.
I said
back
it
a few
before,
steps.
but I'll say it again. Light Suit from Prime 2 is definitely my favorite design and colored scheme.
Yeah.
See, this is why we save.
Saving
Because
is for squares.
sometimes we're just poopy at video games.
I don't know, man. If this was Dread, I would have spawned right outside the room. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, this is Samus Returns, so we would have been right there. Yeah.
Wait, when did you
Yeah, and then,
plus save?
and then the computer would crash. Oh wait.
Right, yeah.
Wait, yeah, are you fighting
So we're counting
Fantoon
the
again?
computer crash to the deaths, right?
It's gotta
Right.
be.
Do you have to fight Fantoon again?
No.
Okay.
Howard.
Yeah,
I
he
saved
saved.
after Fantoon. The
Yeah.
fact that
No,
I
but he has
saved
to
in
do
the
all
right
hell
channel is
runs again.
No! You can't make me.
I got stuck on my first playthrough in the stream. I was like, what am I supposed to do? I was like, oh, I have to kill all the enemies.
Caesar Pacino says, last time I beat this game, I thought it was impossible for Mother Brain to win. But Mother Brain killed me with that Hyper Beam thing, then I retried and was able to barely win. It was great.
The interesting bit about that Mother Brain fight is, right, there's a scripted attack, and you just straight up lose 3 E-tanks from your max, because, if you dip below that, you're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Which means this game has a notable minimum energy requirement.
I
Which,
don't
I
know
mean,
how
it's
it
hard
goes.
to have that happen to you, but it would suck to go and soft lock yourself with the final save room and not have enough health.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I don't think that should be possible from a design
Neither
standpoint.
do I.
Yeah, I never liked the point of no return design philosophy some games incorporate. Like Final Fantasy VII Original did that.
Earthbound.
Earthbound. Yeah.
Oh yeah, but at least you could grind. You know.
True. That is true. I at least like in games like Xenoblade Chronicles X, they give you a huge warning. Like, this is the point of no return. Are you sure? And you have to answer the protagonist twice after the warning. I'm like, okay, that's fair. If you're gonna have that.
Damn.
Rip.
Like,
Attic is not
that is
very nice.
awful.
There are a ton of enemies in this room.
Fun fact, those are also space pirates, just like a different breed.
I don't think they're space pirates. They're key hunters. They
Oh,
they're-
so-
they have a
What's that?
whole hive in They have a hive in Other M.
What were those wasp enemies in Fusion called?
I think they might also be key hunters.
They're key
Not
hunters
sure.
as well. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the
Cause-
hive fight in Other M where you kill the queen, I thought was really interesting.
Yeah,
That was a-
I
that
like
was a
that
cool fight.
set piece.
Yeah.
And now, Harain, we're well ahead of it, but do not forget to farm.
Yeah, I know. It's right here.
Which is all the more infuriating.
The door locks behind you, and I forgot about that and the spike room in there. I was like, wait, I forgot. No.
Yeah, Cole, you're right. The latent games were also really good about giving those warnings. That's true. Always
The light
appreciate
is
it.
at a point of no return.
They do. All of them have a point of no return.
Hmm.
Except for Curious Village. I think you can technically turn around at the end, but I've never tried. I don't know, maybe I should test that. But
And you can still go back to it after you finish that section, so I don't really count that.
well, yeah.
A point of no return, like, it's like, even if you beat it, you literally cannot go back.
Well, most latent games have a compromise where there is a point of no return, but the game literally tells you, hey, but we created a save file for you at this point right before the climax if you want to explore again. So they kind of do the best of both worlds, I would say, in the latent games.
That should be enough energy.
Which video game series do you want to see a remaster, collection, or remake of? Man, I have to think about that.
Oh, so like a Mario 3D collection remaster of the older 3D games of 64, Sunshine, Galaxy, and Galaxy 2.
Well, for one,
Uh,
a
there
rather
There's no
relevant
Galaxy
one.
2. They were going to make a second one, or like an expansion called Super Mario Galaxy More, but Galaxy 2 was canceled.
This is rather timely, but I definitely would like to see a Prime Trilogy remaster on Switch. That would be so very nice.
Well, here's the thing. Prime Trilogies already exists. It's done. They just gotta put it in HD and put it on
Right.
Switch. Like, what's so hard? Like, you did the work.
Right.
did it!
I
In
don't
2010! Or 2009? I forget. What was it?
know.
Old enough.
9,
It's
10
more than old enough.
2010 was Other M.
Wow, 1 year before Other M. And you
Or
couldn't...
was it the... I think so, yeah.
Alright.
2009 was the start of the no timeline.
No! Oh, I can't wait for Tommy to play Prime 3. So that we can...
Which version will he play?
Will you play the damn version or the no version? Damn! No!
Imagine like a no cut of Shadow the Hedgehog.
Tommy plays the
No,
Tommy
not
plays
here.
the damn version. No.
No! I wanted the no!
No, not here.
Hey, does Triple Deluxe have like a completion ending, or is like...
Not an ending. Mm-mm.
Okay, so what do you do if you get all the sun medals?
I don't remember, actually. It's been so long. But I have done it. I just can't remember. What I
I've
can
been
say
down to it.
is there is, not tied to the sun thing, but you can, once you beat the game, you can play the entire game abridged as King Dedede. I recommend it.
Ooh, that's cool.
Like you know Meta Nightmare from Kirby's Nightmare
Yeah.
Dreamland? It's like that, but for Dedede.
Yeah.
You should definitely do that.
I
No,
never
we just
beat
went from
Meta
the power
Nightmare
suit
'cause
to
you
the
can't really-
gravity suit.
can't
I'm
really save.
immortal!
Where's the Various suit?
Unneeded. Literally. The gravity suit comes with the features of the Varia suit.
That is so cool. That's a good flex too, is get the suit.
Yeah, you get more. I think you do get more damage reduction.
No,
I also
not in
get-
this game.
No, you don't. No.
Not in this game. I think there are some that might work that way. Not this one.
No, if there wasn't like a lock for it in Torian, you would basically not even need to fight Kraid.
You wouldn't need to fight any of the bosses if there wasn't a lock.
I know, but like Kraid especially.
Well, yeah. I mean, again, you can do Ridley first, right? So, like, there's no ability you need from a previous boss to get to Ridley. And Ridley himself can be skipped in other ways, so theoretically...
Right, it's just that...
Yeah.
It's very unfortunate.
Craig gives you nothing.
Nope, he's not going to give me anything of worth. But I'm still going to grab the various suit because I find it mildly amusing.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just rather. Also, we definitely did refill the reserve tank.
You're right.
By the way, that interrupted my train of thought, which was it is a bit unfortunate that the G4 lock is there because otherwise you could just straight up go to the end of the game. I
Right,
mean,
you can just go to Torian. Yeah.
You won't be able to beat it because of the aforementioned ammo and E-tank locks, like soft locks almost, on the Mother Brain fight, but you would be able to spend much less time in the rest of the game and just head right to the ending. And yeah, Cole Goodrich did point out that Prime 4 is in the works and coming to Switch, so I'm optimistic that they will port the trilogy, but with Nintendo and older games, you absolutely never know.
That's true. But, Cole has a point. I think part of me is like, well, if they're not going to do it now, they'll never will. But with Prime 4 coming, that's my one hope, that they would do it. That they would.
Help me, Metroid Prime 4. You're my only hope.
Now,
Please,
I don't know if you
please.
guys remember, but before Dread came out, a lot of people thought that they would re-release Fusion at the very least in some way because it's so connected to Fusion, and then they never did. Now, thankfully, that didn't hurt Dread at all because the game is a huge success, which is great.
Still waiting on
That shows that there's a precedent of them not necessarily caring about that kind of thing. So
They made a Game Boy Advance emulator, an official one for Switch, that got leaked because they were planning to add it to Switch Online, and they still haven't.
they still have it.
Still waiting on that.
Like, the emulator exists. People have used it.
The quality of the emulators on NSO are great, which hence what we're doing here. But the service sucks. Like, I won't be too negative, but like I'll just say I prefer the Wii U Virtual Console.
I will say I've had
Android.
less
Or the Wii
issues
Virtual
with games
Console when it's
crashing on Wii U.
Well,
so.
that's a good point, right? Yeah, maybe not for like
Some of it's good,
N64.
some of it's not. It
Yeah.
really depends.
The
Okay,
issue with Wii U, games like Pokemon Snap still have that gamma correction issue where it's darkened.
The N64 emulation
Yeah.
on Wii U is ass.
yeah, it's probably its worst console. The only one that's like really bad, honestly.
Yeah, there are ones that have varying issues, but N64 is just
Like
not.
SNES emulations, fine. I mean, that's how I played.
SNES
That's how I played Super Metroid for the first time. It was on Wii U.
SNES and NES is fine, but their visual options are lacking and they're a little dark.
Yeah.
They're a little dark. Yeah.
GBA and DS, oh, those are good.
GBA, DS, and well, Wii. I'm just gonna lump in, even though it's not emulation. Those are peak on Wii U. Those are excellent.
Yeah.
I also recall DS being fine. Not
That's what we
great.
said,
but
Yeah, yeah.
fine.
Oh, no,
GBA,
DS is great.
DS, and Wii.
The only issue I have with DS emulation is I wish they had a couple more screen layouts, but the fact that they went that far is very appreciated.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely.
Hey guys, I'll be right back.
Okay. And I bet you GameCube emulation could have been good if they,
It's
Well, they
not
don't
emulated
need to
because it
because
runs
it's not-
natively. Also, I forgot to get the grapple pin.
Oh, that's
I
right.
knew
It
I
would
was
have been
forgetting something
native.
in my order.
That's right. All the more disappointing. No,
Well,
I'm big smart. I'm sorry.
you're fine.
he's still.
I got so wrapped up in talking about Wii U and forgetting how Super Metroid works.
You can still progress without the grapple beam.
I'm not going to do so even if I can, because I want to quick kill Dragon anyway. And I want the wave beam.
That's true. That's fair. That'll be a little extra time, won't it?
It's honestly, I only wasted a little bit of time by bombing and then jumping up a shaft. It's not the worst, but fastest way would be to go over here. And
Are we going to cross Crocomire on this grapple beam run?
Actually, yeah, no, I have to cross Crocomire. Grapple beam is blocked by Crocomire.
I'll be right back, but Tommy's
And
still here.
you actually just reminded me that the route I would want to take is to go by Crocomire.
Howdy, Croc. Goodbye, Croc.
This way, I
Poor
think,
lad.
is going to be the fastest way to get there.
Yeah, no, I love Crocomire.
Me too.
Just get that missile pack, perfect timing. This one's always a pain to get if you miss it. Because every platform in here is a crumble block.
Not to mention the enemies also on it, not helping.
Whee!
But then these space pirates are utter pushovers. Just run into them, slam them with Samus's titanium strength body.
What, the Bezians? Because I stream still isn't. Oh yeah, the Bezians.
They are space pirates.
I know, but
I mean, they're
name-
Zebesians, but they are space pirates.
Mhm.
Ah! Come on, stop it blocking my damn shots.
Yeah,
asshole.
Croc he just ate half your super missiles. Yeah, gotta go fast.
Oh, he swat the damn super missile. Imagine, like, swatting a super missile in midair and just being like, no!
He really is just like, no, you did not get to hit me with that shit. Sorry, bro. Alright, Croc, now you learn what physics are.
Ah, he's melting, oh god! Oh, hey, an energy tank.
Why, thank you. I will take that precious energy tank, and it will help
So
greatly.
he, melts, but notice on the bottom of the screen, there's bubbles moving. To the left side.
Damn, bro, the lava's bubbling.
Why were there bubbles moving to the left side? What's going on? I thought I killed him. Oh god! He's alive! Oh wait, no, he's not. He's just dead.
She managed to get all the way over there as a skeleton, and is utterly horrifying.
How was he doing anything without any internal organs?
No,
Right, he like
Nobody-
right.
Nobody gonna talk about the fact that New Super Mario Bros. On DS did the Crocomire thing, too.
I was thinking about it a bit ago, actually.
Poor
Which is
Croc.
also horrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't watch the skin melt. That all happens under the lava, out of view, but still.
The implication is clear as day, and it is not a good one.
And Bowser is literally brought back in front of you with necromancy. The fucker was dead.
Exactly.
What else am I supposed to think about it?
They show you his pile of bones, immobile. Bowser Jr. takes them, tosses them into a pot, does magic, and out comes Bowser alive again.
At least Dry Bowser's intimidating. Yeah. Crocomire, I just feel really sorry for.
I love Crocomire.
I do too.
He's great.
That's why I feel bad for him.
He's kind of cute.
Yeah, he is. He's
Just slamming into that enemy and then taking big knockback. Ow! Okay, then we go drop a power bomb.
So we can get a big boost of speed.
Ow.
Or not. The fireflies are just gonna be like, no, we're gonna take all of your momentum. Sorry, bro. Grab the cheeky little missile pack.
Get all the fucking missiles that I can, because why not? Whee! Then we get the grapple beam. The apple beam.
Appling beam.
You're an apple beam.
I'm gonna apple you. Apple. Apple. Hey, apple.
Pineapple. Now we swing to and fro. Lazy Clay back at it again, asking which video game franchise are you hoping Nintendo would finally revive?
Ooh. I'd have to think about that. I mean, kind of Fox, but it's also kinda not dead.
What?
Like, it's hard because Star Fox did get a Wii U game, so it's like, I mean, is it really dead?
I mean, Kid Icarus.
Kid Icarus would be awesome. But I also haven't played Uprising, so I don't know if I'm the best person to be saying, yeah, let's do that.
Play it now.
Okay, sorry about the stream. I'm just gonna stop right now.
Yeah, we're gonna cancel the relay so he can go play Kid Icarus. It's fine. Nothing
Yeah,
wrong here.
IKG would understand.
Oh, Cole.
Oh, he would totally understand.
Cole, the base
Crocomire.
suggestion of a F-Zero.
I knew F-Zero was gonna come up. I like F-Zero. It's just I haven't played a lot of it, so it's not high on my list personally. Golden Sun is another one that I haven't played, but like probably should come back.
Yeah, the fans of F-Zero definitely deserve it. It's been so long.
Chibi Robo. Also could be that guy and bring up fucking oh jeez. Deep Cuts with Star Tropics.
I come back to hear support for more F-Zero, and I agree. I'm for it.
I just mentioned Star Tropics.
You know, I never played Star Tropics.
Neither have I, but it looks very interesting. Both of them.
They do. Golden Sun. Hmm.
And we everyone's returned to Bubble Mountain.
Yes, welcome back to Bubble Mountain.
Even the
Sounds like a Disneyland attraction.
It does. And even the background of this area has pretty bubbles.
I don't know why I don't know why North Fair is full of bubbles in Metroid, but I appreciate it. I am here for it.
Cole Goodrich again. I'm just thinking about the fan reactions when Metroid Dread and Pikmin 4 were announced, so I can only imagine how much the world would implode if a new F-Zero was announced in the next Direct. It would be insane.
Not get bought.
Well, that's true, but yeah, that would be really exciting.
Dread did sell. There's hope.
That's
And
true.
hey, we'll see how Pikmin 4 does. Pikmin 3 Deluxe, I hear, did pretty well.
It didn't do as well
Or
as
3 Deluxe.
it didn't do
Well, it
as
did
well
better
as
than Wii U.
Nintendo wanted, but
It
It
did
also-
better than the Wii U version.
it did not move nearly as many units as I thought. But I mean, hey, Pikmin 4 is still happening, which is good.
Pikmin 4 will happen because Miyamoto won't let it not happen.
True. That's also my hope for why Star Fox
Having-
can still come back.
Having somebody that high up at Nintendo pitching for it is very helpful.
That's the thing. That's why, Harain, I think we don't have to give up on Star Fox, is because Miyamoto won't let it die. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Miyamoto's not looking to retire, as he said.
Yeah.
That man wants to work himself to the grave.
Honestly, for F-Zero, all we really need is an enhanced version of GX. I don't even need a brand new game.
If we got an enhanced GX, people would be happy by it, and it would show new interest in it.
Yeah, just add online, and that's it. You're done. Because GX was already such a complete experience. Frankly, I don't think they could have made an F-Zero game after that, even if they wanted to. I still don't think they can. I mean, it's like one of the most complete experiences you can have. If you're into that kind of niche racing style, there's really nothing more you could want other than modern features like online. So I'm kind of in that camp that's like remastered GX. Because I almost feel like if they made a new F-Zero game, it's just going to be inferior anyway. Like, not to be like too cynical, but I say that because like, if you had to make a game from the ground up, There's no way they could reach the scope of GX. There's no way. I mean, it was already kind of a miracle that the game existed as it is. I think GX alone has like 40 licensed songs in it. The soundtrack, like, why did they spend all this money on this game? Like, I'm not complaining. It's just, it's, you know what I mean? Like, it's not something that happens every day. That kind of game doesn't just get made every day. So the fact that F-Zero GX exists at all is enough. It just needs to be re-released, in my opinion. So that's my take.
You also don't get a Star Fox Assault every day, unfortunately.
No, you do not. Though we'll never forget the one we got.
Right, Internet?
You also don't get an Assault every day, thank God.
Jeez.
That crab actually slows me down enough by hitting it to not overshoot this, and it's kind of funny.
Thank you, crab. Attack its weak
You
point.
giant
Massive
enemy
damage.
crab, except it's not a giant.
I mean, it is pretty large.
Yeah, that's a pretty fucking big crab.
Right, like Samus's morph ball is about 1 meter high, I think.
Yeah,
And
something like that.
that is
Although it's a
in-
little smaller in this game because it's a third of her height instead of like half. But
That is indeed a giant enemy crab.
So yeah, any way you slice it, that crab is bigger than any crab you've ever seen in your entire life.
Whee!
I mean, true?
Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure that Meridia is actually my favorite area in Super Metroid.
I like Meridia. People tend to not be huge fans of it, so I just
Well-
think it's interesting.
Well, I really enjoy its atmosphere. I really enjoy its look. I enjoy its level design a
pink.
lot. It's got good pacing. I don't know.
I
I
like-
mean, all of the areas in Super Metroid are good. I don't know. I just think Meridia's my favorite.
My favorite's
You
Lower
bitch.
North there.
Get out
That
of
is so unfortunate, dude.
Aw.
here, asshole.
The cycle of that enemy just.
Oh,
Are we serious?
Are they? They're messing with us.
Wait, what's...
Just fucking run through them.
They deserved it. That was
Yeah,
good.
if you-
Oh,
They had it coming.
If you missed what
I
happened,
just saw it. I
yeah,
just saw
those
it.
Mhm.
those stupid
It
snail
gets better,
enemies. There are actually some techniques, or like they actually have some use in randomizers and some other categories. I think if you like, manage to not have speed booster right here, where you can scale these walls by like hopping on them. You can manipulate them to start come up the wall, and you can, because like their shell forms a surface that Samus can stand on, you can climb up walls using their help, which is pretty fun.
So this area has Mocktroids.
Yes, I love the Mocktroids.
They raise a very interesting question of what they are. I believe in a manual, they do explicitly say that they're failed attempts at cloning Metroids. It's like where they get the DNA from, and it's pretty easy to guess that one. And I always thought that in the wrecked ship, those screens looked like they had a display that looks like a Metroid on it, with the wobbly green and red in the center, looking like the core. It's hard to tell, but that's how I always looked at it. And seeing, after that point, actual attempts at cloning Metroids feels like a natural progression from seeing that little hint that there was some kind of experiment going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Dream just caught up to, like, the most forgettable boss in the whole game.
I know I've said this before to some of us, but the viewers weren't there. I vastly prefer how this inspired a boss fight in Other M, and I vastly prefer how it works there. That's also the boss that gives you the diffusion beam in that game. But I mean, it's fine. It's a totally fine fight, and I like that it does move really quickly, kind of like Saris does in Fusion. But yeah, I guess it is a bit unremarkable, you know.
I
Awesome.
literally forgot about this boss until I forgot about it one too many times and remembered it for how often I forgot it.
In fact, I would say Spore Spawn is
I'm-
more iconic than that fight. What do you think, Tommy?
I haven't even fought Spore Spawn in a long time, and I remember him.
Yeah.
Exactly, right? It's some kind of odd, messed up way that you remember Spore Spawn as the forgettable boss, but he's not really forgettable. No one just ever fights him.
Right.
It's super odd.
This fight.
Everyone remembers and loves Spore Spawn and doesn't even need to fight him to love him. Fucking Botwoon over here is...
Well, Botwoon is also, like, tucked in, like, the depths of Meridia. I don't know, there's just something about it that feels fitting that you would forget about it, I guess. You know, like, it's
This
just
little sea monster in the depths of Meridia.
the depths of the frozen wetland. You know.
Oh, we didn't go for full halfy.
Yeah, I don't have a...
Yeah, oh, there is, that is another difficult
I can't
trick.
do some other skips, I'm not... Nope. Nah.
Yeah, for those who are not aware, full halfy is a very difficult shine spark trick in this room, where you can store a shine spark in the previous room, very quickly scale the vertical wall in the previous room, and then shine spark across the top of this entire thing. And it is very tight, very difficult, but it saves an incredibly large amount of time, going over these odd platforms if you're able to do it.
That's really cool. Whee!
I don't remember why it's called full halfy, but it is.
I believe it was discovered after halfy, which takes you halfway across the room.
You know, that's probably it, yeah.
I really enjoy how the grapple beam is used in these rooms.
Just in case, gonna do a little recharge and save.
But before you do it, though, nice.
Eh.
Yeah, nice. A nice recharge, save, and then we'll head over to Dragon.
Who I am very prepared for.
Oh yes.
You have don't you just like quick kill him?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be fine.
Even if he weren't, his resources are incredible. A little lacking on supers, but it would have been fine if we were fighting him the normal way.
Another thing I really love about Dragon is that he never came back. Like, he's something that's, like, specific to Super Metroid, you know?
Or should I say she?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
She.
Got the babies.
It's a mother.
You're right.
Also, speaking of the babies, fun fact, you see this pattern they move in? I will never stop citing this fact. That was discovered like 20 years after the game came out or more, to actually be a marriage proposal in katakana.
Really?
Yeah. Whoever programmed that wrote a marriage proposal using their AI.
Wow.
Like the
Huh.
the path that they take. That's
Writes
awesome. That's
Japanese
really
characters.
cool.
That's amazing.
All right, Dragon, just get us close enough to.
I don't know if this one's gonna work. It was a little too close to the center. Yeah.
That's unfortunate, because you were definitely close enough to the wall there, but you were not at the right height. Find more than enough energy to do it again.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And you did save.
Especially with this strategy, it's not the easiest to die to Dragon.
You need Dragon to grab you over here.
I've
Closer
only
to the wall.
I honestly only ever think I've done this insta kill on the left side, which is through like no.
Oh, I've done it on the right side.
It's through no like actual reason other than it's just coincidentally never happened that way. But especially like the first time I played, there we go.
There we go.
Yeah, the first time I ever played Super, obviously I was aware of this trick and I did it, and it was on the left side.
There you go. It's just
I,
tradition at this point.
For years, I didn't know that trick existed, so I fought Dragon normally multiple times.
I have fought Dragon without it, mostly using some Shine Spark stuff. But
Space jump.
it's very fun. And yes, we get the great ability.
So the space jump works differently slightly in Super Metroid and Metroid 2, and although it's even stricter in Metroid 2 than it does in future titles. Starting with the GBA games, the space jump allows you to jump up infinitely anytime you're falling in a spin jump. In Super Metroid, you actually have a small window where if you fall too far, you no longer can do it.
That's right. Right.
So if I go too far down, like, I just can't do it anymore.
And there's
I've
also a
missed my
window. Right, there's also a window too quick as well.
Well, yeah, because if you do it before you go up, then while you're still going up, I mean, then you just can't do it.
Right.
But that
you have
is
to
universal
start
to
falling.
every-
Right.
That's universal to every iteration of the space jump, though. You always have to be falling.
It's
And I do think some people don't realize that when they're playing Metroid, that you cannot do it while you're going up.
a big reason I think for that is because in the other games, right, Samus is not as floaty. It is much more pronounced in this game because it takes a little longer for Samus to
It's
actually start falling.
even-
Right.
It's even worse in Metroid 2 Game Boy.
Oh god, it's so hard in Metroid 2 gameplay. It's so hard to get consistently. But it's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know why. It's just funny to me.
Something I like about this game that they cut from the GBA games is that you can wall jump after you get the space jump. They do not remove that for you. And I like that because since you can only space jump when you're going down, that means it's always going to be slower than wall jumping, which you can do whenever to gain height. So that means wall jumping will just, make you go up faster. And, like, I like doing that to, go through areas quicker.
I think Super Metroid has some really great sound design, and one of my favorite sounds in the game is the sound of the space jump in this game. I can't even hear it right now because of the setup, but I can hear it in my head, and I really like how it sounds in this game.
I also like Screw Attack's sound in this game.
Yeah.
I really like how
It's
this
really
game messes with color palettes. If you might notice, Samus is actually a darker and tinted blue hue in this room just for ambiance, along with the rest of the environment. But they don't do that to her visor when it's a dark room like this.
I'll be
Her
back in a
visor
few minutes.
Stays bright. Also, we just got the Plasma Beam. The most powerful beam in the game. Fun thing about the Plasma Beam, it's got a nice little tutorial. When you walk in here the first time, that little pile of enemies in here takes multiple hits to kill, but now, the beam goes right through them. Instantly showing the player what the Plasma Beam does.
Yeah, not just because it takes them multiple hits, right? It's that pile of enemies. Yeah, exactly. You sequentially destroy them from left to right when you enter the area. Which is just that's such subtle storytelling. That's really good. It's really awesome to be able to notice those things.
And Super Metroid does this consistently with pretty much every ability you ever get in the game. Just about. It's really well done. Even ones where they don't, like, the Varia suit is right next to where Norfair is anyway. So it's pretty obvious.
Oh, maybe I'll be able to use the new suit to go in the lava. Maybe.
And hell, when you get the gravity suit, they just drop you in the water.
Right. Right. The wreck ship is filled with water, and
the door you go out of just drops you into the lake. Just boop.
And any new player, right? It's like, how likely is it that they've never fallen in the water previously?
Oh god.
Impossible. So you absolutely get that instant feedback of, oh my gosh, I can run in the water just fine. Very nice.
Yeah, this game is really good with subtle tutorialization. So are other 2D Metroids. But this game was also very ahead of its time with that as an idea.
Oh, yes.
Oh yeah, no, this whole game feels like an invisible tutorial sometimes. I don't mean that like in a bad way. I mean like almost all of this
right or left. I should be going right. Ugh.
I mean almost everything. Like the whole story, save for the first cutscenes, told visually, and mechanically. The game basically teaches you. The game basically like tutorializes everything without saying a single word to you. Like all of it's just like environmental and mechanical communication. But like you probably already knew that, all of you.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Super
Game,
Metroid is really good at this.
game kind of wrote the book on that.
Random spike in the ceiling.
This one. This one does not go to Ridley. It's the next room, kind of like this. That's right.
Yeah, it's the one with the like statues or whatever.
Yeah, it's down this way and further to the right. I mix up those rooms every once in a while.
It's
'cause
weird
they're
though that
slightly similar.
despite just like how quiet this game is, it still has that one unskippable cutscene at the beginning, and it tells you literally everything you need to know. Go.
It
Definitely
gives you a
story-wise.
briefing and then it shuts up.
Yeah, it gives you, it briefly gives you important information and then shuts up.
And
yes.
it should be.
And yes, it is important. I guess it is actually important information about about what Samus's stake in this mission is, and why you should care about the Metroid.
Alright, time for the last trick that's going to be difficult for me, but not in the fuck I died kind of way.
Hmm.
Time to do door glitch. I'm going to skip yet another mini-boss.
Yeah, Super Metroid, as a game, is pretty ubiquitous in its techniques, and by that I mean there's a very nice like spray of techniques almost uniformly throughout the route. And
Yeah.
in almost any way you try and play the game. In other games, especially Dread, not so much.
Like I said, this game is a really varied meta.
Yeah, for those that do not know about door glitch, this is simply if you jump at the correct moment and fire a super missile, you are just able to phase it through the door and activate you're able to activate the trigger that opens the door from the other side.
It basically just spawns the super missile on what the game thinks is the other side of the door, so it just assumes you shot it from the correct side. So yeah, I might need to do this a couple of times because
Once again, it is a difficult trick.
it's very precise.
You're playing the NSO version? I thought you were playing this on an actual SNES.
Hey, I'm playing an official version of the game, unlike some people in this call.
I said I was playing on a console.
An actual 3DS that runs at 1440p.
Who said anything
It's
about
incredible.
1440p?
You're right, it was 1200 or something.
And no, guys, check out my Game Boy Advance that runs at 1080p.
I mean, I got it from Vim. He gave me the console.
Check out my upscaled Pokemon.
My homie Vim provided me with this 1080p Game Boy Advance.
Tommy and I are gonna take a break to eat dinner. Is that alright? We'll be back in maybe like
Sure.
15 minutes.
Problem.
We'll be like here, so I'll like take care of the screen, but we'll just take a break.
Sure.
Okay. All right. We'll be back.
See you guys in a bit.
Yeah, no,
Door glitch is picky.
I personally wouldn't even attempt this until I know I'm consistent at it. That tends to be how I am with like speedrunning stuff in games, like in general.
You don't get consistent at it unless you practice it, and
I
this is
know,
part of
but
that
I mean, like,
process.
well, okay, I guess when it's live and
Eh.
I have to like keep.
I'm not like super worried about it because I am playing the game rather quickly, and I was hoping part of
I'm
the
not.
appeal
I'm
would
not.
be that it's a little rough.
I know, and I'm not trying to tell you. Dude,
Yeah, I
I'm
know.
just saying. This just looks it
I'm
looks
not
like too
embarrassed.
much.
I know how strict the timing on this is.
I guess it's not even like an embarrassment thing. It's just like a wasting the stream's time kind of thing. Which I'm not saying you're doing. It's just I like to be fast, like as fast and efficient as I can when I'm being watched.
Damn. You gonna do this? Gonna be like this? Ba, 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 ba.
Ba, 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 ba.
There we go. Got it.
Nice.
Yay! So with door glitch, can just shoot that from the opposite side and just go whee into here and skip Golden Torso. And get the screw attack anyway. So fun fact, any percent speedruns of the game don't get screw attack because it only costs time to try to get it. Either by trying to do door trick with door glitch, or gate glitch, rather, or trying to fight Golden Torso, both of which take time. And you never need the screw attack for anything. So just don't get it. And honestly, there's nothing stopping a new player from just skipping the screw attack and saying, I don't need it. Maybe even just because they decide to go right, and they see a section like this, but they don't stop because I need a new ability to do this, because they don't. They can do it. It's just, a little tough without the screw attack. Fun fact, this is called worst room in the game, because playing it without the screw attack, or especially without the space jump, is hell.
Is that what it's actually like called by speedrunners?
That is the name of this, is the worst room in the game. That is its name. I have the screw attack, so it's not that bad.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've done it without screw attack, it's something. I did it without space jump once, and that was it. This room is actually just fine without space jump. say. Is IKG gonna be gone for when I use X Factor? No, I'm kidding. He said he was gonna be here having dinner, so he might even hear me now. He's just muted. Who knows? Something you can't do in all of the 2D Metroids, only some of them, is use power bombs to jump like they're normal bombs. Which is actually really fun for randomizers of Super Metroid, where you end up having limited jumps with the Morph Ball a lot of the time because you have power bombs but you don't have normal bombs, and it usually, because it's only one collectible, it can take a while to even get them.
Right.
Hopefully I can get some more super missiles for Ridley, though, because I'm running low. Wow, I released that charge late. Oopsie. What? How did that bounce off, you motherfucker? How? What? There we go. Got some supers. That's better.
Alright. Alright, Harain. Engage Ridley, motherfucker.
Yep, just getting myself topped off, and I'm gonna go kick his fucking ass.
Maybe you're not gonna kick his ass, you're gonna engage him.
I got you, baby. Let's go! Okay, so I'm going to be using beam combos on him. The way beam combos work is that you have to have two beams equipped. The charge beam and any of the other beams. Which one you have equipped is which beam combo you're using. So all you have to do is have power bombs equipped and charge up your beam. It will consume power bomb ammo to use a beam combo. This is especially good because power bombs are useless on Ridley, so you don't need them anyway. And this is the X Factor. Probably just the best of the beam combos.
Lazy Play Gamer asks, say that there's an option to play play any of the Metroid games where all or most of the collectibles are randomized? How would you feel about that? Randomized locations, to be more accurate.
I played that, and they're fun. Randomizers are really fun.
And Sierpinski Triangle says, can someone catch me up on the story? Do you just mean like for Metroid in general, or like the stream?
Or Super Metroid, or what? That's definitely something to elaborate on. Spend some supers on him now. Got his health down a decent bit now. I did spend a lot of health though. So
Metroid in general, like up to this point in Super Metroid.
Yeah, sure. So, well, in Metroid 1, Samus was raised by the Chozo after the space pirates, including Ridley, had attacked her home planet and killed everyone there, with her being the sole survivor. The Chozo, namely Old Bird, had gone and adopted her and raised her, you know, not to leave her to die. And they infused her with their DNA to help her survive on Zebes. Then they trained her to be a competent combatant and gave her their tech, making her effectively one of their own warriors. Damn, I died. She then went on her own to join the Federation as one of their soldiers, served some time there. But eventually she started having a lot of disagreements with the Federation and how they ran things in protocol, and she decided she didn't want to deal with the military anymore and became an independent bounty hunter instead. Fast forward, as a bounty hunter, she gets a distress call where, effectively, the Chozo were now being invaded on their own home planet on Zebes and wiped out by the space pirates, who have taken control of a creature they created called the Metroids and are trying to use them as a bioweapon to take over the galaxy. So she then goes in to destroy the Metroids and defeat the space pirates and their leader, Mother Brain, who used to be a Chozo supercomputer that turned against them. And that's the events of the first Metroid game. After that point happens a bit of a in-between where the events of the Prime trilogy happen. Everything that goes on with Phazon, the corruption of the galaxy, Dark Samus, etc. happens in between that and Metroid 2. Everything with Prime in the title. It's not very relevant to this stream, other than to say it happened. So after that significant amount of time passed, comes Metroid 2, where the Federation, after some time, has deemed Metroids to be too dangerous to be left alive.
Too dangerous to be left alive.
So they send in some researchers to go and try to learn more and get rid of them, but they disappear and are not heard back from. So given there's one person who they can rely on to deal with Metroids and galactic threats like this and make it out the other side, they call on Samus to do the job for them, because they couldn't. So she goes in to SR388, the Metroid homeworld, and she kills all of them, except for one, Baby Metroid. Ridley comes to try to steal it from her, but the Baby Metroid helps her as she fights back, and she decides to spare it in light of it not viewing her as a threat, but viewing her almost like a mother. She takes it to a Galactic Federation research site, where for them to study the Baby Metroid safely, to learn about the Metroid's energy producing capabilities. Maybe it could be used for the benefit of the galaxy peacefully. But not long after she left, the space pirates attack the Federation research vessel, kill everyone on board, and Ridley steals the baby Metroid, leading Samus to come down to the planet to try to rescue it. She has gone through, got many abilities, explored this planet up until this point, where I'm now at the point where I finally have caught up to Ridley, where Samus thinks the baby Metroid should be. So if you want a little rundown of the story thus far, that's a bit of a summary.
I mean, works well enough.
I want all 20 of the super missiles that I can carry. Oh, I can carry more than 20? Hello?
Is the baby Metroid cute?
Yes.
FMC. Not in this game, but yes.
I think it's pretty cute in this game, at least in the beginning.
Yeah. Not when it's, like, huge.
Eh.
When it's...
Acid back. I'm gonna start with the super missiles this time.
How do we stream it? As in, how do we stream Samus Returns? Emulation.
Thought it was an actual console.
Oh yeah, no, the 1440p 3DS that our good friend Vim provided, IKG. Vim is so cool, you know? Vim is a good dude.
Ooh, let's go. That's a nice spot.
Nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
My source is that I made it the fuck up!
There are capture devices you can buy. They're kind of expensive.
Capture 3DSs are much harder to come by now. A lot of people don't make them anymore. You can still get them, but they're really difficult to get your hands on. Not to
Yeah.
mention, on an old model 3DS, Samus Returns has frame rate problems. Not the new model, but all that combined, there's a good reason why this was the better solution. Ah, damn. This is one of the less prepared runs I've had for Ridley, but jeez, I'm like scraping it. The slowdown is helping. Damn! So close.
Died.
Yeah. X Factor's really useful against Ridley. It does a lot of damage, but, like, sometimes it can be difficult to hit. Maybe I should use something easier that does similar damage, but is not as fast.
Lazy Clay Gamer, we're actually using Switch for Super and Dread, specifically NSO version of Super. But the rest of the games are emulated.
What? You're not using an actual GBA? I feel lied to.
Told you, man. 1080p GBA provided to me by my good friend Vim. Vim is the best. It's really cool how he manages to find all these things.
Hope I'm not boring, chat.
What?
Hope I'm not boring, chat. At least I'm grinding a boss fight instead of something tedious, but still.
Yeah.
Take number 3. Ridley's tough.
Yeah, you can. Serpinski.
Yeah, you can what?
Use a Switch Pro controller with an emulator.
Yeah, you can use your Switch Pro controller pretty much natively with a PC. Especially if your PC has Bluetooth.
The game's dark.
No.
IKJ, Tommy, help us!
Help us! You're our only hope! Save us from the dark plague, is the why. Wait.
Oh, you did. I did.
Thank you. Did I ever tell you the tragedy of the dark Switch display?
It's not a story the
Wii U owners
Chozo would tell you.
It's not a story Nintendo would tell you.
I heard the tragedy of the darkened Switch, the wise. Ironic. You kid.
I think I'm going to use the plasma beam combo because it's easier to hit.
Ironic that Nintendo could save others from death. but not themselves.
Really? They died?
Yeah.
Crazy.
The Wii U killed them. Wait.
That sounds like a load of bullshit, but okay. I mean, that's what game articles at the time said, so it's probably true.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to use the plasma beam combo because I think I'm doing a shit job at hitting the X Factor.
Lazy Clay Gamer says, from what I heard, other than emulation, streaming retro games from the original hardware requires multiple requirements. Is that true? I mean, yeah, you need a
there's
capture
a lot.
device.
You also usually need some kind of video converter because a lot of capture devices don't support older inputs. And even then, with a converter, the footage you get might not be good, so a lot of people mod their systems to have a native HDMI out. Which takes a good amount of work to set up. Or money, if you want someone else to do it for you. There we go, got Ridley. Yeah, I think I was just missing my shots with the X Factor, which is unfortunate because it's
They seem
The
to
highest-
land, from what I
Actually-
remember.
what?
Your shots seem to land, from what I remember.
I thought they were, but a lot of them were hitting his tail. So that at least had something to do with it. So we come in here and, what? The case with the baby Metroid, it's empty!
Hello, Tommy and I are back.
Hello.
Hello.
Little hiccup with Ridley, but I pulled it off.
Yeah, we were watching.
We
while
were
eating.
stalking from afar.
I had a feeling.
Yeah, you had yeah, that Ridley fight the first two times were definitely a little bit of a struggle. Particularly in the first time, I noticed the X factors were giving a little bit of difficulty, and by you had used a ton of power bombs, and then just left no room at the end. And in the second attempt, you tried the reverse. You used all your missiles first, and
Got close, but I think the X Factor was just not hitting it enough. I think a lot of them were hitting the tail and just missing. So I
Yeah.
decided
Yeah, that makes sense because
Yeah.
of the hitbox, right?
the X Factor can deal a lot more damage than the others if you connect the shots, but I think I'm not good enough to connect them reliably, so I swapped over to the plasma combo.
AG, Tommy,
Isn't as high of a
Sir-
potential, but it's easier.
is Serpinski Triangle somebody you know?
Yes,
yes,
it
it
is. That's our friend Ben.
yeah.
Oh,
Hey Ben.
Yeah,
Good
we
to see
saw
you.
him. Saw him in chat a little when we came back.
yeah, we saw him. Yeah, we were talking to him.
Is the
Oh,
baby
wow.
Metroid cute? Absolutely, Ben.
I would say yes.
So
I
yeah, is
said,
is
not
that
really
your
in
first
this
time
game,
watching-
but in the
Not
beginning,
definitely
yeah.
not in this game, but yeah.
Yeah.
Is that your first time, IKG, seeing people using the beam combos in Super for more than just like they exist?
Yeah, actually. Which is
Okay.
really exciting. It makes me want to experiment with them, which I've never
Yeah, no,
really
it-
done.
I've never,
They're not hard to
I
use.
never have either.
You just equip Charge Shot and one of the other beams and have Power Bomb selected.
Right, the
and
biggest
that's it.
thing is to just make sure you have power bombs, right? So that's...
Yeah, they cost a Power Bomb each time.
I think that's actually a really cool system.
And because it's different, I think it's actually really good that it's Power Bombs, because Power Bombs aren't very useful against bosses.
Right.
And so it's an ammo type you don't use very much.
Right. You're right. That's what I was thinking.
Which then ends up making it very nice to use against bosses because, oh hey look, I mean they're not that effective anyway. They're much more useful if I use like an X Factor or something against a boss.
You know what, Harain? I think you're turning me into a super fan of Super Metroid. On the Super Nintendo.
Finally did it.
I think I have to admit,
We're getting there.
you're getting there.
Breaking down the walls.
You're breaking down the wall for sure. You're definitely getting there.
Well, let's make Harain a Prime 2 fan.
Oh, that's a good idea. Let's start on that tomorrow.
IKG gets his revenge.
Mwah.
How dare you make me think you have a good point? Nah. I'll make you like Prime 2 more than you say, yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, it's just only fair for Super.
I mean, I can't necessarily say that's wrong.
At least we both agree on, well, Other M, Fusion,
Almost everything else.
Dread. Most things. Yeah, Prime. We even share a lot of Prime 3. I just like it a lot more, but we have similar opinions on Prime 3.
You two are like a yin and yang when it comes to Metroid. Almost.
Almost, yeah. Like, you prefer AM2R over Samus Returns, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Super.
I mean, we both really like Dread.
Yes. The Metroid 1 versus Zelda 1 debate is a classic.
But,
I am on team
I
Zelda 1 with
I
that.
know. I'm the only one on Team Metroid, I know.
but,
Yeah, come to think of it, I don't think I know anyone else who would say, yeah, no, Metroid 1 is better than Zelda 1.
it's an IKG Productions original.
Oh, jeez.
Do not steal.
Oh. Dr. Productions prescribes.
Prescribes Metroid 1.
Oh no, I don't want my patients to die.
And loses his license.
No,
Yeah.
no, they'll just come back, but with only 30 energy.
Ah! That's a good one. I like that. That's actually really good.
This is how Dr. Productions lost his license.
Anyway, that's how I lost my medical license.
Hey, if House is allowed to keep his job, I should be allowed. I mean, he's literally playing Metroid on the job. Level 4.
Is that a qualifier for being a doctor? Also,
Yes.
Maybe I should go kill Crane.
I think you should.
You are certainly leveled enough for it.
I think I might be able to handle it.
I
I'm
think
not
you
sure,
will
though.
mop the floor with Craig. Yeah, I think you'll be fine.
Crane's pretty tough. I'm not sure.
The real question is, are we going to see a Kraid quick kill?
Ooh.
Probably not the speedrunning quick kill strats. No. He'll die pretty fast, but I don't think he'll die that fast.
It's perfectly all right. Yeah, for those.
I guess Meridia, our time in Meridia is over, sadly.
No, we're almost done.
I already
Coming
missed
in, right?
Meridia. Oh yeah, there it is, Mini Kraid.
Yeah, just absolutely destroyed by Speed Booster.
You're not
Or
supposed
lab.
to have the speed booster for Crane.
No, sir. No, sir.
I always like this guy here.
That's a good detail.
And you know what? Given this is Zebus, and the armor looks a lot like Samus's, and it specifically looks a lot like the Chozo armor in Dread.
I like how
Hmm.
Fake Kraid came back in Super, but not Zero Mission.
Yeah. I guess they thought they pulled the wool over everyone's eyes once. They weren't going to try again.
Twice.
Yeah.
I do think it's a really good trick in Super, though, because Kraid was about that big in Metroid 1.
No, exactly. That's why it's such a cool little Easter egg.
Last time people saw Kraid, that is genuinely how big he was.
I always
So,
kind of
like-
interpreted it as a fake out. I was saying to Tommy, like, I always kind of thought it was kind of like a little fake out, like, oh, did I just
For
kill
returning
Kraid?
Metroid 1 players.
Oh,
Like,
that's
oh
so
my god, is that
easy.
Kraid? Is that
Right.
it? And because he's the first boss, you wouldn't think any better.
Right. You don't really necessarily have an expectation of how Super Metroid's going to frame its bosses, or, you know, and it's like, psych, here's Kraid. He's all powered up now.
So Ben asked me, how fast am I planning to play Dread? My estimate, I'm rather consistently able to do the game in about an hour and 35 to an hour and 40 minutes, and then there will be about another 35 minutes of cutscenes on top of that. So I expect my total time in real time to be about 2 hours and 10 minutes.
Great, IKG. Ready to see the most dramatic power-up we're gonna get?
Yes. I can't wait to see the transformation.
Oh, she's gonna have quite the transformation.
Boom!
It's the same!
Beautiful.
Nothing changes.
So funny.
Strut your stuff, lady. You got it.
Wow.
Slay, queen.
Kraid just really said, "You're already perfect the way you are."
Right. Unfortunately, had to
Thanks,
grab
Kraid.
him.
Now I feel bad for killing you.
Not Mini Kraid,
Oh.
though. He can go away.
No, Mini Kraid will respawn. Yeah.
Mini
you
Kraid
should.
will live forever.
I think Silex is actually gonna be Mini Kraid. Like, that's the reveal at the end of Prime 4.
Silux is gonna take off his mask, and inside comes full Kraid.
The whole...
like clown car stuffed in the suit.
Oh, no.
Just
any-
whole Kraid.
That's what Federation Force was hinting
It's
at.
it's actually the canceled Prime 1 meta Kraid.
Oh, so the Prime series goes full circle. Let's see. That is a convenient energy tank. That's good.
Yeah, I don't need it, but it's right here.
Yeah, it's right there. Might as well.
It's a little safety net.
Tommy says pretty impressive. Or Ben says pretty
Yeah.
impressive. I've been on this stream all day.
But yeah, I speedran Dread. Like, I started speedrunning Dread well before I was ever invited to this marathon. So I am very, very familiar with the game, and it's real fun. So I've both practiced it a lot, and the game can be broken in some very fun ways.
Yeah,
that
I can't
allow
wait for
the
IKG
time.
to see some of those.
Right,
I'm excited.
And again, I've told him a lot of them, and I've shown quite a few things individually, but there are definitely some things that he hasn't seen,
And
and
the
some that I
full
haven't
scope.
even thought of. Right, yeah, and there's something also, definitely something fun about getting to see them all
It's a lot
in
like
their rightful
watching
place.
Super Metroid, I find. You know, with like just the amount of like little tricks you see that just are like, okay, so this is this trick and it's used to do this.
Yeah, and I've definitely totally got my GDQ worthy commentary all prepped and ready to go.
Oh, that's great.
Oh yeah, definitely
I thought my Samus Returns commentary was on point.
yeah, they went pretty well.
crap.
crap, mega crap.
Yeah, enjoy your Dota, Ben. When you come back, we'll probably be near the tail end of Fusion, but that naturally depends on how long you
How
play
long you
for.
play, yeah.
So,
Well, we'll most certainly still be here when you're done.
It's-
So we'll see you soon, Ben.
This run's mostly gone the way I wanted, just with more deaths.
yeah,
I didn't want to die this much.
it was a little unfortunate that
Again,
yeah, Ridley took a bit because that run back is not great. That run back
This
is
is like-
awful.
this is like the human version of what the meta looks like for Super Metroid looks like now.
Right.
That's kind of what I wanted to achieve.
The
know?
oh wait, what's the name of the Mega Man series again?
Mega Man.
For
Yeah.
oh,
No.
the segment the guy does.
No,
yeah,
alright.
My suffering.
Oh, yeah.
It-
This is End My Suffering Super Metroid. That's what we're watching.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I know what
What's
I
the name
asked.
of the Mega Man series? Mega Man.
Mega Man. But what's the name of the Super Metroid series?
Megan Man? Megan!
Megan!
Samus Aran kills many space creatures.
Thought it'd be so
I mean, she basically commits genocide of countless species in this game because she blows up the planet.
Right? Do you even consider that for a moment? Like, do you know how many various environmental protection agencies have Samus Aran? It's like their #1 do not interact with because of how many rare species she has both single-handedly exterminated and just wiped from the face of existence without a care in the world.
Do you think maybe in her younger days that Adam might have helped cover that up if he could?
You know, I wouldn't put it past him.
Now she's
Adam
stuck.
is still around and kicking right now.
Right?
He's just kicking around and kicking during this game. Adam might
Around
have.
kicking during the
Adam might have pulled a good
Metroid
one.
genocide with SR 388.
I really must admit, from that thing I just thought about for the first time, that would be really hilarious to find out in like a little off to the side room in a future Metroid game, hearing like a voice log or a little like dialogue pane that points out how the terrible Samus Aran has destroyed yet another planet and endangered another 20 species.
It's like Prime 2 and AM2R, where they talk about Samus as like this legendary figure, except instead of like awestruck or like does she exist, it's like, God damn it, I hate Samus. This Samus Aran. She goes around destroying
I'm
entire
telling you,
ecosystems with
Samus
rare
has her
food.
own version of J.K. Simmons who's just so mad and just wants to bring her down at the tablet.
Right?
Jameson, yeah.
Jameson in the Metroid universe, like Samus Aran, menace.
Menace to society!
I want
Menace to
Samus!
the galaxy.
Who is Samus Aran? She's a criminal, that's who she is.
I want that crawling warrior prosecuted!
Still, he also isn't aware that Samus is a woman, so
Crawling.
I want that bounty hunter gone! He's a menace!
Oh yeah, that's right, he would say...
He's a menace.
Wait. She's a girl?
No.
Miss Brett, get her in my office in 5 minutes.
Man.
Miss Brett, give me Sarah.
It's
Samus
like-
5 minutes.
Get me photos of Samus on the cover, and it's Samus like in her like her
Zero
like,
suit.
sportswear.
What
And then he's like, I'll give you $5,000 for all of them.
Oh boy.
I'm a married man.
And then Peter just goes, that seems a little low.
Samus
know what I-
Aran with her hand in a cookie jar.
Wait. He gets the pictures of Samus in like the sportswear, and then he asks Peter, "So what do you know about high society?"
Oh god. Yeah, like you know anything. Oh god.
Oh, that is
Don't
wonderful.
answer that.
Don't answer it.
The Sabazian I hired got hit with a spacer. You're all I got. I don't know.
I know, barrier suit. No, wait, it's taken.
Oh wait, it's taken.
The Varia suit. Haha.
Genius.
Genius, sir.
What are you looking for, a raise? Get out.
Oh yeah. By the way, because this game has two aim buttons, there's something you can do in it that you just cannot do in the Game Boy games at all. GBA games, I mean. So, you know how in the GBA games, you can aim diagonally and all, but in Super Metroid you can aim straight up if you hold both bumpers.
Oh yes.
That means you can aim straight up while crouching.
Oh. That is a nice
Just had a
little
niche
feature.
use case right there when I was under Metroid and needed aim up, and diagonal wasn't working.
And I don't recall if I mentioned it or not, but the two individual aim animations of Samus allow for this thing called arm pumping, which is where if you really
yeah, I haven't.
Yeah, we might talk about that.
I haven't even
Right.
Yeah, no, you just do that, and you move a pixel every time you pump your arm.
Yeah, I think it's like 16 or 8 pixels or whatever to save a frame.
Interesting.
So it's
That must get
I think it's
exhausting
9.
to do as a player.
But it gets deeper because if you're going on a steep enough downhill slope, it actually slows you down because you go so fast that you get air and do the landing animation, which makes you slow down.
Oh wow.
Because you literally just run off the slope because you're going too fast.
No,
baby
it's me.
skip.
It's me. No. Remember.
I love how she stops at the low health beep. Something she's heard, the baby Metroid's heard before, at least when Ridley attacks you at the start and stops the instant you get to low health.
Right.
It's the low health beep that makes the baby Metroid stop, and I think that's a great detail.
I love that. Yeah.
I don't know, man. Take a look at that Metroid. That ain't no baby.
Was a baby.
Was a baby.
Now it's a Super Metroid.
Baby.
Yeah, what is it? Lazy Clay. Lazy Clay pointed out, or at least we'll say just said that. I just realized something. If Samus is a bounty hunter, then why isn't there a bounty hunter focused game or a spin-off based on that concept?
Well,
You could do a lot of
Wow.
world building with it.
I have a game for you!
it's good that you asked that because there's arguably two games in the series that actually do that. Primarily, Metroid Prime Hunters for DS, which
Sucks.
which that oh damn all right which takes center stage of that exact concept, and you could also argue Federation
that
Force does similar things.
I already said Prime 3. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's like
Uh,
a second. Well, yeah, Prime 3 as well. Yeah.
Save room, by the way. For those who don't know, I actually can't go back to the rest of the world right now. The door behind me is locked permanently. So if I use this save room, I will be permanently soft locked in this area, unable to go back to the rest of the game ever again. And I can only go forward. This is a point of no return, and you can save in it. So I never use the save room.
Never do
And
it.
if you recall, we mentioned this a very long time ago. But if you do not have enough energy and you use that save, you're not gonna have a good time.
Yeah.
Because
Literally can't beat the game.
Yeah, there is a minimum energy requirement in the Mother Brain
It's
fight.
not very high, but there
The
is
soft
one.
lock.
How high is it exactly? Do you know?
It's
I believe
3
it's
E
3
tank.
energy
It
tanks.
is
Like
yes.
energy
3.
tanks. Okay.
3.
It is exactly 3 energy tanks. She had the final attack, in her second phase, is this really cool attack, and it is a scripted attack, so Samus cannot dodge
Hold
it.
on. Give me a second.
Okay.
It's also in more competitive speedruns of this, runners get the absolute bare minimum resources. Usually it's usually 15 missiles and 10 super missiles. And that is exactly the resources needed to kill Mother Brain in this first phase.
Wow.
We then do her second phase with charge shots. But the Rinkos, those like circles, and the turrets.
You're right back.
Enjoy your break. So yeah, because those competitive speedruns use such low resources, if any of the random things that are getting shot at Samus in that phase, if they collide and clank with any of her projectiles, you are also soft locked. Because you
Wow.
physically do not have enough ammunition to damage Mother Brain and progress her to this phase. I have not seen missiles used on Mother Brain in so long. You have no idea. Because this is what I'm used to seeing. I'm used to seeing Spazer Ice Beam. Due to the aforementioned thing, runners get exactly the amount of resources they need in order to kill Mother Brain. And then
This
it's...
game's very optimized.
Yeah, it's insane. There's straight up, there's this one, got the ketchup. There is this one missile tank, in Norfair that, oh gosh.
I'm good.
Alright, yeah, we're good.
I had plenty of them. I also had two reserve tanks.
Oh right, I forgot about the reserve tanks. We had plenty, yeah. But yeah,
By
that...
the way, the reserve tanks give you an extra buffer because she actually doesn't keep track of your reserve tanks when doing this.
Ooh.
She only cares about your energy tanks.
Huh.
So your the reserve tanks can give you more leeway.
So yeah, that 2 energy right there, that is what I was worried about, because 3 energy tanks again is that buffer, or that the amount that hyper beam attack does. But we had the reserves to deal with it just fine. And he also didn't get hit. If he got hit, that's where you otherwise have the problem.
So, this scene still emotionally gets me.
Oh, me too.
I hate it every time I see it. I wish the game would change.
I just want to scream, like, get out of there! I've got this, it's fine!
I have my
Save
reserve tanks, I promise!
You've already given me the hyper beam. Well, I guess not. You get it when they die. But still, like, or just tell the baby Metroid, stay on Mother Brain a little longer. Or maybe go
Right.
back on there, get your health back. Do something. Just, I'm fine. Go save yourself.
Yeah, totally, mental,
Heard it.
the mental
What are the-
cannon. Totally.
what are the
The
best-
visual language of bosses getting a more putrid color the lower health they are is used for the baby Metroid to communicate its health.
Yeah.
And then it does that.
And then we get the heroic theme of Samus to play as
So somber, but
right as she's like
I love this
taking
moment.
revenge for the baby.
it feels so cathartic, but not even in like a yeah, fuck you, but like it's just sad and angry.
Exactly. I think the other M
Like a
cinematic
panic
captures
attack.
that really well as well.
Yeah, it's like a panic attack.
And
Oh,
so that is
Samus's little breathing animation feels weirdly at home here.
right.
Just standing there staring.
I hate you, mother.
Mother, time to go.
And so then once again, yet another escape sequence.
So do we save the animals or not?
Ooh, that is an important question.
Well,
should we take
we're
a vote
playing
among?
Fusion.
Well, there's a
Well,
vote
I'm
among
playing
the three of
Fusion
us,
next,
so
I think we
I'm
probably
not
have
putting
to.
one in, so make a decision.
I say we save the animals.
I'm playing Fusion next, so you might as well.
I'm saving. Please don't save the animals so I can beat Fusion.
Canonicity.
Right.
I need the animals. I
need them. You can't let them die.
And
I
right
need
in,
him. He must live. Stop the
Good point.
Jedi.
He's too dangerous to be kept
This
alive.
marathon can't survive if we don't save the animals.
I will never get to Dread. Ron will be forever stuck.
At the end
Dying.
of Fusion.
And the
end of
ship
Fusion.
will just be destroyed by the Omega Metroid. So he dies with the BSL station, and that's it.
Damn.
Can I? No! I released it early.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I've never actually pulled it off. I've gotten close multiple times, but I always just make a little flub and go, damn it, and just keep
Yeah,
going.
there's a very fun strat in this room called Behemoth Spark, named after Behemoth, the runner who pioneered the trick, where if you get a very well-timed diagonal shine spark, you can go diagonally into the top right corner of this room. You just ride the wall all the way up.
The same
That's amazing.
wall that you do the
moonfall.
fall through.
Yes.
Human
Moonfall,
spark.
which means
Or
the
like-
run ends on an inverse of the trick it starts with.
That is
Or like
so
a
cool.
human spider.
It's
I
just
am
the
the human
exact
spider.
opposite. It's awesome. I love it.
Well done, Rain.
He
Gameplay complete.
he did kill us though.
I am the human spider.
We killed the animals.
And you know what?
Damn
7
animals.
o'clock, 4 hours projected for the next 2 games. That's actually not too far off schedule right now. That's like 11 o'clock.
Yeah, we're actually
We're probably gonna go a little over,
just a little over. Yeah.
but like, we're fine.
Yeah, we're doing good.
I hope I don't mess that up too much.
That's okay.
Don't worry
we
about it.
factored buffers into everybody's runs.
Yeah, we did. We did. I like this still that the game ends on.
Once again, Samus's ship is a Mode 7 graphic.
Right.
Also, earlier there was a little dot of the animals getting away because I forgot to save them. It wasn't there.
Yep.
Oops. That's okay.
The clear time.
One
Also, that was a
31.
131.
Now I
That was
can't
about
beat
right.
Fusion.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ron.
Rain.
I ruined it.
You ruined Fusion for me.
I didn't say anything.
I'm sorry, Red. I forgot. The timer was counting down.
It's funny, I didn't say anything, but I saw you go over the room, right? Like, in Alcatraz, and I was like, oh, he
Tommy
forgot
was
already. He forgot
Tommy was
already.
Tommy secretly team killed the animals and wanted me
The
to-
red guy said, "How could you?"
Tommy wanted me to save the frames.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. A wrap, everybody. I'll see you for the Sonic Lost World DLC video in a
Yeah,
few days.
that's it. The Metroid
That's
trilogy.
it.
What are you talking about?
The Metroid trilogy is now complete. Well done, everybody. Glad we were all able to share this wonderful experience with you. We're saving
All right,
all
so-
those frames.
So the other M 100% completion starts now.
You're prepared for that, right, Ron?
Right,
Are
Ron?
you?
Right, Ron?
Are
And we're gonna conclude.
Right, Rod?
We're gonna conclude
Right.
with a full.
Rain, you got me in this mess.
Oh, Hooray, your punishment is you gotta play all of
You.
Other M right now. I never thought I'd say that in the same sentence, but I just did.
Well, I like Other M. What is this?
I know. That's why I'm shocked I'm even saying it. I like Other M too.
Look,
Red says
You
I'm a
have to-
monster.
you have to clean up your mess. I'm not cleaning up.
You made
You
the bed,
ruined-
lay in it.
Now lay with it.
Well, Ron,
You ruined Fusion for me. Hooray!
you best hope that the animals are there when you get there.
You got
They
in the
somehow
way
got
of
out anyway.
everyone's. You got in the way of everyone's hopes and dreams. Hooray!
You have done that yourself.
After the spectacular
You have
runs
done
out there
that
from Alec and
yourself.
IKG, I go and just let the animals die and kill the run right here.
Hey, Alec and I did everything we were supposed to, and
And
you
then I killed the
totally
animals.
blew it.
Think about it this way, Hooray. This is hour 11. This is hour. Is it? No. Is it? Am I bad at math?
That's
7,
hour
10,
11.
10.
Yeah, well,
10.
10.
We're 10 hours into this run, and you intentionally destroyed it. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding
forgot
me?
to save the animals, and now Samus is gonna die to the Omega Metroid in Fusion. Go play Other M, or you're fired.
Although I like the Zero Suit, I really like the sportswear she wears in the GBA games. It
Me too.
feels pretty appropriate. Like, if you were just gonna say, what is she wearing under the armor, if anything? Sportswear makes a lot of sense.
It
It's
does.
literally built for that kind of
It
you know,
does.
physical exertion and, like, small profile so it doesn't take up space or get caught.
52.
So, like, I rather like that.
All right.
And it's also funny how this is also probably, at least for historically, one of the first times that people really like, not universally, but a common way to see. Oh, wait a minute, Samus is a girl.
Right. Still one of
Wait
the
a
first
minute.
entries.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
You're finding that out just now? You mean to tell me you never died at all?
Although
in
the
this
opening of
game?
Super Metroid gives you a half vision of her through her visor of her face. So,
Yeah,
It's
and
also
when
what
you
you
die,
notice
Yeah.
there.
when you die, you see
Also,
her.
the
I think
death.
it's true. Yeah, I forgot about the death animation.
Metroid
this
1
is the
real
first game
secret.
to not really treat it as a secret.
Right.
But yeah, in the past, it definitely
Yeah.
kept a little
Which,
closer to
I can
the
imagine
chest.
little Timmy dying and going, wait, Samus is a girl?
Dun, dun.
Dying on purpose to see Samus without the power suit.
I don't know what you're...
Oh, this isn't
Why are you adding me
happening!
right now? I didn't do that. I didn't do that as a teen. What are you talking about?
What am I fighting for?
Anyway, that's clearly not true. That never happened in my life. So, first of all, let me give you the clap emoji. Nice job, Hareen. Really nice work.
There's but only
So-
one hand.
Oh, nice. All right, we're gonna take a short
stream
intermission.
doesn't get to
We'll
see
be
it.
back
Anyway.
for Metroid Fusion in a short while. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Woo!
Hooray!